One more, you could attack for this, just the best pennies there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
I'm not yet.
Close combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Voltua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, K, you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left, I know, over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to our Trading Card Game Regional Championships here in Portland, Oregon. Things are heating up here in the tournament hall. We are going to eventually be crowning a regional champion here this weekend, but we are just at the very start of this tournament. A couple of Swiss rounds already done. Swiss round 3 coming up very, very soon, and we're excited to be taking you through the action all weekend long. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge to kick things off by Kyle Sablehouse, Ethan Hegster-Heggie, and Kyle Puka Sukovic. Gentlemen, how are we feeling today? Are you getting excited for this event?
Man, it is unreal out there. So much great talent. We've got a couple competitors already starting to make their way to the top, but it's so early. I'm excited to see what decks are going to end up breaking through here and showing potentially what could be our champion.
Absolutely. It's something we'll be keeping our eye on, the decks that the players choose to play, but also our heroes, the trainers out there, which deck they chose to play and how they're able to pilot it throughout the event. That will eventually lead to one of them becoming the regional champion here in Portland. And this is our final regional championship of the season. Look how far we've come, and just a couple of events left, heading up to the New Orleans International Championships with that brand new expansion, Destined Rivals Legal, all leading up to Worlds. Ethan, what do you think about the season we've had so far?
It's been incredible. So many highlight moments, and we still have, the 2 biggest events of the year and this last regional championship points. You, of course, talked about, regional champion on the line, the prize money as well, and also those championship points, players towards that top echelon of the 125, they're really starting to feel the pressure, if they're towards that bottom half. And you see how important it is, especially if you can break into that top 8, the huge jump of points towards the top of the placements.
Yeah, these are the final events of the season. I mean, it all comes down to this for so many competitors. It'll be this event and the North American International Championships. Those will be the tournaments determining who's going to finish in that top 125 trainers in the North American region. The pressure is on at this point, Puka.
Yeah, we've had a full season up to this point, and like you said, this is one of the last events of the season, and depending on who you are, this is kind of a different story for you, depending on your journey so far. Right, if you're one of the top players, you're jockeying for position, trying to finish in that top of the leaderboards. Maybe you're somebody who's kind of on the borderline. You need some more points just to get into qualification for the World Championships. You might also be someone who's just playing their first event of the season. And let's not forget, if you win a regional championships, you do get an invitation to the World Championships. So this is an important event in many different ways for a lot of our players here.
Yeah, it's never too late to potentially lock up that World's invite up until the final match at the North American International Championships. It's been a really exciting format so far. We kicked things off in Atlanta, and there have been tons of events in this current format. Let's recap the most recent one we had in North America, the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Milwaukee was the penultimate North American Regional Championship, had thousands in attendance, and it was looking to be one for the history books. Gardevoir EX was the deck to beat, having taken 4 consecutive major events. Would this psychic Pokemon take a 5th? No, against all odds, it was an all-Dragon finals. We had Christian Labella piloting the dark horse of the tournament, Raging Bolt EX. against Makani Tran with Dragapult EX. Both players were looking for their first regional win and ready to give it their all. In Game 1, Christian set up the non-EX Raging Bolt and was putting on the pressure. Makani countered with an unfair stamp plus counter catcher, hoping Christian missed the retreat, and it worked. But it wasn't enough, as Christian had enough on the board to chain knockouts and closed out an early Game 1. In Game 2, Christian attempted a similar strategy. Raging Bolt continued knocking out every dragon, and Makani was unable to set up, which led to a swift 2-0 victory, crowning Christian Labella the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
He's found it, the lightning energy, Professor Sato's vitality, and that is the game. Christian Labella with his first regionals win here in Milwaukee.
Don't forget to check out all the Pokemon action at Pokemon.com/compete. And you too could become a Pokemon Master.
And congratulations to Christian Labella and also Makani Tran on both of their incredible finals runs. It was Christian Labella coming out on top. Two of the great young players in the game right now. And a really interesting story for both of the decks that they chose to play. You know, Dragapult has been the de facto #1 deck to beat in the format for most of the format, but Gardevoir has really taken hold of that place. And then Raging Bolt, a deck that had really fallen off at this point heading into Milwaukee, but Christian Labella still believed in it.
Yeah, we didn't know what Raging Bolt was going to look like, and sure enough, it's got this new engine. It's going back to Noctowl and having the fan Rotom, and man, it is that Ditto. It is scary. You sneak out the baby Raging Bolt, and you can just take prize after prize, and sure enough, we saw Christian go to that strategy, and there's just no setup on the other side.
Yeah, these evolving decks are really missing the rotation of Manaphy from the previous block of cards, not having a way to protect their low HP Pokemon while they wait to evolve up into their high HP stage 2s. It really can just be a situation where you prevent them from getting off the ground.
Yeah, and we'll see a huge change, right, coming into NAIC when we get the reintroduction of the benched barrier. But for now, you know, that graphic, it might as well show the baby Raging Bolt, because you saw in that video and before just how insanely powerful having a Pokemon that could hit anyone in the format is. I mean, we see that with a lot of top decks. Gardevoir, Screamtail, another great example of these ancient Pokemon being able to just wreak havoc on the bench.
Let's look at what the meta breakdown was for Day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. When we look at these Day 2 meta shares, that's usually what leans into what players are deciding to go with for the upcoming tournaments. Now, we've had a few other events over in Europe since the Milwaukee Regional Championships happened, so there's been some other changes here and there. But Dragapult leading the way. I mean, it remains the most popular deck Day 1 and Day 2, Kyle.
Yeah, and I think you have to expect a similar thing here in Portland. Dragapult has been really powerful ever since the rotation, and even at the end of the last format, right? Dragapult has just been a really, really strong deck. And I assume if you're going into this tournament, you have to expect that's one of the decks you need to be able to beat. These tournaments that are kind of like the last ones before a new expansion come out, they can be a little weird sometimes. This is sometimes where players are like, you know what? We've been playing this format for a while. This is where I'm going to bring out my weird deck I've been working on. This is where I'm going to bust out the weird tech cards that I've been thinking about playing, but they're kind of weird. Maybe this is the time we see that. So we'll have to see if players are bringing just, you know, their standard stuff, or if people are going to branch out a bit this weekend.
Yeah, do you stick with what's tried and true, or do you take a chance for this last event of the format before the new expansion is legal? Those are the big questions, without a doubt. Let's take a look at the Utrecht special event, an event that happened just last weekend, and it was Yoa Wagner taking it down, a Dragapult mirror match in the finals. Gardevoir who?
Right. We've been looking at it so much on the NA side. Sure enough, in Utrecht, it is all about the Dragapult, and for good reason. This deck is just so impressive. It has such a simple approach in setting up all these damage counters to take these big swing turns, and with unfair stamp, as both players really love to feature that, you're going to have these crazy disruptive turns.
Yoa, first-time champion, but going up against one of, I think, the best players out of the European region the last couple of seasons, ever since the kind of post-COVID era of the game, Alberto Conti from Italy. He's already won a regional championships this year, and he, you know, wraps up his season with a second-place finish, a pretty solid showing, Ethan.
Yeah, he's just been crushing it this season and sticking tried and true with Dragon-type Pokemon. First it was the Regidrago V-Star, now it's the Dragapult EX. Has just found tried and true using these deck strategies revolving around Phantom Dive, whether it was in the F block or now onto G. Phantom Dive, just one of the strongest attacks in the game, especially when the counterplay is just so limited against a 320 HP Dragon-type Pokemon. Has no weakness, and it just puts on so much pressure.
You better give Tina some love too, man. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, Alberto is Giratina V-Star's #1 fan.
Yeah.
It's interesting how these Giratina enjoyers always stick together. Kyle's sticking
Shut
up for
up.
his boy. Well, let's take a look at our North American champions throughout the year. And as we look back at all these events that we have already completed, I think one name stands pretty far above the rest in North America, and that's Henry Chow.
He needs a new shirt.
3-time regional champion this year. Something that we've only seen done a handful of times in the history of the game, Puka.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. I mean, there's not a lot of regionals in North America this season, right? And that means Henry's won 3 of them. There's not that many different regional champions this season. He's been on a great run. I think probably the #1 Gardevoir player up there with Brent Tonneson. Those are probably the top 2. But yeah, I mean, what a ride it's been for Henry. You know, I think he had a great showing at the end of last season as well, and just kind of carried it over. He decided, you know what, I'm pretty good at this game, and I'm pretty good with Gardevoir, so let's keep doing that.
Yeah, one of the more impressive runs we've seen. I mean, the players who have won 3 regional championships in a season, I mean, that was in an era where these events had, you know, a few hundred players. These were events that had a few thousand players at them, and Henry Chow was able to come out on top. Absolutely impressive run, without a doubt. Let's take a look at our European champions now, both for regionals and special championships. Tons of great names up here, a few Americans as well, a Japanese player in the mix. It's been really fun to watch the European region season play out.
Yeah, we've seen so many great names, and I mean, we mentioned it already with Alberto having that early win. James Cox had a phenomenal run. Ryuki was an amazing story to watch. Just a lot of great talent that we've seen over there, and they've got an opportunity again. We've got one final regional there as well, so who's going to take that last spot?
Yeah, I feel like we focus a lot on Henry Chow, but Ryuki Okada is probably in 2nd place for Season of the Year, wouldn't you say, Ethan?
Yeah, and he's a talented player, been playing the game for years and years. And, you know, kind of the introduction and growth of these events over on the TPCI region has just allowed for Japanese players to come over and really showcase their strengths. He's having a great year. He's getting his flowers and, you know, World Championships. That's the last event he needs to win this season, right? He's got the IC win. He's got the regional win. We'll see what happens come Worlds.
We'll keep our eye on him without a doubt. Certainly going to be a player to watch through the end of the 2025 season. What a great season it has been as well. Let's take a look at what we expect to do well this weekend. And I think without a doubt, Gardevoir is at the front of the list. I mean, it's won 5 tournaments so far in this format. There's been a lot of tournaments in this format, granted. You know, there's a bunch of Master Ball League events happening, special championships, regional championships. But Gardevoir has been at the top of the order in multiple regions, no matter where it is, Latin America, North America, it continues to win.
Yeah, and I think you have to expect that going into this event. It's definitely on a huge uptick at this point, and we're starting to see players start to sprinkle in a couple different iterations. There's this really tried and true classic approach with Brent Tonneson's list. It's really starting to spread like wildfire at this point. But then we have some players that are going back to this old school approach with the TM Evolution, and I think that's going to start to gain a little more traction here.
Yeah, that's what we saw William Azevedo win regional championships down in Latin America with, and something we may see players adjust to, Technical Machine Evolution being a really solid option for that archetype. Well, let's take a look at what us as the casters are predicting to do well this weekend. Who are our choices to do really well at the tournament? What cards do we identify as the top ones in the format? I love Skarzig's call out here with the Flareon. That's kind of one of those fringe decks that just continues to perform really, really well. Zoroark also fitting that mold.
Yeah, you know, these are decks that have targeted certain archetypes in the format, you know, mainly this Flareon Eevee-style toolbox deck. It's got, you know, a lot of great access to attackers, but mainly the Angelite attack on that Sylveon. We saw it, you know, years ago in a similar form on another Sylveon card with that Plea GX attack. You could only use that once per game. With that attack, you know, against Dragapult, if you win game number 1 and it's a long grinder game, do not expect game 2 to finish. They will just announce Angelite over and over again. It is not a fun time.
Emily here going with kind of the popular big basic decks in the format. The Joltik box, of course, being used to power up powerful basic attackers like Miraidon, Iron Hands, Pikachu EX, and then also Raging Bolt EX. You know, 2 powerhouses in the format, I'd say, Puka.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a response to how a lot of the top decks are a little bit on the slower side right now, right? You have the Gardevoir and the Dragapult. I think those are kind of the two top decks you got to be looking out for. And these aggressive decks are really looking to capitalize on those slow setups, right? Joltik, you charge up the Iron Hands, you just try to jump out to a big enough prize lead that your opponent can't come back. And then Raging Bolt with regular Raging Bolt being able to knock out things like Dreepy, Dracloak on the bench before they're able to evolve up into Dragapult. You're seeing that be really successful. We'll see if the Gardevoir and Dragapult players are adapting a bit, like you mentioned before, the TM evolution, some other ways to just kind of speed up the game a little bit and be back on par with these decks. But yeah, sometimes it's just a strong choice to power up your big basics and attack as hard as you can.
Kyle, talk to me about your picks here. Ditto and Monkey Dory. I think Monkey Dory's kind of established itself as one of the stronger cards in the current format, being used in multiple different decks, but the Ditto here, man, what's up with that?
Yeah, you know, it's all about support right now. We're finding a lot of friends in unique places, and Monkey Dory has been flinging around some damage counters left and right, and we've seen it come to be so successful in a lot of different variants. We've seen with Gardevoir, also with some of the Dragapult players also sneaking it in. And Ditto's just incredible. I think it really opens up Raging Bolt to finding its the best version of itself, with the baby Raging Bolt sneaking in very early and often and getting all the additional prize cards.
Puka, I'll ask you, if you had to have a couple of cards up here on the graph, what would you choose?
Yeah, knowing what has won recently, Gardevoir has been really strong. I think we're going to see some top players bring Gardevoir once again. I wouldn't be surprised to see Henry Chow win a fourth time with Gardevoir. But I think a lot of people know that as well. So one card I'm wondering if we're going to see a lot more of is the Jamming Tower. It's a card that is useful in a lot of matchups now. It feels like most decks are running some pretty important tool cards, whether it's like the Sparkling Crystal for the Terra Box. The big one, of course, is the Bravery Charm for the Gardevoir deck. I wonder if we're just going to see a lot more decks just jam in this Jamming Tower and try to disrupt the Gardevoir game plan.
I think my two picks for the weekend would be that non-EX Raging Bolt. Kind of funny, three of us leaning into Raging Bolt as our choices. Really, the pick could be Raging Bolt EX or the Baby Bolt, but the Baby Bolt really is kind of what I think is separating the deck right now. And then kind of in that same vein with that bench targeting, I like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. I think Terra Box seems pretty solid in general right now. A lot of Dragapults, it does look like, are still sticking with the Unfair Stamp as their A-Spec, which is a huge swing card in that matchup. Noctowl decks do not like to be hit with an Unfair Stamp at all, but it's going to be an interesting story to follow throughout the weekend. We'll see which one of us is able to predict something accurately. Follow along with us throughout the weekend. Be sure that you are using that Pokemon.com/broadcasts to catch any of our future events. Be sure to follow all of the various channels, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. That way you can always know when one of these events is happening and you never miss a single one. Gentlemen, I'm extremely excited for this weekend. We've got Emily and Skarzig standing by in the booth. We're going to get into our next Swiss round very, very soon. Let's quickly take a look at the format for this event.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And these are the prizes that our competitors are fighting tooth and nail for this weekend here in Portland, Oregon.
Honestly, Adam, there are so many things on the line. Not just, of course, I mean, that $10,000 and 108 booster packs, but of course, you got to talk about it. It's the last regional of the season. The chance to get an invite to the World Championship, that time is running out very, very quickly.
And I know that our players are going to be laying everything on the line, just like we're going to be doing here on the casting desk. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson, joined by Emily Lyric Foreman.
There you go. You got it.
I'm just putting some gravity on your name, some respect on your name, just like we're going to respect our players that we've got down at the table. Swiss round 3 is just getting underway, folks, and we're going to head to the table soon.
Yeah, we have a titan of a matchup already. You got to talk about two players who have been cemented in this game for a very, very long time. Playing two decks, I think they both really do enjoy.
These players are, you know, once we get down to the table, make sure they have their headsets on, make sure they aren't eavesdropping. We've got Michael Davidson versus Lucas Zing. I almost didn't recognize him. He's sporting a new haircut here.
Yeah, looks pretty good. I mean, we got to talk about it, though. First of all, I got to talk about how Michael Davidson, 11 day 2 placements so far just this season, and of course, his big accomplishment, top 8 at Worlds last season. But he's playing his Gardevoir EX with a little bit of some tricks and traps here that Lucas is really going to have to watch out for.
We touched on it a little bit at the top of show, folks, that we'll see if Dragapult and Gardevoir can adapt to the potentially more aggressive metagame here, and Lucas Zing trying to capitalize on the presence of these decks with the Ends Zoroark, the threat of Darmanitan and Flame Body Cannon sniping these basic Pokemon before they can evolve. Puka mentioned it could be a make or break factor for this matchup.
I also really just have to talk about how Lucas has been becoming kind of a visionary for Zoroark. I mean, was one of the first players to play something like a Cyrano in his deck. Also, Cypher Maniac's code breaking as well to manipulate what cards we get off of trade. It's a very, very smart maneuver to enable some of these more, you know, selective supporters to come on in and help you with your setup.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Cypher Maniacs time and time again within the era of Radiant Greninja, and now certainly in Golden Go EX. Lucas did just play this deck, I think 59 out of 60, just with a slight tweak in Milwaukee, just barely missing top 8. And he's running it back here for us today, folks.
This one is definitely going to be interesting, but like you said, Adam, I think we've set the story straight for the entire weekend. How do you beat Gardevoir and how do you beat Dragapult here? And I'm excited to see how this one is going to go down in our Swiss round 3. Once again, this is a great match to start off with.
And both players have their basic Pokemon locked in. They're just shuffling up, waiting for the signal to start. Swiss round 3, we are getting things underway. I'm so excited. This is the perfect match, as you said, Emily, to showcase this weekend. How's Gardevoir going to adapt? Can this supposed counter deck actually do what it is meant to do? Time and time again, we hear rumors, we see a little bit of data about, oh, this deck beats Gardevoir, this deck's good into Dragapult, but once the chips are down and once players are actually in the moment, you've got to make sure that you prove those numbers correct. There's the handshake, we're flipping the basics and heading into the game. We've got Darumaka in the active spot for Lucas and Monkey Dory on the side of Michael Davidson.
See who's going first here, though, but it's all going to be about setup. And for Lucas especially, because we want to see that Zorua go down, but I believe it is just going to be the attached pass. You definitely don't want to start off this way, but you got to look at Michael's hand, Adam. I mean, I see a Buddy Pop in there. I see us using the Earthen Vessel to discard energy early already. Now, we have to talk about Michael's list, too, because Michael, when we go to the prizes, is playing a little bit of a sneaky tech in there, and that's going to be this Rabska line. Rabska, with that spherical shield ability, prevents all damage from the effects and attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to your benched Pokemon. And for Lucas playing Zoroark with, you know, traditionally that Flame Body Cannon, the bench is going to be safe on that one.
So a Gardevoir player is already trying to adapt, get some protection down. This also covers perhaps a little bit of that Raging Bolt technology that we've seen very recently. Gardevoir players are just sick of it. They want to get their setups, and hopefully Rabska can come through. This card's been in the game for a long time, Emily. It's just finally now, with the metagame being just slow enough, maybe it does elicit a slot in the deck. 2 routes being picked up off of the Buddy Buddy Coffin and searching through the deck and taking stock of the prizes. Michael Davidson, regardless of what's in the prizes, is already off to a great start, considering Lucas just has a lone Darumaka. Fortunately, with Gardevoir, they're not going to be doing early aggressive attacks like some other lists, so Lucas isn't out of the game yet.
No, absolutely not. And Gardevoir, honestly, Adam, has been a deck that's been evolving still into this meta. Last weekend, we saw 3 big events, and Gardevoir winning 2 with 2 different 60s, 2 different lists. So I'm excited to see how Michael's list, Michael's 60, which looks like a combination of both popular 60s with something like a technical machine evolution in there as well, kind of coming in and seeing how we're going to be able to go on ahead and guarantee this setup here. But speaking of setup, I don't think Michael can ask for anything more.
Yeah, just a couple routes, very solid, has energies from the Earthen Vessel, and just an attach return. I love setting it up on the Monkey Dory, of course, can retreat that, get that energy in the discard pile. Who knows if there's going to be a cheeky mind bend at some point. But now it's back over to Lucas. This is his moment to try to salvage this game. I saw Badoo in the hand, but it would be a shame to retreat the reversal energy off and get rid of that so early. Going to go for Cypher Maniac's code breaking right away. You search your deck and then get 2 cards of your choice, put them on top after shuffling.
Yeah, this is kind of what we have to do, right? We have to guarantee that setup. And now Lucas is going to be going on in and looking through his prizes as well. Nothing too crazy in the prizes for Lucas. He does have access to all of his attackers. One of the reversal energies are down, though, so we have to be a little bit mindful because Lucas is only playing 2 here. So it's not too terrible. We have that Ends Castle as well. Very important to retreat Ends Pokemon for free out of the active here. But we got to talk about that Cyrano. The ability to go and grab just 3 Pokemon EXs is pretty good.
Yep, you use the Cyrano, get your Zoroark EX, start drawing cards with trade, and then you just sort of get up and running. Unfortunately, with no Zorua put down on that first turn, it's not going to be doing too much for him.
See what is going to happen here. If we're using Cypher Maniac's code breaking, I could probably say we're going to go for our setup cards next turn, maybe potentially putting that A-Spec secret box all the way up to the top just so we can get a little bit more pivot out. But once again, I mean, the hand really isn't giving Lucas much to work with here. And that just allows for Michael to say, you know what, I'm just going to go on ahead and get it set up. We don't even have to play aggressively if we don't want to.
And I do like the idea with the Cypher Maniacs, as you saw. I think we did get a glimpse of the secret box and a Buddy Buddy Coffin. Lucas still trying to fight from behind at this point. You can see on his face, he's already calculating a lot of lines about how to handle this game with 2 routes and a Monkey Dory sitting across from him. It's going to be an uphill battle regardless. Retreating the Darumaka into Badoo, trying to slow down Michael Davidson just a little bit could be his only answer.
We really do also have to protect that Darumaka as well. The Darumaka is so key because End's Toolbox really does rely on all of these End's Pokemon to really work off of. But it is going to be Badoo heading into the active. We are going to see our first Itchy Pollen of the tournament. I wonder how many more we'll be seeing, Adam.
I'm going to start keeping track right now. But, yep, just a Darkness Energy attached to the Monkey Dory, active return, gets a knockout.
Yeah.
Mind Bend, nothing really to do because of the item lock. Doesn't even place down the Relor, is already comfortable. I'm far enough ahead, and this Darumaka is not going to be doing much. And finally, Secret Box is drawn off the top thanks to the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. You discard 3 cards from your hand, and you search your deck for the rest of everything that you're going to need. Item card, tool card, supporter card, stadium card. The setup is here.
Absolutely, and you want to talk about setup too. Once again, Cyrano coming into play. A lot of people think, okay, well, I'm just playing Cyrano to grab our Zoroark EX here, but we can actually grab Fezandipity EX off of this and draw even more cards here too. So I'm excited to see how Lucas is going to kind of figure out the plan here. Now, I will say there is a line that we could take where we could just activate Darmanitan Reversal Energy and just have at it on the bench. But that's a little bit playing a little too crazy here, but there is that Cyrano pulling out 2 Zoroark EXs and Fezandipity EX as well, as you are able to just grab any 3 EXs as much as you'd like to.
And it perfectly synergizes with this deck. We've seen so many lists trying to go aggressive using the TM Evo to get the Zoroark EX down into play, but the Cyrano grabbing Fezandipity to supplement this turn with 3 extra cards using its Flip the Script ability is also great to see. This is a massive hand now that Michael Davidson needs to be aware of. It's going to be Iono or bust.
Lucas automatically throwing down those Zoroark EXs, but unfortunately he played those Zoruas down this turn, so we can't evolve just yet, but Michael quick to say, hey, you gotta just take that back, and we're gonna be seeing our next Itchy Pollen very soon, but there it is, the attachment of that Power Glass. Power Glass, a great tool card, where if that Pokemon is still in the active spot at the end of turn, you actually get a basic energy from the discard and put it right back onto the active. So something like Flame Body Cannon, like we were talking about, you can easily just attach return and do it once more. But back onto Michael's side, we're going to see that Arvin here. I think we're also going to be seeing a secret box of our own.
Secret box, TM Evo, the setup with just one supporter. This is also what Gardevoir is known for, third routes to supplement this bench as well. Now, with Monkey Dory in the active, it can still be an attacker, but he's going to take one turn off for TM Evolution. You get your cheeky setup, get an early prize card, sure, but with the Badoo coming back from the discard pile, thanks to the Night Stretcher, it's just going to be a slower turn from Michael to begin setting up the true form of Gardevoir EX, moving into the Curlias now.
And this is kind of what our format has become. I think our friends in the lounge were alluding to it as well. It's a very setup-heavy meta, right? We're not going turbo and just trying to take as many prize cards as fast as possible. Michael doesn't mind that he's just getting his Curlias now, but we got to talk about it. Lucas finally going to be able to see our first End Zoroark EX's ability trade here. I know a fan favorite. I know a ton of people were excited when this card was revealed. You get to discard one card from hand and draw two. Very, remembrance to Radiant Greninja. Of course, the old Zoroark back in the day as well with the same ability here. So we just get to keep drawing cards at him.
Yeah, to the point where End Zoroark for a while was just a draw support Pokemon for a lot of other decks. I'm glad to see the Ends package come into its own for this tournament. Gets rid of Black Belt's training, gets rid of Professor Tro's scenario, has more card draw, and into another Cyrano. Bombardier EX is in here as another setup Pokemon. Third End Zoroark EX and Blood Moon Ursa Luna EX are the picks. Just thinning the deck a little bit now, thanks to End's Castle being in play with Power Glass and a Darkness Energy. I think maybe, what are we missing now, Emily? We need the Darmanitan.
Yes, we need Darmanitan. And then we're honestly holding the End's Reshiram as well. That's usually the other attacker here in the deck, but it is going to be Counter Catcher and Itchy Pollen once more here. So once again, all about this setup, but we know Lucas is definitely much more comfortable than he was before, but there's the attached retreat. We're just going back into Monkey Dory here.
As another TM Evo can evolve again, Curlia now becomes Gardevoir EX. Lucas Zing had a window of opportunity there to try to get the Flame Body Cannon through, but was missing just a little bit of a piece, and now it's too little too late. There's no need for Rabska here when your Pokemon get this big.
Absolutely, too. But there is a trade here. We're going to trade once more, and this is what it is going to be through and through, folks. Trade, trade, trade. We're going to be able, and honestly, Lucas has gone from such a big deck to so small in about, what, 2 turns here too? Once more trading all the way through, and we've drawn 7 cards this turn, including that draw for turn here, and we are completely set up here. It's really all about how Lucas wants to go on ahead and start getting these combo knockouts. I mean, we don't have the End's Reshiram down, so we can't do something like a bossing a Gardevoir EX and then hitting that Virtuous Flame for 170 and onto Gardevoir EX. That's actually hitting weakness, so that would be knocked out because our bench is full.
And it is so unfortunate with Lucas having so much card draw, so much setup now with 3 End Zoroark EX, still cannot find the Darmanitan. There's 2 copies in the deck, but has to just rely on Badoo and Itchy Pollen using item lock to hopefully keep Michael Davidson under control. There is a window of opportunity now with the ability perhaps to bring up the Ends Doramaka and just knock it out and not have to worry about Darmanitan at all.
Michael Davidson going to use Monkey Dory's ability, Adrenabrain, with a Darkness Energy attached to Monkey Dory. You can move 3 damage counters onto your opponent's Pokemon, and when after you've been Itchy Pollen 3 times in a row, why not just send all of that energy back? Now, it's something important to note here, too, is that we actually prized Drifloon, or actually, we just took it off the prizes here, too. So if we want to get aggressive, we can absolutely start to get aggressive here and start hitting that big, big number, but I don't see a Bravery Charm inside of the hand just yet.
That should be pretty easy to find, especially if Lucas continues to take his time. Can't go aggressive just yet because End Zoroark EX uses its Night Joker to copy the attacks of other End's Pokemon. there needs to be some additional setup done before there's any true threat on the board. Drifloon hitting the bench, and then a retreat of Monkey Dory. Drifloon now in the active, thanks to knocking out Badoo twice. He's back on even prizes, and now with Psychic Embrace, and Zoroark EX is going to go down and offer up 2 more.
Not just yet, though, Adam. Unfortunately, without that Bravery Charm, we can't hit all the way. And plus, also, we don't have that much Psychic energy in the discard just yet either. So we're just going to kind of lightly tap into Zoroark. Now, Lucas going to use Flip the Script just because Badoo was actually knocked out last turn. But once again, look at this massive hand that Lucas has. I can probably anticipate something like an Iono this turn. But still, I mean, with no Darmanitan, this could be a very interesting kind of plot we're going for.
Yeah, the ability to be aggressive is very stunted. With a little bit more with a little bit of damage on the Zoroark EX, Lucas can reach for Reshiram, of course. You can just use its standard attack for 170 or its revenge attack to hit back for double the damage that Zoroark EX has taken. But you can see he's kind of struggling. Do I want to bench the second Darumaka? Is the Flame Body Cannon even worth it at this point? And if Lucas hesitates for one more turn with the threat of this Drifloon, a single prizer in the active spot, the prize trade will be irreparably lost for him, I will say.
It was a very interesting choice that you just watched Lucas do, considering putting down the Monkey Dory to try and send some of the energy back, but instead just saying, hey, you know what? I'm just going to get my attackers all loaded up and ready to go here with Ends Castle. We can retreat, and we can go on ahead and start using some cards as well and start attacking this turn potentially, because we definitely don't want to keep that End Zoroark EX just stuck up there. But once again, this thing with End's deck is that sometimes when these attackers go down, End Zoroark is just sitting there waiting for his friends.
And with Reshiram in the mix, there will finally be some aggression. It's going to be Countercatcher to bring Monkey Dory back up into Iono. This is after the Pal Pad to put Boss's Orders, and I believe Cypher Maniacs back in the deck. So this is going to give Lucas a lot of tempo, right? A lot of agency to close out this game. As long as he can make something happen this turn, Darmanitan finally added to the hand, and TM Devo we're also getting a little preview of. One more trade to send that to the discard pile, and another one as well. 4 more cards drawn, Boss's Orders back in the hand, and evolves finally into Darmanitan. The Zoroark EX in the active spot doesn't have any energy attached, but fortunately Ends Castle has stayed in play this whole time. It has free retreat, and the fully powered up Power Glass Ends Zoroark EX is here and finally ready to do some damage.
Yeah, we were talking about it, right? If we go on ahead and Flame Body Cannon, we can start spreading this damage around here. Just thinking about where we want to put this extra damage, because the thing is, if we send this Drifloon into the discard pile, the energy goes with it, right? And thus Gardevoir EX is going to get more powerful here. So instead, we're going to take this third Ralts, so it is just going to be that Flame Body Cannon from copying Darmanitan here, and it is going to be that Power Glass that recycles the energy back.
And so with 1 energy remaining on the Zoroark EX, the threat of doing this again is now massive against Michael Davidson's board. This is the classic style of counterplay versus Gardevoir. We don't see it too often, but if you can keep your wits about you and take advantage of this fact, sometimes your opponent's energy can get stranded. Try to play around that a little bit, but Michael Davidson responds with Earthen Vessel. Those psychic energies are still hitting the discard pile very tenaciously.
Also does have a Professor's Research in hand as well, so we could potentially see just a whole hand flush at this point. We could start to see our Drifloon getting more powered up. Granted, if we find our Bravery Charm, I know Michael Davidson does play 2 of them here, so we just have to figure out how we want to exactly do this. Now, I know Michael also does have an Arven in hand, so it's, do we want to just completely flush the hand completely down, or do we want to just go on ahead and pick our things very carefully? Because we could get Seeker Box Bravery Charm off of Arven, and it would be a much safer route than just going for a research.
Very tough call. I think right now Michael Davidson is evaluating how many cards are in the hand, how many cards are left in the deck, what are the odds of just drawing into it. If you can weave in a Professor's Research rather than using a direct searcher supporter, you're just going to get that many more cards out of the deck, and it'll give you stronger payoffs down the road.
Thing is, if we use Arven, there's only 3 cards in deck, plus we add the 2 energies we get off of the Earthen Vessel. Secret Box requires 3 energies to discard, so we're already working with not that big of a hand here. So it's a tough choice for Michael as he's really kind of going back and forth and thinking about how he wants to do it, but it is going to be the Arven here. I'm assuming with the energies left down, it is going to be that Secret Box play that we were talking about, because we definitely need the tool, right? We need Drifloon to get a little bit bigger, a little bit braver to start hitting these big boy numbers.
And if you can get your single prize Pokemon trading up into these 2 prize Pokemon, it makes it so difficult for your opponent to actually come back into the game. There's also the threat of Screamtail lurking. Pheasantipede EX, very easy target as well. Or even just taking out the Darmanitan and saying, okay, you have no Flame Body Cannon. What else can you do? 170 with the Reshiram.
Could do that as well. Could also go on ahead and hit the damage and Zoroark EX sitting on the bench as well. It has been softened up just a little bit here too, but it is going to be the Ultra Ball here. It's probably going to be the Screamtail. It could be also the Pheasantipede as well if we want to keep drawing cards. And that's the thing with Gardevoir. We still have routes, Adam.
The more we talk about it, the more lines of play, the more routes reveal
the
themselves.
routes and the routes.
And Mew EX is the pickup from Ultra Ball.
It's going to be a little bit interesting, right? So we definitely can go on ahead and copy. We can copy Night Joker, but we don't have any. we don't have any Ends Pokemon in play, so it wouldn't exactly work too well. So see what Michael is cooking up here. I'm excited to see it. I mean, we still have 2 Gardevoir EXs, but I'm very, very, very afraid of the potential boss and then using Virtuous Flame to knock out. But there's that Bravery Charm, so we are going to be able to find some extra health onto our Drifloon here. Going to be using Gardevoir EX's ability, Psychic Embrace, to add more and more, and that damage is already coming.
The Bravery Charm is exactly what Michael Davidson needs to get this knockout. Gets rid of the threat of Power Glass too. Zoroark EX goes down. Michael Davidson moving on to just 2 prize cards remaining here in game number 1. Both players have been playing pretty rapidly, I will say, up to this point. Still 30 minutes left on the clock. So I can see this best of 3 coming to a direct conclusion. And who knows what the next game will look like if Lucas can get off to a better start. Remember, this all started because of that attach pass.
This is interesting here too, but it is going to be the damaged Zoroark EX. Once again, with End's Castle in play, that it does technically act as a Pokemon that can free retreat here, but look at all of the options that we have. I see a Professor Turos in hand, and maybe we do want to just go on ahead and take the damage away from the End Zoroark EX, but I know we're doing a lot of discard pile checking back and forth between both players. I do have to say the pace of play has been phenomenal as well. Both players have been acting really, really quickly between both of them and just going as quickly as possible, but playing very carefully as well.
Now, Michael Davidson grabbed the Mew EX, probably anticipating, you know, an Iono down to 2 or what have you, just trying to see a couple cards to close out this game. Needs to have something in hand that can fish out the Drifloon back from the discard pile, get that Night Stretcher, or a way to grab the Screamtail out of the deck. And I believe he's on 2 copies of Artisan.
Yes, 2 copies of Artisan. We did see the pull of the Defiance band, though. So if you have more prize cards than your opponent, you do get to hit for a little bit harder here, but I believe we're out of reversal energies at this point, so we wouldn't be able to swing with End's Darmanitan here, so it would be very interesting to see what exact line we want to go for. Then again, Adam, we have tons of trades, we have tons of draws that we can still go through here. Lucas really does kind of just have to figure it out.
Yeah, he's deep in the tank. He's calculating a line. I want to see what he's settled on. There's probably some idea of trying to knock out both of these Gardevoir EXs just to take those prizes, take out the Gardevoir and the Mew, but you can't leave Drifloon here. It's got the energies on it. It's got damage on it. It's going to knock out the Pheasantipede, the other Zoroark EX. So Lucas, first and foremost, needs to get rid of Drifloon and go on to odd prizes.
There was a thought that I briefly had that potentially we could get back the Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain some of the damage off of the damaged Zoroark EX onto Drifloon there, and that would be a knockout. But the thing is, we can't take 4 prizes. We could take potentially 3 this turn if we were to find something like another counter catcher onto a Gardevoir EX and then using another and Zoroark EX to swing. But we can't win this turn, and the problem is Michael Davidson's at 2 prize cards.
Exactly. It would just be powering up a Gardevoir, using a Monkey Dory to move some damage over to Pheasantipity or something. But I think that Lucas, after evaluating the lines, he's shaking his head. I'm not sure if the win is there, but he's going to try. He's playing his heart out. Another trade. 2 cards left in the deck. Has everything under the sun. Monkey Dory and the Darkness Energy. Looks like he's tripped over your line.
Just a little bit, though. How do you pull it off, though? There's the Ends PP up. We can use that item to get a Dark Energy out of the discard and attach it onto one of our Ends Pokemon. So we definitely have an attacker lined up here, but this Iono is going to be massive. Great play by Lucas.
And Michael has the Mew EX like we talked about earlier, trying to anticipate this late game disruption. Can draw 1 more card additionally with restart, you know, potentially. If hopefully he's not 3 bricks, especially after the top deck.
I don't know, Adam, I think I saw Professor's research coming into the Iono hand, because that's usually how that goes.
Iono's not real. I forgot about that part too.
You're forgetting about that. And now it is going to be that Adrenabrain that we were talking about here, but Lucas has a tough decision to make. I think a lot of players would say, you know what, let me just get the Drifloon out of play. But once again, that means all of that psychic energy that we've spent the entire game, you know, kind of having on board goes back into the discard pile, but it is going to be the Adrenabrain on to the Drifloon to get that knockout. Lucas here at 3 prizes, and then we'll be using and copying Night Joker, Virtuous Flame from Ends Reshiram, going down to 1 prize card.
And if Michael Davidson, Professor's research, how many counter catchers? 2 counter catchers. I don't think he's used any yet.
A little dangerous here.
Okay, Earthen Vessel for a little bit more thinning, looking through the deck.
Definitely
what is
has
in
one.
there?
I definitely saw a counter catcher in there. So it's all about thinning as much as possible here. And if he is able to find the counter catcher, we could see game.
It's counter catcher, and also still needs to get Monkey Dory in the mix here to move some damage over to help that Miracle Force reach that 210 number to get the knockout on Pheasantipity EX.
Could also just go on ahead and hit it onto the damaged Zoroark as well. So we'll see how this one's going to go. But Screamtail is available, so I think if we hit another Bravery Charm as well, could be hitting those high numbers here. Professor's research and finds the secret box as well. You can tell Michael moving extremely quickly.
Box,
he has game in
Charm.
hand. Yep.
Going to discard 3, searches through the deck to get Bravery Charm. This is going to give Screamtail even more HP, similar to the Drifloon line, folks. But Screamtail's attack can hit the bench, and Lucas sees it. Very, very hard fought, but just wasn't enough.
So close here, and I mean, there were tons of routes, right? Adam, you and I were thinking about the counter catcher, but Secret Box wasn't even played until the final turn of the game here. So Michael expertly moving through the deck, but you got to talk about Lucas, how he barely had a setup in the beginning of the game, and to bring it all the way down. But once again, if you can't take all 4 prizes, you're leaving yourself in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah, even under item lock, got plenty of setup and just relaxed. Sometimes there is those opportunities where the item lock is forcing you to play from behind while your opponent is setting up, but Lucas was just desperately using the Itchy Pollen to keep Michael Davidson from getting too far ahead, and Monkey Dory in the active spot was more than happy to take these early knockouts, move back onto even prizes.
Absolutely. Great play from Michael Davidson. Once again, this player has had a very strong season from last Worlds coming in. 11 day 2s, Adam. I mean, what a great hand to start off here for Michael, but that is going to be a mulligan for Lucas, and you definitely don't want to be giving Gardevoir more cards here. But what a way to start off Portland here with 2 decks that honestly get more spicy as we go.
Yeah, this game was a perfect showcase of how Gardevoir still has so much play, even against its potentially bad matchups, because it's still the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes you can stumble coming out of that starting gate, and if you let Gardevoir exist in this environment where there's not enough pressure on them in the early game, once you get towards the final pieces of the game, that late game state, they just have their way with you. And this was, of course, we got to point this out too, no Rapska to be seen. Didn't need the bench protection.
didn't need it at all. But if it's one thing that we're seeing this game that we didn't see last game, it's going to be a buddy Poffin on turn 1, right, Adam? I mean, for a Zoroark player, this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see some of our Zorua sitting on the bench, but the problem is we don't really have much of a attacker line to go with. We don't have that Darumaka down. So now it's going to be very quickly on over to Michael's side here. We have a Ralts and we have the Relor here as well, so I wonder if we're going to be seeing Rabsca this game, but we already have TM Evolution in hand too.
Amazing. And Lucas Zing, like, didn't even see the Relor and the Rabsca and is taking it slower with the triple Zorua setup, going for the threat of the triple Zoroark EX for then triple trade. And after not getting the Darumaka established, no threat of Darmanitan, is now seeing this come to pass with Rabsca, with the Spherical Shield protecting the bench now, has to just attack whatever's in front of it. And if you are opting into no more bench sniping, takes away a big boon of this deck and one of the main reasons even played in the current format.
Well, we're heading on over to Lucas's side very quickly, and as you can see, playing down that Sirena, we talked about it a little bit earlier, a great card for setup for this deck as well, and we were saying it in the beginning of the match, Lucas was one of the first Zoroark players to play this in a very high capacity, playing 4 in the deck. Not only can you grab your Ends Zoroark EXs, but you can also grab your Blood Moon Ursalunas, your Pheasantipity EXs as well, and it just works really, really well here. And now here we go. We're going to see a couple of more trades before we get decided on if we want to use that, we want to use that Iono in hand next turn, but we still don't have an attacker, so it might just be Itchy Ballin.
This is so unfortunate. You want to take the lead with an early Flame Body Cannon. Lucas Zing already opted out of the early aggression, so fortunately there's not just a Darumaka sitting there that's no longer useful. Lucas does have the opportunity to maybe bully this Ralts, hit this Kirlia, maybe even chase down the Rabsca itself.
Could be, and honestly, I'm interested to see how that Rabsca is going to play into everything, right? I think a lot of the times we've seen Rabsca to stop things like Dragapult, but I don't think Michael Davidson thought to himself coming to this tournament, hey, you know, what if I hit that one End Zoroark player? And honestly, you're hitting the End Zoroark player here too. So I'm excited to see how this game too, especially now that we actually have set up on both sides, see how this one's going to go.
And this is something you have to account for. You're playing your deck, you say, I've got a good matchup, I'm going to go for this line. You have to be able to adapt to maybe your opponent does have the out, maybe they do have some tech, maybe you don't get your Darmanitan set up as quickly as you would like, you know, harkening back to game number 1. And yep, Darumaka does hit the bench. Lucas is still sticking to his guns, and that's going to be 2 Darkness Energies on Zoroark EX and just a free retreat from Badu. Artisan is in play, and now we can Night Joker for Flare.
I guess so. You know what? That works. I mean, that's definitely one way you go about it, right? I mean, it's not Flame Body Cannon, but it definitely works, right? So it is going to be Lucas coming up in the prize trade on game number 2 here as Michael now. I mean, he's got a pretty good board, Adam. I mean, talk about that he already has Pheasantipity in hand. We can just naturally evolve thanks to that Ultra Ball straight into the Gardevoir EX, and I think we're going to start swinging hot this turn.
Yeah, once you get Gardevoir EX down, it unlocks the rest of the deck, the rest of the supporting cast, the Screamtail, the Drifloon, Screamtail in the prizes right now, Monkey Dory also in those prizes. I believe Michael Davidson is only on a 1/1 of those extra attackers.
Yeah, so it is, you know, the standard Gardevoir attackers, if you will, if anything is standard about Gardevoir anymore, to be fair. 1 Screamtail, 1 Drifloon, also has the Lily's Clefairy in there, and Mew EX, as we saw a little bit earlier. Michael, compared to some other Gardevoirs, is only playing 2 Monkey Dory, so we do only have access to 1 Adrenabrain per turn, but so far, pretty good. But look at that, perfect mill, has the Pheasantipity into the Professor's Research, and then we can flip the script, so we have a total of 10 cards in hand, Adam. That's crazy.
10 cards and a lot of options. There's 2 Psychic Energy already in the hand and 2 Earthen Vessels to discard them. Flip the script first, get your 3 more cards, my friend, and Bravery Charm also found. The pieces are all coming together, Emily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, has the Artisan in hand as well, so we can
Secret
go on ahead
box,
and
everything under the sun.
We got everything, right? Usually the role of the color caster is to talk about routes, right? And there's like 4 routes that we could talk about right now, and honestly, none of them would be wrong, right? I mean, we can find a way to grab Monkey Dory so we can potentially Adrenabrain some Psychic Embrace damage onto the Badoo, and we can even go up 3 prizes this turn if we so choose to. But there's so many lines that we could potentially take right now.
And after double Earthen Vessel, way more Psychic Energy being added to the hand, and they're being laid on the table as you did last time because these are going to be discarded for Secret Box.
Already has the Darkness Energy in hand as well to grab for that Monkey Dory too.
Yeah, the world is Michael Davidson's oyster, and you basically hit the nail on the head, Emily, that there are so many potential lines of play that need to be weighed against each other. Not necessarily any of them would be incorrect, but which line is the most correct? Michael Davidson, show us right now. All the Gardevoir players are relying on you to say, please, how do we play against Enzoark EX?
Honestly, I mean, there's so many things, right? We don't even have to thin for too many items here, too, because Michael has the Nest Ball and the Artisan already in hand, too. We're using the Secret Box to guarantee that Bravery, or guarantee some more fodder that we can throw away from Ultra Ball here, too. I mean, there's just so much that we can do, Adam. The world is our oyster this turn.
And for this setup, we know that Gardevoir is enabling a lot of these extra attackers. Is Michael Davidson going to be worried at all about this Gardevoir going down? Is he going to begin prepping another Ralts? Or do you want to just try to get some momentum from this position and trust that Lucas is never going to be able to take the time?
Countercatcher is a little bit scary inside of Lucas's deck as well, but I did see the grab of the Night Stretcher, so potentially we can Night Stretcher Ralts back. I do believe we are playing one singular rare candy in this list, so if we want to go turbo next turn, we can absolutely do that. But like I said, I think it's 3 prizes this turn, and I don't see any downside of doing it.
Drifloon is on the bench after the shuffle up. It's just a matter of getting this attacker established for the 3-prize turn. Bravery Charm on Drifloon. This is, everybody has been on the receiving end of this, I think. Drifloon, Bravery Charm, my little 1-prize guy deals 300,000 damage, takes 2 prizes, and then you have to respond.
Absolutely, but it is going to be that Psychic Embrace going all the way up. I believe we are hitting 300 right now. 30 times every 10 on the board, and there is, of course, that Night Stretcher to guarantee that Ralts back. Once again, we want to safeguard the board as much as possible here. Got to see if Michael Davidson is going to go for the Adrenabrain onto the Badoo, but no, it is just going to be a safe 2-prize turn, and honestly, what a great turn for Michael Davidson. I mean, you got to talk about it. The Research last card in hand of Pheasantipity, 10 cards in hand. Brutal.
And that's on top of the Pheasantipity, getting the Secret Box and grabbing everything. Now, Lucas Zing has Darumaka, has the potential to just put down the Reshiram and get some attacks, but needs to trade first, evaluate all of the options before sauntering ahead. The Rapska still chilling on the bench, so no Flame Body Cannon to maybe take down this Ralts, deal a little bit of damage to knock out the Drifloon simultaneously.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I see a Boss's Orders in hand, but first we see the Ends PP up once again to take a basic energy out of the discard pile and to put it into one of our Ends Pokemon here, but it is just going to be a scratch for knockout. So instead of putting up a 2-prizer, instead we're going to just send Zorua to do the damage for us. And now we're at 2 prizes apiece.
And for once in their lives, Gardevoir might actually need to just take a single prize turn. Doesn't get a positive prize trade in their favor. We'll see if this play sticks, but this is a great answer to take out the Drifloon without putting too much of a commitment in the active spot.
This is interesting because we do only have 1 Darumaka sitting on the bench as well, so we could potentially be seeing a little bit of bullying action onto the bench here if we want to, but look at Michael Davidson's hand. He has everything that he could want here. Ultra Ball 2 to guarantee a Curlia 2. Once again, we want to play very safely around everything, but also has the supporter of his choosing. He has Arvin, he has Professor's Research, and Iono as well if we want to go that route too.
And I'm seeing if Michael Davidson is just going to Psychic Embrace to the Monkey Dory, move that damage over, use Mind Bend, take the single prize, and call it a day. That gives the opportunity for Lucas Zing to try to hunt down the Gardevoir EX and force Michael Davidson to have that rare candy play that you had alluded to earlier, Emily.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit interesting, right? Because we're on even prizes now, but I think Michael Davidson just wants to get another End Zoroark EX out of the play, right? So then we can go on ahead, re-establish something like our Drifloon, and then go on ahead and swing for the final 2 prizes of the game here. Once again, Gardevoir is a deck that has never truly been bad, in my opinion. It's always had these funky, crazy routes. You're always drawing cards. You're seeing as much profit as possible. But here we go, thinking about what we want to do here. Pheasantipity, flip the script, draw 3 first. There's a Super Rod here and a Nest Ball, so we could reestablish, get something going. The Monkey Dory could come down here too, like you alluded to.
Yeah, not too bad at all. What I love about this matchup as well, Emily, is the decks are sort of inverse to each other. The Gardevoir really flourishes in the late game, while Zoroark wants to burn brightly early on in the game. As you are expending your Zoroark EXs as attackers, and as they get knocked out, you're also losing out on your draw engine and your ability to put together knockouts as the game goes on. First, it's going to be a Super Rod, of course, to put that Pokemon back into the deck, and this combos perfectly with the Nest Ball to get it back, or maybe even Artisan that is in play on Lucas's side for both players to use.
Going for the Ultra Ball, I think, to just establish the Kirlia as well, because the Super Rod was for Kirlia Drifloon, I believe. So we can once again go on ahead and just get our board reestablished all the way, and it will be that Kirlia to evolve onto the Ralts, onto the bench. Not going to use the Artisan because we also have one in play already, but there's the Nest Ball to grab our Drifloon. And honestly, if we're able to find something like, I don't know, Boss's Orders, if you will.
that would be devastating. After all of this draw, just with the Pheasantipity and some search.
No bosses in deck.
Oh,
but
thank goodness.
Listen, that's the turbo player in me. I mean, my pick was Joltik for the weekend.
Yeah, seeing the TM evolution, we're seeing shades of Gardevoir wanting to be more aggressive, as it used to be back in the day, as Henry Chow established in days gone by. But this is a much more measured response.
Iono is going to plead the play here, so we are going to send our hands to the bottom of the deck. We are going to draw our equal prizes here. So it is just going to be 4 cards for both players here. Just going to shuffle up just a little bit more. We'll see what 4 cards Michael's going to get here. Honestly, not bad at all. Has Ultra Ball. We could guarantee some draw as well with Mew, but honestly, I think we're okay with potentially just going for a Mind Bend this turn. Nah, with Drifloon.
Okay. Bring up the Drifloon. You still get the damage on the Monkey Dory, of course, to move that wherever you like. And it could just be chip damage. Michael Davidson did this in the first place, just dealing a little bit with a single prizer, responding, right? Using a single prizer to knock out a single prizer, just as Lucas Zing did. Which one is going to put their biggest threat in the active spot? Because Lucas right now just has Zoroark EX now against the Drifloon.
This one's going to be interesting, though, Adam, because once again, now we're seeing our prize trade from last game kind of flipping here. So if Lucas is able to take 2 prize cards this turn, if we are able to find Counter Catcher, Virtuous Flame onto Gardevoir EX here, then it's going to be Michael's job to find 3 prizes in a single turn, but that's a little bit tough when Lucas doesn't have a Badoo on board anymore. So we'll see what Pheasantipity gifts us here. I see an Ends Darmanitan. I see a Defiance Band as well, but this one's going to be a little bit tricky here. Going to be our first trade. There's the Badoo, but we definitely can't bench it. But there's that Cypher Maniac like we were talking about. We get to manipulate this trade. We can put 4 supporter for turn, 2 cards that we choose at the top of the deck.
And Counter Catcher was one of them. I didn't catch the first one, pardon me, but Counter Catcher is so important to put this together. And the other Pokemon, the other card that he needs, of course, is Ends Reshiram.
Has it in hand here too, Adam, so here comes that trade. I think it might just be the Evolve into Ends Darmanitan, the Reshiram, heading onto the board here, attach for turn, Counter Catcher onto the Gardevoir EX, and that's just going to be the play here. Lucas Zing has done an amazing job this game securing the board here. It's going to be very interesting because we know it is just going to be Night Joker copying Virtuous Flame for that knockout.
And fortunately, Michael Davidson had the foresight to get this Kirlia established, needs to find a way to grab the second Gardevoir EX to evolve up. There's a Night Stretcher in the hand, so that's ready to go, and Drifloon is going to take its revenge.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting here, too, because if I do my math correctly, if we find second Monkey Dory and we double Adrenabrain, the energy back, I think we can hit all the way up for what we need to get 2 prizes, but it's not enough for another 2 prize back. And we know that Lucas just drew boss's orders off his own prizes, so if that Gardevoir EX comes back into play, you know he's going to go for the same line of play again.
What a fantastic game. And this is with Michael Davidson making use of that Rabsca. With Flame Body Cannon taken away, Lucas has just done a fantastic job of finding a mixture of 2 prize and single prize attackers to keep this prize trade in his favor.
Something also important to note, Adam, we always got to talk about it in every set that could potentially go to game 3, that's time. We're down to 8 minutes. It's definitely not enough to potentially finish a game 3. So we have to figure out how Lucas is going to be able to kind of weave in all the pieces together, or if Michael finds a way to get 3 prize cards in one turn, but I don't see the line right now.
Still so many options in hand, so many lines to be weighed. Gardevoir EX in the discard pile. And one more to get to evolve Kirlia. Without Gardevoir EX, without its Psychic Embrace, you can't accelerate those energies from the discard pile. You can't damage your own Pokemon. The true synergy of this deck is completely absent. So I'm waiting for Michael Davidson to play this important Pokemon down onto the bench and figure out what his best attacking threat is, what his best target is.
This is so interesting, Adam, because we know that putting down the Gardevoir EX is so risky. We have an Iono in hand, but the problem is if we're not taking a direct knockout onto one of our end Zoroark here, we have the ability to draw 7 cards off of 2 trades and a flip the script. That's a great way to reestablish the board here. We're going to see the attach onto Pheasantipity here. See what Michael's trying to cook up.
Cruel Arrow? The forbidden line.
No, you can't Psychic Embrace to a Dark-type Pokemon. That would be
just attach
crazy.
to it 3 times. It's fine.
Your opponent won't notice.
Just doesn't want this to get stranded in the active, I suppose. If he's attaching the Darkness Energy here, that means that second Monkey Dory's not going to be joining the party anytime soon, and it's going to be Professor's Research as the supportive return.
This one's going to be a little bit scary, Adam, because we know what Lucas pulled off of the prize, and it's going to be that boss's orders here. But Michael finding a counter catcher of his own here. So I'm wondering if we could do something like potentially counter catcher the Ends Reshiram, take the attacker off the board that hits all the way up there. But the problem is the first attack on Ends Darmanitan, I believe it's backdraft. It calculates the amount of energy in the discard pile. It is going to be the counter catcher onto Ends Reshiram. We'll see what line he wants to take. It's not knockout here, but with no Ends Castle, this Ends Reshiram is super stuck. I believe that retreat cost is 2.
Very impressive line. Trying to just buy himself a little bit of time. Here comes trade number 1. Discards Badoo to draw 2. There is a Turo in the hand if all else fails, but wants to use boss's orders this turn.
This one's tough.
And there's Ends Castle. Bumps the Artisan for Ends Castle, so now Ends Reshiram has free retreat.
Can we?
Wait, but doesn't go for it yet. Maybe wants to use the Artisan first, maybe to thin a card. Just to take a look at the deck. Just give you an extra excuse, right, to look in the deck.
This is so tough because the damage for Powerful Rage, Ends Reshiram's first attack, isn't on a Zoroark, so we can't go on ahead and boss the Pheasantipity for a game here. We're actually kind of stuck here within this one prize. It's just a weird line, but once again, Adam, the time is ticking down. There's only 5 minutes left. We could potentially be starting off Portland on stream with a tie.
And for a matchup like this, to not have a definitive answer is very, very spooky indeed. Michael Davidson still has 3 prize cards remaining, so Blood Moon Ursa Luna is not going to be as big of a threat. It's going to be Professor Turos to get the Ends Reshiram back to the hand. Doesn't play the Ends Castle. Wants to save that just in case there's no other option to get something out of the active spot. Just an attached return to Zoroark EX, Ends Reshiram now being benched, and Power Glass on the Darmanitan. Ends Castle finally does enter play, my mistake.
This one's going to be interesting here too, and honestly, this match isn't finishing just because of Rabsca, right? That Spherical Shield ability. It's all come down to this, Michael's final potential turn here. I mean, Lucas is on 1 prize. We'll see what he is going to cook up here, but there's the counter catcher off of the top deck. I wonder what we can cook.
Yeah, I do love this as well. Using the Professor Turo to reset the Reshiram means that there's no double Monkey Dory to take it out and get those 3 prizes. Michael Davidson can get the Gardevoir evolved this turn, you know, take out a Zoroark EX, even go for a cheeky Mind Bend, but, you know, Ends Castle's in play. So it's just going to come down to Michael Davidson. I don't think being able to take 3 prizes this turn.
Yeah, without double Monkey Dory, and honestly, all of the Ends Pokemon are pretty high hit points. I really don't think it's possible to go on ahead and win this turn, and that's just a little bit rough. You can't even promote your highest hit point Pokemon, which would be this Gardevoir EX, because it has Dark type weakness anyway. So it is going to be the counter catcher onto Pheasantipity, and then Iono for play here. We'll see if we can just keep it stuck. It's coming down to, honestly, the last couple seconds, Adam. It's so tight.
Yeah, there's 6 Darkness Energy in the deck, 2 Reversal Energy.
Yep.
Available to retreat this Pheasantipity. It has 1 retreat cost, and it is not an Ends Pokemon, so no Ends Castle available to bail it out. 1 Professor Turo scenario was discarded much earlier on, folks, for an early trade, and the second one had just been used. So there is a world where Lucas Zing can't get the Pheasantipity EX from the active spot.
Yeah, and like you said, this deck is kind of thin with energy, right? And we've already seen that we have 3 technically on the board. We don't get the energy out of the deck too early. I mean, we do see the Lily's Clefairy EX that we could potentially use as an attacker, and we're really considering it here, having that Full Moon Rondo attack, kind of akin to its long-lost cousin, if you will, Rico V with its Lightning Rondo attack, where it does 20 base damage and then 20 extra damage for as many Pokemon are on the board. So we could potentially take a knockout, but it's like, it's a little tough back and forth. It's hard to say.
And if I'm not mistaken, the Lily's Clefairy EX is weak to Metal.
Correct. It is weak to Metal.
So trying to play around that weakness a little bit.
See what we can do here. It is going to be the Psychic Embrace of 2 onto the Lily's Clefairy EX. We're going to Monkey Dory the damage onto the Zoroark that is powered up here. We'll see what it's going to be, but look at this. It's not exactly knockout yet, Adam, but if Lucas doesn't win this turn, that Pheasantipity is going to go down to an Adrenabrain.
We've got 2 trades to go, and Night Stretcher's picked up. That will find an energy to retreat the Pheasantipity EX. 200 damage, 230 HP on the Lily's Clefairy EX right now.
Yeah, but look at Lucas. He's counting up the counter catchers in particular, right? But he's also counting up the energy to potentially go on ahead and hit, once again, that backdraft. The first attack on Ends Darmanitan, where it scales with the amount of energy that is in your opponent's discard pile. It's actually pretty good into something like a Raging Bolt as well, where a lot of that energy sits into the discard too. So like we said, we have that Night Stretcher to retreat, but do we have game? And that's the tough part here. I think it comes all down to this one particular trade.
There's so many options for Lucas Zing. Right now, he's just playing for a tie, needs to win this game. And, you know, don't get me wrong, folks. At the opener of game number 3, maybe there's only 1 Pokemon on one side, and it's just a TM Evo attack sort of idea. But I think that, again, the lack of Flame Body Cannon is really what's keeping Michael Davidson in this game.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? When we're talking about Darmanitan, such a flexible attacker, especially with something like a Reversal Energy, because there are tons of easy attackers or early game prizes that we can get here, but when it comes to this late game, that's where all the stress comes through. Here we go. It is going to be Lucas Zing bringing up this Ends Zoroark EX and going for the backdraft here, but it is not enough, and I think Michael Davidson, if he finds something like a Boss's Orders, because we already know that Pheasantipity is going to go down this turn, it's just a matter of can we scale all the way up to hit what we need to here. Oh, Arvin for counter catcher?
There was no boss in this version of Gardevoir?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think he's looking for 1 counter catcher.
Yes, 1 counter catcher.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, both counter catchers are down, Adam. Ooh. And we have Arvin in hand. That would have been perfect.
Oh, this makes this so muddy.
Yeah.
Now that both players are staring each other down, trying to figure out who can take the knockout, who can survive, who can tank 1 more hit, and time has been called.
This one's so tough here. We'll see what's going to happen. I mean, barely. I mean, Michael has no cards left in deck either here. So, gotta see what.
Yeah, Michael Davidson cut 2 copies of Boss's Orders to fit in Rabska, and here we are.
Imagine. It's gonna be the retreat here too, potentially into the Pheasantipity.
The biggest HP that's not weak to darkness.
I guess so.
And then just a little bit of moving damage, thanks to Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain.
I really like moving the damage not onto the damaged Pheasantipity here too. And the boss's orders just off the flip there.
Beautifully done. Lucas Zing takes the knockout, takes game 2. Time has been called in the round, but it's too little too late because time was called before that game concluded. This is just going to be a tie, folks. And I am on the edge of my seat because Zoroark was one of my picks for this tournament as something that could really give Gardevoir a run for its money, but you can see that deck is already seeming to be an uphill battle. Who knows if the Rabska is the make or break factor?
Yeah, honestly. I mean, the Rabska, like we said, was definitely just coming in for Dragapult, right? Or maybe even potentially the Gardevoir Mirror, but to find use for it here against Flame Body Cannon, I mean, what a great line of play for Michael Davidson. But this was a great match, honestly. 2 amazing players. They have so many accomplishments under both of their belts. Let's check out the replay, Adam.
I want to see some of the key moments from this match that we saw. This is game number 1, right? Darumaka, attach pass, and then in this other game as well, you know, Monkey Dory's doing so much early work, just knocking out the Badoos, and thankfully it was that item lock that slowed Michael Davidson down just a little bit. Has Mew EX now on the bench to play around the Iono, but Drifloon getting its classic up trades, taking down a 2-prize Pokemon with just a single prize Pokemon, and Lucas Zing responding in kind, using the Monkey Dory to use its Adrenabrain to knock out the Drifloon and then taking the knockout against Gardevoir. But then once things came down to the 11th hour in this second game, it was a struggle for both players to try to close it out.
Yeah, honestly, the ending of game number 1, finding the secret box was so exciting, but it is going to just be a tie. Once again, I think Zoroark really does have the kind of the tricks to do it, right? But sometimes in these tough situations, sometimes it's just not that flexible, and that's what makes it a little bit more difficult. But this was such a fun match to watch here, and honestly, Lucas coming down to the last draw of the deck potentially and finding that boss's orders for game just to even it up as a tie. I'd much rather have a tie than a loss.
And Lucas, you could definitely tell that he's practiced this matchup a
Absolutely.
ton. Was really deep in thought for most of that game. And Michael Davidson was breathing a sigh of relief, especially in game number 2, getting the Rabska set up with the TM Evolution. And taking that threat off of the table allowed him to play a cleaner, a more standard Gardevoir game into this Zoroark that normally might be able to just run away with things in the early game.
Absolutely. Well, it's everybody online's favorite time of the broadcast, and that is looking at the day 1 meta. I know tons of people just
really
shark
excited
and just waiting for this graphic to drop, and honestly, so am I. But here is the day 1 deck meta for our tournament here. And honestly, none of these decks surprise me, Adam, but maybe the percentages do.
Yeah, I thought it would be Gardevoir in slot 1 at a higher percent.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, it's been doing so well, especially at the last handful of tournaments, as you pointed out, Emily. Maybe it's just the fact that a lot of players have already committed to Dragapult. They're going to stick to what they know. They don't believe the hype. Is the matchup really in Gardevoir's favor? Who knows? But Raging Bolt coming in at a clean second. Talk to me, why is this deck seeing so much play right now?
Well, honestly, I think our last finals kind of showed us why, right? When we're able to get our Temporal Forces single prize Raging Bolt up and running, it just kind of goes for whatever it wants to on the board, and that really kind of throws a wrench in a tough setup, right? If we're not able to find those Buddy Poffins as a Dragapult player, we're not able to find our setup as a Gardevoir player, right? Raging Bolt can just, you know, reach over the table and say, okay, I want that Dracloak, I want that Kirlia, and just kind of have its way. I think Christian Labella did an amazing job at Milwaukee showing us why this deck is still really good. This is the deck that I play at locals, honestly. And sometimes, you know, you're able to find your way out of good locks. Now, of course, I mean, Unfair Stamp into a Noctowl deck is kind of excruciating to get yourself out of, but Professor Sada's Vitality always is drawing you cards. Fecundipity can draw you cards. Mew EX now in the deck draws you cards, and I just love Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and the other aggressive deck in the metagame, the other dark horse, right, the Miraidon EX, the Joltik box, has so many attackers with an aggressive slant. Just come out of the gate swinging. You've got your Iron Hands. You even got Pikachu EX, not only as an offensive card, but as a defensive card, thanks to that Resolute Heart. Just buy yourself a turn very easily. And rounding out our top 6 decks, we've got the Flareon EX box and then the Wellspring Ogerpon. I feel like these decks are kind of two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, honestly, this is very interesting to me because I think we're seeing kind of a pushback into Terra Box. I think coming into post-rotation, everyone was like, Terra Box is the best deck. It's going to run all of these regionals, and then it kind of felt like it hit a little bit of a slippery slope. And then we saw this weird kind of transition into Eevee Box where, hey, I have all of these flexible attackers. I mean, Sylveon EX with Angelite is, you know, pretty good here. But I think a lot of people are going back into something like a Terra Box because Terra Box has a better Gardevoir matchup than Eevee Box does.
I see. And of course, you know, Torrential Pump is big stocks right now for so many decks, and not every Gardevoir in the room is going to have the Spherical Shield technology, and if you can get that early setup with, you know, just attach Crispin, Sparkling Crystal, we'll see how it goes, because Sparkling Crystal was also a you know, pardon the pun, the cornerstone, right, of these Ogerpon decks. And that sort of went by the wayside as well. There wasn't as much incentive to be aggressive. Even Dragapult was dropping the Sparkling Crystal in order to run Unfair Stamp. People living in fear of jamming Tower, turning off that tech. But who knows if there is room in the metagame for these decks, maybe to run Sparkling Crystal, maybe to rely on Unfair Stamp, and just have a good suite of attackers to answer this metagame.
Yeah, we definitely had the answers with that, right? And when you get Unfair Stamp, you're playing a Noctowl and you don't have a Hoot Hoot down, or you don't have a Hoot Hoot down, you don't draw into a Noctowl, there's not many places for you to go. But honestly, this day one meta doesn't really surprise me at all. I think it's a lot of trying to adapt to the top decks. That's why Joltik and the Miraidon Pikachu EX box, Joltik box is my caster pick, because I think at this point everyone's just like, hey, we're going slow, let's just go a little bit faster.
And if you can catch your opponent off guard, then that's all it takes. If you have built your deck to be slow, and even if you haven't, sometimes you get a slow hand. And Joltik getting one charge set up, one Iron Hand set up, and that's all it takes for the Ampy very much to run away with the game. So I'm not disappointed in seeing any of these decks in the top 6 percentages. And as we move throughout this tournament this weekend, folks, look forward to a lot more Gardevoir play, a lot more Dragapult, and, you know, some Raging Bolt, a deck that players are very divided on whether or not it is good or how good, but I think that a high-level Raging Bolt player in action is, you know, poetry in motion.
Yeah, and honestly, the last time we checked, it was Christian Labella, I believe, was 2-0. So
very true.
Maybe we'll see a run back of it. But honestly, if you want to make it up to one of these regionals, you got to find a place to start, right, Adam? And honestly, the best place to start is your local league. You can use your phone and scan this QR code to find your events closest to you. I know for me, I'm a locals person. I go to locals all the time. I was just at 2 Destined Rivals pre-releases in a row last weekend. I head to my local league literally every week. I just love playing this game so much, meeting people from all around the world here at regionals. But if you are too scared to enter a tournament with over 2,000 players, totally get it, right? You can scan this QR code, find a smaller event. Everyone at Locals is super nice, always willing to teach you to play as well.
We wouldn't be where we are today. The Pokémon Championships wouldn't be where they are today without these local leagues and without your support down in your hometown.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're local to Portland, we have a couple of local leagues that we are giving a big shout outs to as well that you can go and play at. So big shout outs to Super Sports Cards, Gambit Games and Anime Shop, T2 Trading Cards and Collectibles, and Mox Boarding House as well. Look at, I mean, you got a lot of choices here.
Yeah, Mox Boarding House, really, really great. I've been there before, actually. You can sit down at the table to play some Pokemon TCG or some other board games of your choosing. It's a really great spot, great venue, and regardless, everybody loves Pokemon, and as you said, Emily, they want to play, they want to be very welcoming and teach everybody who wants to learn.
Yeah, I know for me, I started at my local, and you know, here I am at the desk. So honestly, the best way to learn Pokemon is to just go out to these leagues. Plus, also you get prize packs as well that have pretty playable cards and stamped cards in there as well. So definitely want to check out your local league. And if you're close to, if you live near Portland, you live in Portland, you didn't know this tournament was going on, well, you got plenty of local leagues to check out as well.
And it's not just on the weekends of regionals. Local leagues are happening all the time. It's great fun. And alongside the prizes and the packs you get, you're building that camaraderie. You're building up your skill. Because it's not just, you know, we get some heavy hitters sometimes coming to these local leagues. You can get some really great training sessions and some mentorship from some other players. And just figure out, you know, the last 58th, 59th, 60th card for your deck. Polish that up before you come to the regional and take the plunge. This is the lifeblood of our scene for sure.
Absolutely. You never know. Your best friends could be waiting at these leagues. Your new testing group could be waiting at these leagues as well. So honestly, Adam, it was so fun. You can keep up with all of the action that's going on, not just, of course, with us over here on TCG, but I heard VGC's got some pretty cool guest casters this weekend if you want to keep up with them. And of course, shout outs to Pokemon GO, because it's always super fun to watch. Their crowds are always so big as well. So you can check that out at Pokemon.com/broadcast as well.
Pokemon broadcasts. Make sure you're following. That way you can jump in and out of any stream, any game you like, especially if someone's going to have some downtime like we are as we prepare for Swiss Round 4. So enjoy some Pokemon action on those other streams and then come right back here soon for your next round of Pokemon TCG action.
Chip Ritchie standing by here in the lounge, and we're going to take a quick look at what's been happening in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket recently. Now, there is a brand new expansion that just came out not too long ago. Celestial Guardians introduces tons of Pokemon and characters from the Alola region, the Sun and Moon era of the Pokemon trading card game. So there's going to be some familiar cards in here if you're a Pokemon TCG player, some familiar names at least. I want to take a look at a couple of the decks that have remained popular currently in the brand new format. There was a massive online tournament, grassroots tournament that took place recently, and it was like 2,800 players, and Narumi was the name of the player who ended up winning that whole event with this build right here, Magnezone Oricorio. Now, Oricorio is kind of the big new card from Celestial Guardians. It has the Safeguard ability. Now, this ability type is very prevalent in the Pokemon TCG, so something that should look very familiar to all of our players out there. You can prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX. And then Zap. 50 damage for 2. It's not too bad. A pretty efficient attacking option there. And then the follow-up option, the extra attacker here really is the Magnezone with its Thunder Blast, 110 damage. And then you discard a Lightning Energy from it. Of course, powered up by the excellent Magneton with its Volt Charge ability, letting you get that extra energy attached every single turn. This really is one of the strongest abilities in the game. Energy Acceleration in TCG Pocket is just extremely powerful, which we'll also talk about when we take a look at the other deck that I want to look at from this large grassroots tournament that took place. Outside of that, you've got kind of the standard consistency setup here, a couple of Pokeball, there's a Pokemon Communication, just another helpful way to get more of your evolution Pokemon out into play. Professor's Research in order to draw a couple of cards. Of course, this is a big one. And then some of the new cards added from Celestial Guardian into this deck. We've got the Guzma here. Discard all Pokemon tool cards attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon. This can be a great way to get rid of those, pesky giant capes that are really popular, to bring Pokemon's HP back down to a range of where they should be. Can also get rid of Rocky Helmet, so you're not hitting into that and damaging yourself. And then you've also got Lily in here to heal 60 damage from one of your Stage 2 Pokemon. And this can add some really nice longevity and survivability to the Magnezone, which is already very popular. Or powerful, I should say. And another way you can get that healing going is with this one of Shaman in the list. So yeah, shout outs to Narumi. Congratulations on winning such a massive online tournament held by the community. And this is one I definitely think you should try out for yourself on TCG Pocket if you're playing in the ranked ladder. One other deck I did want to talk about here quickly is Darkrai Giratina. This is the best consensus, most popular deck in the game currently. That was true in the last format, and in Celestial Guardians, it got just a few extra tools to use. This list was built by James Cox, who's an extremely accomplished Pokemon TCG player, regional champion. He's got a top 4 finish at the World Championships, and he's been spending a lot of time recently playing TCG Pocket, so I wanted to highlight this list and this build as well. Again, pretty similar and straightforward to what this deck has been aiming to do. You've got the Darkrai to attach your Darkness Energy, get a little bit of damage placed on your opponent's active Pokemon, and you have the really strong energy efficient attack of the Dark Prism. And then you have Giratina here, of course, to accelerate extra energy from your Energy Zone into play every single turn. Now, of course, you do not play any Psychic Energy in this deck. You only play the Darkness Energy for the Darkrai EX. And then you can still pull Psychic Energy from the Energy Zone. Just a neat little gameplay mechanic quirk of TCG Pocket. And then this one does have a new card here added in the trainers, that Guzma, like we mentioned. This is extremely strong because your Giratina can hit really hard for 130 damage. You can add extra damage with that Darkrai as well from the Nightmare Aura ability. And then you can discard those giant capes. So specifically against Giratina mirror matches, which are very prevalent in the game, you can get rid of those giant capes. You can take knockouts whenever you maybe otherwise shouldn't have been able to, or maybe when your opponent wouldn't have expected it. So that's a really big buff from the newest expansion. That's what's happening currently in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket. Be sure to try out either of these two decks, check it out for yourself, and we'll see you out there on the ranked ladder.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic here reporting from the floor. We're pretty early into the tournament at this point, only have 3 rounds down, so there's still a long ways to go, but we wanted to provide an update on how things are going out here. We have a lot of our top players doing pretty well so far. Last year's champion, John Eng, at 3-0. 2 recent regional champions, Christian Labella and Henry Chow, also 3-0. A lot of top players doing well so far in this tournament, and there is quite an international flair of this event. You know, this is one of the last big events of the season, heading into the last international championships as well. So we're seeing players from all over the place. We have Miloslav, who won LAIC at 3-0. We have Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi coming all the way from Japan to participate in this event. We have Joe Bernard from the UK, one of our fellow casters as well. So we have people from all over the place, and lots of exciting players and lots of fun decks as well. Like, one fun story to follow is Ross Coffin, one of the game's legendary players. He's qualified for every World Championships in the TCG, and he's trying to continue that streak here and Portland, trying to earn some more points and stay at the top of the leaderboards. Currently 2-1, and another player who's at 2-1 is Ross's finals opponent from the 2011 World Championships, David Cohen, making a comeback to the TCG. So we'll see if those players maybe have a rematch at some point. I do want to bring in our casters, Adam and Emily. We have a lot of fun stuff going on, and there are some fun decks so far at 3-0. I saw Toad's Cruel EX.
What?
I saw a Pidgeot control deck. Is there anything you have your eye on as we're going through this tournament?
The only oddball deck that I recently heard about that I wanted to maybe see is the Blissey EX. I know that it has a naturally good matchup versus Dragapult, and there's been some longtime Blissey players kind of cooking up some additional support Pokemon to help that package.
Yeah, I know, Emily, you're not looking forward to seeing Blissey, is that correct?
What gave you that idea, Kyle? Not exactly my favorite archetype of deck to play. I'm more of an aggressive player, so I know any aggressive player here is like, oh no, Blissey, but Toadscruel 3-0? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, Toad's Cruel EX with a bunch of Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Just get a bunch of grass energy in play, start attacking. It's got that ability as well that prevents effects of attacks. So, it prevents stuff like the Dragapult EX from placing damage counters on your bench. We'll see. It's still early, of course.
Yeah,
but
I like it a lot. I really do.
Yeah. Now we have a lot of top players in the field. We have a lot of former regional champions just this season doing well. At this point, you see people like Henry Chow, Christian Labella, who just won a regional championships. But is there anybody who's right now someone who you feel like maybe is a front runner or someone who just has a ton of momentum in this event?
You want me to go first? I mean, the way that Michael Davidson just played on stream, playing very confidently with Gardevoir EX, has a World's Top 8 underneath his belt from last season. So that's definitely a player that I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, and I haven't actually taken a look at the standings from round 3 into round 4, but my other caster pick, right, the Eevee, the Flareon Sylveon deck, I know that there's a lot of heavy hitters that have been really liking the deck. I know even Ian Robb recently has been, teaching even other players how to play the deck and is very confident in his ability to pilot it. So if he brought that deck, I definitely would put him on the forefront, even no matter what he decides to play. We know that Ian Robb is an excellent player, especially during the Regidrago V-Star era.
Absolutely.
Was incredibly dominant on that deck.
Yeah, there's so much fun stuff out here in the field. There are a couple of those EV decks at 3-0 as well, so I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun matches the rest of the game or the rest of the day. So,
it's been a great update. Thank you so much, Kyle, for getting these numbers for some of the other awesome players that we don't have the time to showcase on stream.
Toadscruel, huh, Adam?
I mean, let him cook.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can send that match to the next group of casters rotating in if it becomes 4-0 too.
EX, keep it going. Counter those Dragapults. Grass energy, right? Teal Mask Ogerpon. The last time we saw a grass type kind of deck like that was like what? There's Poltergeist, I think, out there. Hydrapple
Festival
EX.
Lead?
No, the EX.
Oh, I thought we were talking about good grass decks.
Oh, okay. Festival Lead. You heard it here, folks. We've been keeping the best picks under wraps. We're holding out on you.
Absolutely, Adam. Well, I do believe we have our players getting ready to go here as we're heading into round number 4. I mean, that update from Kyle goes to show, right? There's a big Europe presence actually over here as well. A couple different countries over in Europe coming to show up and show out here at Portland. And they also have a special championship next week in Italy, Bologna, too. So we're trying to get as many points as possible before NAIC.
Just like these players at the tournament. I want to take a look now at some of the notable matches. Alongside the stream match that we are going to be showcasing here, there are still so many amazing matches, so many top players that get paired against one another that we can't show. But Ryan Antonucci out there against Ray Cipoletti.
Yeah, this is interesting because both Ryan and Ray have been playing for a long time. I believe Ray is on just base Terrabox here, so I'm excited to see how that one is going to go. Ray, definitely a longtime player of this game, but you got to talk about it too. I mean, the finalist from our last regional, Makani Tran, going up against Joshua Hartman, and then the champion from Milwaukee, Christian Labella, going up against Adam Calumet. I mean, this regional has so many great players here.
And these are players that we knew were already good, but they've just managed to add on to their accolades throughout this season. There's always this sort of tug of war between the new blood that's fighting to get recognized and the veterans that are showing everybody how it's done and why they've remained on top so long.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see where it's going to go. But as we have the match highlighted, we are going to have Dean Napzam versus Matthew Nixon coming up to bat here, playing Terrabox and Raging Bolt.
Now, these matches and these decks have a great history in this format as having an anti-meta slant, right? Trying to approach the metagame and counter it. Terrabox was massive just before this format and into the post-rotation format, thanks to Tord Reklev innovating on it. And players have tried it back and forth, tried different builds, and finally it's all come full circle with Torrential Pump being the big attack to be wary of.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, of course, that you have Raging Bolt EX, a deck that has become a little bit more flexible than it has been in the past, right? Pre-rotation, we were really not playing anything like a single prizer, but thanks to Fan Rotom and a couple of Owls, that deck has become a little bit more flexible in what it plays. I'm excited to see how this matchup is going to go, though, but I feel like Terrabox could potentially have a little bit more of an edge here just because of Lily's Clefairy EX.
Both decks are looking to fill up their benches, of course, and having Lulu's Clefairy taking these knockouts is so huge. When it comes to Raging Bolt EX, I think that the list is a little bit more complex, certainly in the modern era, than it has been. It's still suffering, certainly, from that negative reputation of kind of an unga-bunga sort of deck. But now, with the baby Raging Bolt giving it some flexibility and actually taking this first game off, chilling in the prize cards, we'll see how it plays out beyond this.
Yeah, honestly, this was Ethan's caster pick right there, and it's because of that Thunderburst Storm attack that we were talking about just a little bit earlier, right? The fact that we can just point to anywhere on our opponent's bench and say, hey, that one. I don't want that Tricloak. I don't want that Hoot Hoot. I don't want that one right there. That one's going to be interesting now that it's in the prizes because we can't go for some of these small, easier single prize knockouts. And we know that Terrabox is a lot more flexible. Only one Knock Towel in the prizes and Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the prizes as well is actually not too terrible here. So we'll see how it's going to go.
Yeah, the Blood Moon Ursaluna will come out of the prizes towards the end of the game where it's actually needed. Having 2 Earthen Vessel prize does make me a little wary, but we know that these Terrabox decks run incredibly high counts of Crispin, so the lack of energy is not going to be an issue for this deck. Dean Napzam is kicking us off with Fan Rotom in the active spot. Benches Teal Mask Ogerpon EX first and goes for Teal Mask, excuse me, the Teal Dance. You attach an energy from your hand and then draw 1 card. Just getting that 1 card draw in, evaluating all of your resources before going for Fan Call. On your first turn, on your very first turn of the game, you can search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon that have to have 100 HP or less. Is there an agreed upon distribution of Hoot-Hoots and Noctowls, or is it kind of just based on the matchup and vibes?
Yeah, honestly, it's definitely based off of the matchup and the vibe sometimes, but definitely on this opening fan call, you definitely want to at least grab 1 Hoot-Hoot and 1 Noctowl, right? But the thing is, I do believe we saw a Noctowl already in Dean's hand, but there it is. There's that Ditto, and I believe that was Kyle's pick here, where you're able to use that transformative start ability during your first turn. If this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may search your deck and choose a basic Pokemon, except for any Ditto, and if you do, you can just discard the Pokemon. So that essentially becomes the way that we get out of some weird hand bricks, where we're able to go on ahead and find whatever we want. But usually, Adam, we're looking for a Hoot-Hoot, a Noctowl, maybe another Hoot-Hoot, or definitely this Ditto.
And in the Ditto, if this is able to come into the active spot, what are you looking to transform into? Maybe another Ogerpon? I don't know. Again, it's all based on context and evaluating what the rest of your hand is looking like. So this is one of the sort of awkward things about the Terra box. It's a very strong deck on paper. It's a very strong deck in theory, but it is very difficult to play optimally.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ditto in something like a Raging Bolt is also sometimes a little bit more clear too, because if you don't have that Ogerpon in play just yet, you can just go on ahead and grab it. But we're talking about lines here. Now the thing is, Matthew's opening is just a Mew EX, right? So we're not giving away that information that we're playing Raging Bolt yet. So my first thought was, hey, well maybe I can just go go on ahead and grab something like Lily's Clefairy. Now Dean absolutely moving Terapagos EX up into the active, or up into the hand pretty much already, but it's actually going to be this Pikachu here.
Ooh, okay. Ditto transforms into Pikachu EX, has Resolute Heart as its ability. If it's going to get knocked out, it will tank that hit and stay on with just 10 HP remaining. I love that this is a great kind of neutral play.
Sure.
If you don't know what your opponent is up to, you can just put this Pikachu EX in the active spot and be very confident that your opponent's not going to be able to take some early prizes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adam, some aspect that you really love is that Sparkling Crystal. So inside of Terra Box, we are going to be seeing that Sparkling Crystal come into play, because I do not believe, oh yes we do. We do play one of each energy required, but sometimes that Sparkling Crystal can cover a lot. But what a great first setup for Dean. Has two Hoot Hoots ready to go, and it's on over to Matthew's side. Once again, playing this Raging Bolt EX with Nest Ball and Mew EX into the start. We could probably assume we're going to see something along the lines of the same turn one, right? We're going to go and find that Fan Rotom so we can go and find things like our Hoot Hoots. We're going to go and use Ditto and get into that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
And with both decks getting a big setup, getting basically all of their pieces in place right from the start, it's going to get really complex from there. Raging Bolt has much easier time getting the knockouts that it wants, but you still have to make sure you're picking the right targets.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Dean is always going to have access to put the Pikachu EX in the active and try to throw Raging Bolt off of taking prizes turn after turn, which is, even though the game and the deck has changed, the Raging Bolt strategy still sort of remains the same. Ideally, with everything equal, you want to just go for a nice 2-2-2 prize trade. But Fan Rotom into Fan Call for Matthew, as you said. Emily going to look through the deck right now and probably grab two Hoot Hoots and a Noctowl of his own. And it might actually be a mirror. Yeah, Hoot Hoot, Noctowl, and Ditto. Mew EX does have free retreat, so Ditto will be hitting the active spot. And this is such a fantastic tech for the list, because your Fan Call lets you then search for a non-colorless basic, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a reason why Kyle picks this card, right? It's flexible, and it can help you get out of a couple of weird bricks here, but it is going to be the transformative start to find that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, because once again, Jewel Seeker on Noctowl does not activate unless you have a Terra Pokemon in play. I cannot tell you how many times I did that when Noctowl came out, where I was like, all right, Jewel Seeker, and my opponent would say, hey, there's no Ogerpon in play. I'd be like, oh no.
Oh, but I've done it before too.
We all do it.
And there is Teal Dance. Attach a Grass Energy from the hand to Ogerpon and draw one card. This is Hoot Hoot, of course, entering the bench. And is there anything else that Matthew can do? This is the 80 HP Hoot Hoot as well. Very important to give it just a little bit of extra HP to not worry about Halucha, Phantom Dive, knocking out the 70 HP. At the exchange, I believe having to retreat. But Jamming Tower entering play as well. This is one of the big downsides to running that Sparkling Crystal. And not too many decks are running it right now, but it's so devastating once it hits. It's going to be Prime Catcher now. And with a Stadium in play and an energy attachment, Fan Rotom's Assault Landing takes the first prize of the game.
This always gets me a little bit nervous, Adam, because of course, yes, we want to be we want to start taking prizes. That's definitely what we want to start doing. But the problem is, when we don't take two, our opponent can find a very tricky, potentially a counter catcher play. It can really start sending off just a lot of bells and whistles here. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen. I believe there was a Crispin draw, excuse me, right off the top deck here.
Yeah, Crispin, very powerful supporter. You get to search your deck for 2 energy. One of them goes to your hand, and the other one is attached directly to a Pokemon. So it's going to be Pheasantipity being benched with Flip the Script activated. Dean's going to draw 3 cards, still looking for that potential of a counter catcher, some way to crack back and try to take 2 prizes here.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have Noctowl in hand. Does, I believe, also have Boss, but we don't have too much energy on the board here. So we can't Boss and Crispin within the turn to find that Teal Mask Ogerpon here. So it is going to be the Jewel Seeker. We'll see exactly what's going to come out of this option right now. Here's the thing, Adam. My whole thing with Terra Box is that there's too many options, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You Jewel Seeker, and then I feel like I'm just like, okay, now what? You know, it's like, all right, well, I got the Evolve. Now what do I do, right? So it's kind of hard to say what exactly we're going to be going for here. We could take it rather slower, right? We could just find an energy, attach it onto Fan Rotom, and then get the single prize knockout back, maybe even disrupting the hand. But we're actually going to go on ahead and find the Area 0 underdepths, and I think that's what Terra Box loves the most, right? Being able to access all of these cards, right? We're able to go on ahead and set up our bench to 8 as long as we have a Terra Pokemon in play, and we have 2, so we should be pretty okay.
Beautifully done. A nest ball to look through the deck one more time. Looks like Tarapago's EX is being eyed. I really want Dean to get another Hoot Hoot set up this turn. It is so important for the Terra box to maintain its momentum.
Sure.
You use the Noctowl to find the precise 2 cards you need to punish your opponent, and then you do it the next turn, and then you do it the next turn. Similar to how when you're up against a Pidgeot EX, they always get the perfect card they need for the situation. Hoot Hoot and Clefairy's EX being put onto the bench now.
Yeah, we'll see what exactly we want to do in terms of the line here. We know that we're going to be up against Raging Bolt at this point just because of the Lightning Energy and the Grass Energy already kind of on our opponent's bench. We don't need to see Raging Bolt to know that we're playing against Raging Bolt, right? So we already have Clefairy waiting in the wings. It's dependent on if we want to just go on ahead and kind of throw back another single prize attacker here. We'll see what the Teal Dance does for us here, as we are going to draw 1 card. The Iono is drawn, but we've already played a supporter for turn, so we might just play a little bit more aggressively here, Adam, and we might just be swinging with a Full Moon Rondo for knockout.
Yeah, I was wondering if Dean was going to keep this Clefairy kind of waiting on the bench, just attached to the Ogre Pond, but there wasn't a third Grass Energy to activate the Myriad Leaf Shower. Just going to get that threat out of the way, and it's up to Matthew to respond appropriately. There's just a Mew EX in the active spot, 1 Ogre Pond in play, and a Hoot Hoot. Still needs to find Raging Bolt and a lot more help from there.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting, though, Adam, because I always think about the prize trade at the end of the day, right? And here's the thing. Matthew has the Noctowl in hand, where Clefairy only has 190 hit points, right? Raging Bolt can easily take that down with an attach from turn and Professor Sada's Vitality, and if we don't have one, we can just grab it with something like a Noctowl, and we can also grab Earthen Vessel, but it's about this weird prize trade here. But there comes Pheasantipity to draw us a little bit more cards here, because once again, the name of the game is just drawing as much as possible.
You spoke earlier about how Lily's Clefairy is so important. After both decks are set up and both have massive benches, how this is a great way to reach some of the higher HP numbers that are required for this matchup. And using the Lily's Clefairy early like this means that Dean could struggle later on in the game to take an important KO.
Yeah, has 2 Night Stretchers as well, so could get this back too, but definitely getting a little bit nervous here. Has the Night Stretcher and has Earthen Vessel in hand. We have tons of options right here. So we very well could find our 2 prize Raging Bolt EX here, because I definitely think it's time to go on ahead and start swinging just a little bit quicker here. That's definitely what Matthew's eyeing up to do.
Nest Ball, Raging Bolt. No supporter played for the turn yet. Still wants to find Professor Sada's. Has Hoot Hoot, and I believe Noctowl still waiting in the hand.
Has Sada in hand too. So honestly, we don't even need to Jewel Seeker if we don't want to this turn, Adam. We have it all in hand already.
And that's also pretty tricky, right? Do you want to save the Noctowl? Do you want to use the Jewel Seeker now just in case it gets shuffled back into your deck with Iono or something?
It's a little tough, though. It is going to be the Earthen Vessel away, a Crispin here to start getting more energy. Obviously, you want to see some of that energy in the discard, but I can't tell if we actually have any of the energy in discard yet.
Yeah, it would just be the 1 lightning from the Fan Rotom that was knocked out. And back in the day, we all remember using Professor Sada just to attach 1 energy like this was actually not enough value. But this deck is more than happy to just attach 1 energy and just draw some cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, Teal Dance. We'll see what we can find here. Ideally, we always want a Professor Sada's Vitality to 2 Pokemon. Just feels a little bit better, right, to have that backup attacker here. And here we go. Matthew's going to be checking through his discard to only find that 1 energy there. Trying to think about how we can go on ahead and use Professor Sada's to its full kind of maximum capacity here. But because Area 0 Underdepths is in play, I mean, Matthew also can start benching more Pokemon here. But the thing is, that Lily's Clefairy, especially with a Night Stretcher Crispin combo, it's going to be hitting for mega damage.
And even with Night Stretcher, you need to perhaps use Super Rod to get the Psychic Energy back into the deck. Still a couple extra steps there, but everything is possible with Jewel Seeker.
See what the line of play is going to be, and I have a feeling it is just going to be attacking with the Raging Bolt EX that we see that is getting powered up on the bench as well. Benching a Latias EX as well here, using that Skyliner ability. All of the basic Pokemon in play, which right now is all of them. They actually all get free retreat, and when Raging Bolt EX's retreat cost is 3, definitely feels really good to be able to just kind of move it out of the active here. But it will be our Bellowing Thunder for knockout here. We actually only need 3 here because Clefairy is only sitting at 190 hit points. We're going to be hitting for 210 damage, and it's going to be Matthew Nixon taking 2 big prize cards here.
And Dean responds by promoting the Pikachu EX, draws for turn. Has Noctowl to see some cards. With Area 0 now in play, no jamming. Tower Sparkling Crystal is on the table. Can try to swing back with Topaz Bolt. It might be a little too early for that. Who knows which line Dean wants to go for. Is it better to bring the Clefairy back immediately to take the knockout on Raging Bolt? Try to go for some other line instead. If Dean cannot be aggressive this turn, you can try to hide behind Pikachu EX, but there is a lot of low HP targets for him to still hunt down.
We can absolutely go for something along the lines of a Topaz Bolt here and take this Raging Bolt out. The problem is we have 2 Hoot Hoots that are more than happy to go find Prime Catcher Sada for us, right? The whole name of the game here is how do we even it up in terms of prizes, but it's so hard when Terrabox needs its own setup, right? How do you look after your own setup and what your opponent's going for as well? But it is going to be the Grass Energy and the Water Energy as well.
Yeah, using the Lily's Clefairy to knock out the Fan Rotom was kind of a requirement. I don't know if he could have pivoted to anything else or just let it stay in the active spot and just deal 70 chip damage to something. But now we're starting to see the ripple effect of that prize trade where Dean takes 2, and then Matthew takes 2, goes down to 1 prize card remaining, and Dean has to somehow put together a 3 prize turn in the face of a couple Raging Bolts. But after looking through the decks, it's going to be a Noctowl Evolution, Jewel Seeker to find those 2 missing cards. This is where we are going to finally see what line Dean has settled on.
This one's going to be interesting because we saw the grab of the Water Energy. It could potentially be something along the lines of a Torrential Pump, if you will. But we could also be seeing Terapagos EX's second attack, Crown Opal, as well here too. And that's during your opponent's next turn. You could prevent all the damage done to this Pokemon by non-basic, non-colorless Pokemon, which it would be, it's a line. It's not my favorite. But Adam, going back to your point, we didn't have to swing with Lily's Clefairy last turn. We had a Fan Rotom waiting on the bench with Stadium in play. We could have just, you know, been throwing Fan Rotoms back and forth.
Yeah, and that's a huge liability, putting that 2 prize Pokemon in the active spot to give up those early 2 prizes. And now it's going to be up to Pikachu EX and Terapagos, hopefully, to throw Matthew Nixon off of his game. If you can prevent Raging Bolt from taking a prize for a turn, taking a knockout for just 1 turn, it might give you the tempo to fight back. It's going to be Sparkling Crystal on the Terapagos and a Water Energy attachment for turn, plus Iono.
So it looks like it's not going to be the Crown Opal. Instead, it's just going to be the Unified Beatdown probably for next turn. I always like to think about how our players can go further. But there goes the Iono as well. I believe on Matthew's side, I believe that does send a Noctowl down to the bottom of the prizes. And I think that's a lot of the times when players see Raging Bolt, they kind of sometimes they get stuck, right, without a lot of draw. But thanks to the Mew EX Fezandipity combo, this Iono might not be too bad.
You would love to go for the Opal, a little bit more of an optimal attack, especially since the Sparkling Crystal is being expended here to facilitate that. Fezandipity EX is flipped the script abilities, also used on top of this Iono for Dean to draw 3 more cards. Tons of options in the hand, couple energy switch too, so the Sparkling Crystal won't be the be-all, end-all. But with Unified Beatdown...
It will be the Crown Opal, Adam. I mean,
wait a minute.
which is going to be very interesting, right? But it is just going to be this 180 base damage, and then anything that's not a basic colorless Pokemon is just not going to be hitting this Terapagos.
I like it a lot, and this combined with the Iono, normally you're saying, okay, well, if I just go for Crown Opal, then they'll just Noctowl for boss or something to get this out of the active spot and just take prizes off something else. So this defensive attack combined with the disruption might keep this Terapagos in the game. And if it can threaten another hit, another knockout, especially with, you know, the Crown Opal once again, then Matthew's going to be in massive trouble. I remember back when, you know, Cornerstone Ogerpon was a big threat in the metagame because so many decks couldn't get around that ability. And now it's just Crown Opal, hey, you can't take a knockout. It's the same difference.
Well, unfortunately for Dean, Matthew got Iono'd into a Noctowl. So we can just go on ahead and get around everything. I know there's a Professor Sada's Vitality in hand. We could potentially see a Prime Catcher play this this turn, just going straight onto a support Pokemon. Like the Pheasantipity is a pretty good target, if I were to say so myself. We could see where exactly the line is going, but I mean, for me, I would definitely take 2 prizes this turn and then maybe even try to line up a knockout on that Fan Rotom, another single prizer for next turn. I thought we had Sada in hand, but that's okay. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we're going for.
And the ideal here is being able to use Crown Opal and Pikachu over and over again and essentially testing your opponent's ability, if you're Dean, to find all of the gusts in their deck, using all of their Noctowls just to get gusting effects to bring up other Pokemon to knock out to get around these protective abilities.
So thank you to the guys in the back for catching me. Prime Catcher was used. Remember, we used it really early to get rid of that Hoot, playing a little too aggressively here. So now, honestly, I don't see this Terapagos leaving the bench at all.
And because Matthew does need to use Professor Sada's Vitality this turn, can't boss his orders into anything else. I mean, I guess there's myriad Leaf Shower ideas, but nothing else has energy attached, and that doesn't hit hard enough.
It's not going to do much damage here. I mean, we could potentially, I mean, Adam,
take a KO on a Noctowl, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and try to fight out from there.
The thing is, though, this Baby Raging Bolt is only going to be hitting for 60. It doesn't hit for 90 with Thunderburst Storm, so we would need to find something like an Energy Switch, and I do not believe that Matthew plays Energy Switch at all.
So basically what we're saying, folks, is Matthew Nixon is between a rock and a hard place.
Correct.
You have to take your knockouts. You have to power up your Pokemon. We spoke so much about how Raging Bolt has a lot more flexibility with getting set up, getting its cards consistently, choosing attackers. But at the end of the day, it's still a deck that primarily wants to just swing at what's in front of it. So Matthew, not seeing any good attacking threats, is just going to promote Latias and try to bide his time.
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, I would have promoted something like this single prize Noctowl. I wouldn't have just given Dean the opportunity to do something like a unified beatdown with a full bench hitting for 240 damage. I mean, we have the boss in hand, too, if we want to just Crown Opal again and then be safe for next turn as well. But, I mean, sending up the Latias, I'm not too quite sure about that. I think I would have rather seen the Noctowl and then just manual retreat for next turn.
Is it worth it to ever try to bait the unified beatdown, give up 2 prizes, and just try to swing through from there once the protection of the Terapagos expires?
So interesting here, but it is going to be the boss's orders on to this Raging Bolt with the 2 energy on it as well. So Unified Beatdown can take these knockouts here, as honestly, I like what Dean is doing now. The energy switch from the Teal Mask Ogerpon on to the Pikachu, getting it ready, because the next time that we are going to be able to attack with a Raging Bolt, that Pikachu is going to be ready to go just from 1 Crispin.
And basically you're setting it up where you know you aren't going to Crown Opal this turn, and you just have both this offense and defense combination. This is sort of the unsung strength of Terra Box. Everybody's been worried about the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but this is the other piece of the puzzle. Just your clean ability to access cards through Jewel Seeker, and Terapagos has gotten better and better and better as time has gone on.
Here's the thing, though, Adam. with the draw of something like a Professor Sada's, if we're able to get a knock towel down, we can absolutely find our way to get this Terapagos out. We unify beatdown. We didn't crown Opal, right? So
Correct.
this Terapagos EX can actually take damage, but it's just the fact that the prize trade here, it's 3 prizes to 3, and if I'm looking at Dean's list, I'm not seeing a Briar at all either. So the routes are just a little bit awkward here.
So the timing of Dean putting the vulnerability now for the Terapagos EX, this is a huge gambit to say, I just took out your Raging Bolt that had 2 energies attached. You've already used a couple Professor Sada's, and maybe you don't have access to yet another Noctowl, and that's always a recipe for disaster if you think Raging Bolt doesn't have it.
What I could see Matthew doing this turn is if we are able to find a Professor Sada's Vitality here, we could stack our baby Raging Bolt, our single prize Raging Bolt, up just a little bit more, where we can at least go down to 2 prizes here and say, you know what, next turn, I'll just be a lot more comfortable, and we can use something like Thunderburst Storm onto the lone Fan Rotom on the bench here too. That would be my ideal play, just to at least get us out of this odd prize routing here. But it's going to be a little bit interesting here, as the Hoot Hoot on the extended bench is going to be evolved there into the Professor Sada's Vitality.
And so an attack will be put together by Matthew Nixon. And with Dean potentially losing out on this Terapagos, losing out on the Sparkling Crystal, already down a couple energy switch, I am wondering, Emily, if there's enough resources left to get Wellspring Ogerpon established. I think there might be a 3-prize line to just torrential pump on the Raging Bolt, the damaged one from earlier, and then just hit a Noctowl.
It's very true, Adam. Like we said with Terrabox, the thing is with this deck, there's too many lines. There's so many ways that you can go about, you know, getting your prize cards all the way down to 0 that it's so hard to say what the exact best line is at every single point. So we'll see how this one is going to go, but it is going to be the Professor Sada's Vitality and the Night Stretcher grabs off of this Jewel Seeker.
Yeah, it's a tall order on Dean Nizam's side. Besides, there's no Hoot Hoot, no Noctowl, so getting those cards naturally is going to be very difficult. Matthew also expending his last Hoot Hoot into a Noctowl, so it's going to be perhaps just pure top decks from this position. Professor Sada's Vitality is finally played. These energies will be attached to ancient Pokemon, 1 to Raging Bolt and 1 to Raging Bolt.
Yep. I mean, that's
and then draw
true.
3.
They are both named Raging Bolt at the
Raging
end of the
Bolt
day.
and Raging Bolt EX. So a lot of options as well if Dean is going to try to hide behind Terapagos or Pikachu for maybe this Baby Bolt to get so much energy attached to it that it can get getting some snipes.
It's going to be interesting, though, because I don't think we're going to go that route, because the manual attach was actually onto Raging Bolt EX instead of our single prize Raging Bolt onto the bench here. So let's see what exactly is going to happen. Get that Mew out of the discard. There it goes. Not just yet here, but it is going to be Raging Bolt EX heading into the active here. We can guess what we're going to see, Adam. We are probably going to be seeing something along the lines of a Bellowing Thunder, probably removing all of that energy onto our Ogerpon, because if we're able to find something like a Boss's Orders next turn onto a single prizer, that'll be pretty good. And we'll see the Ultra Ball here. So we're trying to set up in case of something like an inevitable Iono all the way down.
I like this too, just thinning the deck, taking one last glance at what resources you have remaining, because this first game is going to be concluded here in just a couple turns. 24 minutes still left on the clock, and this has been a long game one. You can see the amount of pressure that both decks are under, the lines of play that need to be evaluated, and what is the best option. So here finally is Bellowing Thunder being announced. 2 off of the active, and then 2 more from Ogerpon to knock out Terapagos and take 2 prizes. Matthew Nixon on 1 prize card remaining, and it's up to Dean to put together the miracle 3-prize turn before it's too late.
I would have preferred not to take all of the energy off the Raging Bolt. I think we're anticipating a Night Stretcher, Crispin, Clefairy, something like that. But instead, we're taking off all of the energy from our main attacker that could go on ahead and find, you know, potentially Boss's Orders next turn. Now, granted, that Raging Bolt onto the bench also has Thunderburst Storm onto that lone Fan Rotom thanks to one attach here. So if I'm Dean, I think I actually have to look towards that and get all of the energy off of the board minus the grass. I mean, what an interesting line of play here.
So if you can't win the game this turn, you're looking to bring up Pikachu, knock out the Baby Raging Bolt, and maybe Matthew doesn't have a boss's orders or something to get around it. It's just going to be some, first and foremost, restart for a couple cards, into Teal Dance for one more draw. See boss's orders, energy switch, Ursaluna, then flip the script for 3 more. There's Wellspring. There's a lot of promising pieces in the hand right now.
Yeah, but are they the pieces we need? There's the boss's orders onto the Latias here, and here comes Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and we're going to be sobbing here. We'll see if Matthew can get out of this. Is that Professor Turo scenario in hands? And I don't believe it is, but we know that it's in the deck.
First and foremost, Earthen Vessel to thin down. Where is the Turo?
That would just be win right then and there, Adam. If we're able to Turo the Latias EX out of the Saw block, attach for turn, and then we can Thunderburst Storm onto the Fan Rotom in on the bench here. We'll see what this Teal Dance brings here. Drawing one.
Ultra Ball.
But no open Hoot here, Adam. It might be stuck for a turn.
See, both players also without Hoots. We're down to just whatever natural card draw there is. Going to be energy retrieval to grab 2 from the discard pile. 2 energies, and there's just one Ogerpon in play for Matthew Nixon. There's not another Teal Dance for yet another draw.
Yeah, no open bench bot to find that either here. So honestly, I love the addition of Professor Turo scenario. I was saying this before to a lot of players coming here. A lot of people said, I don't really like, I don't like Turo. It's, you know, we don't need it, right? But for situations like this, I think we kind of do. It is going to be the retaliation boss's orders onto this Noctowl, which does not benefit off of Latias's ability, but the draw off at the top here is going to be that energy here. Can Dean find all of the pieces here to win this game 1?
Energy attached return to Noctowl. It's going to be a Super Rod, looks like, being played right now. Trying to get more energy back into the deck, and maybe even that Clefairy's EX. You need energy in the deck to fuel your Crispins, and Dean can always just wait for Night Stretcher to get Clefairy. And with the energy in the deck, this means that Crispin into the Torrential Pump for 3 prizes will be back on the table. Is the Crispin in hand? I don't remember. No, just Ultra Ball thinning down even further.
No Pokemon available for play here, so we just have to go on ahead and go for Mew EX. Adam, for this turn, it really has to be, we have to find a way out now, because it's going to allow for Matthew to have one more draw for turn here. We'll see what exactly is going.
You already got one more turn with the Saw block, and now restart for 3.
See what's going to happen here.
Crispin!
Can he do it, though?
Just goes for Sob. Is it not the right amount of energy now? Was my math wrong?
Pal Pad here.
Yeah, the damaged Raging Bolt's already done, right? I can't. No, it's still there. It's still there in the shadows. And Professor Turo being put back into the deck from Pal Pad. I guess this was discarded a while ago, and I didn't see.
Yeah. Still, though, such a good card right here. But the problem is we don't have a guaranteed way of drawing it. So we're going to have to just go on ahead, throw it back into the deck, and hope we see it off of a Teal Dance at this point. I don't know if we have too many Ultra Balls in deck to thin all the way down so we can use Mew EX's ability Restart here. So it's really all up to how we're going to play around this. But I know this for a fact, Adam. It's been a really long game 1.
Yeah. This is 19 minutes left on the clock. And even though Raging Bolt's known as an aggressive deck, you can see all of the maintenance and upkeep going into making sure that all of your turns play out perfectly. The bench is full, no room for another Hoot. I don't even think there was a line where Matthew could have somehow woven in one more Hoot to the bench. So it's all about the draws from this point, and Teal Mask Ogerpon has to carry the team.
Area 0, it's not just it yet. It is so close here but it's just depending on how you want to handle this, right? Is it just a pass over? And it is. I wonder if Dean's going to be able to put the pieces together, but no, it's just another Sob. Do we find the Turo?
This is so risky. Is there no other line? Do you have to rely just on Sob to keep Latias EX in the active spot? Ogerpon getting stacked with energy, and Professor Turo's scenario is finally found.
Professor Turo's scenario is going to take Latias EX out of the Sob block, allow for Raging Bolt, the single prizer, to come in and use Thunderburst Storm onto the Fan Rotom sitting on the bench for that final prize card. Matthew truly had to work for it, but he found it after what, Adam? Potentially a 40-minute game?
Wow, there was so many options, but Dean just kind of couldn't bring it all together there at the end. I think there was potential for the Wellspring Ogre play, but just couldn't get the right Pokemon in the right position, right? You need to have a low HP Pokemon in the active spot while also using the Torrential Pump. And there was the early use of the Prime Catcher that I completely forgot.
We both completely lost it,
so that
right?
Assault Landing takes out one Hoot, trying to keep Dean from finding the right cards. And then the other play, right? Promoting the Clefairy's EX, taking that one prize instead of just attaching to the Fan Rotom. Really spelled disaster. The Clefairy EX going down early meant you don't have a strong mid-game response. Dean went for this very powerful Crown Opal line, but it was a little bit wishy-washy. You gave up a lot of tempo there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you take the Sparkling Crystal out of play as well for something like a Pikachu EX to being able to just full-on take down a Raging Bolt EX here too. But the top deck of the Professor Turo scenario guaranteed that Matthew Nixon was able to find his way out of the Sob block, win that game 1. Not too much time left on the table, Adam.
Now, Dean did keep his wits about him. He leaned into that Wellspring Ogre Mask Sob block while slowly powering it up. With just 1 or 2 more turns, maybe that Torrential Pump would have come through. But if Dean is going to adapt his game plan to this matchup, based on what he's seen in that first game, I expect him to be much more aggressive. Even without the time pressure, I think this is the correct way to approach the matchup. And Matthew is also going to prioritize having many more Hoots in play, I imagine.
So here we go, Matthew Nixon going down to the table, starting with this Raging Bolt, the single prizer. It seems to be a lot of people's MVPs right now, and I think Chip alluded to it earlier. Without Bench Barrier, without Manaphy, this Raging Bolt is free to just choose what it doesn't want to do anymore. But it is actually going to be Dean's turn first coming up here. Obviously, it is going to be that Fan Rotom coming down, but nothing too tragic in the prizes, I don't think, Adam.
Yeah, just the third energy switch is what I'm looking at, actually, because he gave up 2 for the Ultra Ball. The utility of switching those energy around, turned on Crown Opal, has a lot more threat, a lot more potential in the mid game. So without these energy switches, Dean has to be very clean with these energy attachments and using the Crispin when the time is right. Lily's Clefairy also entering play early. Dean is going guns a-blazing. Back over to Matthew Nixon with just this Baby Bolt in the active spot, finds a Fan Rotom of his own. So there will be a potential response, but Dean looks to be the one that will pull ahead first.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the threat of 3 Hoots onto the bench here, I'd be a little bit afraid to even bench my Teal Mask Ogerpon EX right now here too. We think we just want to keep all of our single prizes, right? What Raging Bolt wants to do is take 2 prizes first and go all the way. Nothing too tragic in the prize cards though. That Latias EX will be missed, but it didn't play too much of a positive effect a little bit earlier. In fact, it actually got Sob blocked for quite some time. So I think we're okay putting it in hibernation in the prizes.
Exactly. You want to use Latias EX sometimes ahead of time just to take away your opponent's counterplay, but I think it's better to use it specifically as a retreat when the time comes. So after evaluating the deck, looking through with Fan Call, just going to be a couple of Hoots and a Noctowl grabbed, I'm certain. Most likely Ditto. It's harder, right, to get the Ditto into the active spot without Latias EX, so Matthew Nixon might have to give up a bit of a half step of getting, say, a Teal Mask Ogerpon in play.
Already has it in the hand though, so if we avoid something like an Iono next turn, we just know that we already have it in hand. Honestly, this hand has a lot of tools in it, right? I believe we have a Boss's Orders. I believe we have a Professor Sada's Vitality as well. We can just go on ahead and start sending that energy into the discard. Once again, we need that baby Raging Bolt to start getting some more energy so it can start doing what it does best and just plucking things off the bench.
And if you can get this set up, you know, deal some damage to the Pikachu EX
True.
to turn off its Resolute Heart ability, it does pay dividends down the road, and it forces Dean to continue to be aggressive and maybe overextend, be a little bit reckless with assigning some of these resources and maybe unknowingly painting himself into a corner. But Matthew Nixon going to continue with his foundation, getting 2 Hoot-Hoots onto the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that Teal Dance to draw one as well. And honestly, Adam, something that I like about Dean's board is that we're flexible in our attacker right now. We have the Clefairy that we can power up if we want to, but we also have the Pikachu EX if we want to start throwing that energy to the discard. But there's that Earthen Vessel coming down here. We'll be able to grab 2 more basic energy from the deck and just putting it into Matthew's hand, and it's all about loading the board.
2 energy found. 1 still can be attached for turn. And do you just attach right now to this baby Raging Bolt? Keep that going. Is there a route to a Raging Bolt EX to try to respond and force a 2/2/2 prize trade against the Lily's Clefairy and whatever else might come?
I think there's too many things that we could ask for in this. We would have to hit Sada Prime Catcher Nest Ball, kind of the old-time Raging Bolt, right? Like, where we just kind of all had it in our hand turn 1. But then we're expending a lot of our kind of key cards, right? Earlier, we were talking about, oh, Prime Catcher here would be an amazing way to have that. And Prime Catcher was used turn 1, but instead it's just going to be the Lily's Clefairy here, and just a pass on over to Dean here. We'll see what's going to happen. Here comes Crispin here.
I like the idea. Just going for bringing the Clefairy up to say, if this takes an early prize, so be it, but I want to get this threat out of play early, as I did in the first game.
True, and just the attack right off the bat here. So it is going to be that Clefairy up and able here. I'm kind of worried about this, Adam, because I see a double Noctowl evolve, just knockout right back here, and then Matthew's going to be on the 2/2/2 prize line. We'll see what exactly is going to happen here off the Steel Dance if we find it, or the Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, this did spell disaster in the first game where Dean used the Lily's Clefairy too early, but this time Matthew sort of forced the issue. Going to be flip the script to draw 3, Teal Dance to draw 1 more. Needs to find Raging Bolt, Professor Sada's, etc. to get this done. Fan Rotom is in the active spot with 1 retreat, but there is no Latias, folks.
Does also technically have the Area 0 under depths as well, but I think Matthew's going to realize that Latias is gone here too, right? Because we do actually have to attach to retreat, and unfortunately, it's not there. It's in the prizes, so we have to do just a double, triple check here, but this one's a little bit more tough. Once again, we're trickling down to 10 minutes already.
And Matthew Nixon can do everything in his power to just put a bunch of single prizes in play. Dean might not be able to close out this game too fast enough.
Oh, but we could use something like a Slitherwing, Adam. I saw the eye up potentially of using something like Nest Ball to grab Slitherwing, Prime Catcher to grab Pikachu EX, and because Pikachu EX is weak to fighting types, this Slitherwing actually takes care of it because of the burn at the end. Pikachu EX doesn't go down to the attack, it goes down to the burn, and that would mean Dean actually can't Pheasantipity EX next turn, because it goes down during Pokemon checkup.
Oh, that's classic. I like this tech. Hopefully Matthew Nixon sees it. There's still so many resources in the hand. After the Earthen Vessel gets 1 fighting energy, 1 grass energy, still has access to another Noctowl potentially with the Ultra Ball that's in the hand.
Got a lot of energy in the hand, Adam, and honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world when we want it all in the discard anyway, right?
There's 1 fighting energy there, joined by a Lightning. Can still play towards Professor Sada's Vitality if that's the issue. But I think if you're Matthew, your line that you spoke of, Emily, just taking out the Pikachu EX, preempting these threats is so important to solidify your position here for game 2.
Yeah, right. And I think, while yes, we definitely want to get ahead by 2 prizes, and that Clefairy is really scary, right? We're not really too afraid of it if it's not hitting something like a Raging Bolt, for example, right? A Raging Bolt EX with 2. Now, granted, Dean can absolutely fire back on a Full Moon Rondo on this Pheasantipity, because it would definitely be knockout next turn. But honestly, just having the Slitherwing ready to go is not the worst thing in the world here. Going to be able to use Professor Sada's Vitality, accelerate these energies out of the discard pile onto our ancient Pokemon. And here we go. We're going to be able to now also extend the bench here. But here comes another Hoot Hoot. We'd love to see that. We have to attach return onto this Slitherwing here. And then the Prime Catcher onto the Pikachu. And we have 2 prizes, Adam.
Beautifully done, and this is the great way to get around the lack of Latias EX. You bring that Pikachu up and bring the proper attacker to fulfill the prophecy. Teal Mask Ogerpon also joining on the bench. There is 1 more slot available for Matthew Nixon, and that has to be reserved for the VIP member, of course, Raging Bolt EX. But having 2 Hoot Hoots is fantastic. You can use 1 right now and still have another one for the next turn.
Good play here. Teal Dance as well. Draw just 1 more card to see what we can get. I believe it was another energy, too.
Prime Catcher was picked up. That means you can save a Noctowl, and then the Burning Turbulence will come through for this KO.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Matthew. I think this is the best possible play, right? We definitely want to be able to just go on ahead and use Prime Catcher, get this Clefairy out of the active and take away that active threat of Pikachu EX. But the thing is here, this is going to unlock Dean's time to start using all of the Noctowl that he has available to him. It's just 1, but we could potentially see more and more as they come here. Now, Adam, you were talking about this a little bit earlier, right? But, I mean, Wellspring Ogerpon EX with a Torrential Pump, that Slitherwing is now severely damaged.
You can take a couple prizes, keep the trade in your favor, but just goes for Full Moon Rondo. Dean Nazam is under a lot of pressure, not just in terms of threat, in terms of tempo, but in terms of time. You want to look through the deck with Noctowl. You want to evaluate every possible line and scenario, but Dean just needs to start swinging for the fences just to try to close out the game. 2 prizes to 2 prizes, and Matthew Nixon has a couple bench slots available and some Noctowl potential.
Here's the thing, Adam, remember last term where I was like, we always forget that the Terra Pokemon's knocked out and we can't Jewel Seeker. That's why we couldn't Jewel Seeker last game, because Pikachu EX was our only Terra Pokemon in play. So Dean, unfortunately, just gonna have to take the single prize knockout onto that Slitherwing there. And now it's looking like a very clear route to just go on ahead and get our attackers starting to power up here.
Oh my God. Matthew's done such a good job of forcing Dean's plays. A deck known for its flexibility, its utility, its ability to find the cards that it wants when it wants them. And Matthew has just been playing Dean like a puppet right now with no Terra Pokemon. You're taking the Terra out of the box. He's just playing a box. It's an empty box.
It's an empty box, and it's not going to do too much here. And even with no Latias in play, and we have to use one of these energies to retreat this Teal Mask Ogerpon, it's still plenty enough with that Clefairy with only 190 hit points onto it. It is going to be Matthew Nixon firing off this Bellowing Thunder here for the knockout, leaving 1 energy on each of the Raging Bolts here, just in case something comes down, like that Blood Moon Ursaluna I believe we have in hand to get things going here. But this was a great turn for Matthew Nixon. Finds the Terrapagos though, so here comes the Terra play. Do we go something along the lines of potentially finding Iono then?
It's Terrapagos, Sparkling Crystal, maybe Crown Opal and a Prayer. This Noctowl has to do a lot of heavy lifting first and foremost. And you got to remember, folks, there's only 1 energy switch in the prize cards at that. So this Terrapagos needs to get a Crispin set up immediately.
This one's going to be so tough here because you're really running out of options, right? It could be just finding Pheasantipity, trying to establish the board. Now that we have a Terra Pokemon in play, we could use Area 0 Underdepths all the way through. And I think that's exactly what we're going for here. Nest Ball and Ultra Ball here, because we definitely want to keep Noctowling. We don't have the direct line to Noctowl yet. That's what the Ultra Ball is for. But here comes Pheasantipity EX to help us out here in what seems to be, Adam, quite a pinch.
That is the understatement of Portland so far. The Terrapagos just getting bullied into submission, taking out those Terra Pokemon, being forced to use suboptimal attackers for the situation, and Raging Bolt, once it gets ahead of you, once it starts its prize race, it's very difficult to slow them down.
Okay, though, draws into a couple of support Pokemon, Fan Rotom, Wellspring Ogerpon, and the Latias EX here. But the thing is, I don't really see a true way out of this unless we go for something like a Crown Opal. But the problem is, all we need on Matthew's side is attach boss's orders, and there goes that Pheasantipity down, and that's going to be game, actually.
I was wondering if there was some line where Dean was not going to bench any other 2 prize Pokemon and just go Crown Opal or bust, but even then, that's still a tall order. It's going to be a second Noctowl grabbing Iono.
Yep.
So is there even an attack this turn?
We definitely have an energy in hand, potentially for a unified beatdown. I honestly don't know.
I think there is one grass energy in the hand, but what else is he going to find? Teal Mask Ogerpon is picked up, however. So I wonder if Dean is going to try to draw one more card with that grass energy instead.
You gotta, right? You gotta find all of your outs here. So it is going to be that Teal Dance, drawing another card here. Finds the Crispin, though. So that Crown Opal is quite satisfying here. Benches the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it is going to be the Iono, though. It is going to be down to the last second here. I think what we should go for here is just using that rescue board to free retreat Fan Rotom out of the active, get something like an energy onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and cross our fingers that the Iono was enough.
Third Noctowl picked up off of Iono. And so all of the Hoot-Hoots that were established are now being cashed in. You love to stagger these if you can.
Right.
But you can see how far behind Dean really is. The fact that he has to use all of the Noctowls just to put his play together.
Using all of them in one turn, mind you, right? Because we just got the Terapagos EX down this turn, Adam. So we'll see what exactly Dean is going to do to try and stop the kind of what feels like a tumble out here, because depending on the cards that Matthew was able to find here off of the 2 from Iono, the draw for turn and the flip for script, it might be a little, or the flip the script, yeah, it might be a little bit tough.
So Boss's Orders and Night Stretcher picked up from the third Noctowl. Has a Sparkling Crystal attached to Terapagos EX. Needs just a little bit more help in that regard. Can just be 1 energy attached for turn, but instead it's going to be Ursaluna being promoted to the active with 1 attachment. This does allow it to use Blood Moon for 240 now that Matthew Nixon is down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Raging Bolt goes down and Energy Switch remains in the prize cards.
What were the 2 cards, and what is the draw off of flip the script? I do see
Noctowl.
Professor Sot. Oh wait, no, we do see a Noctowl. That means we can absolutely go on ahead and find the Professor Sada's Vitality, accelerate this energy onto the big Raging Bolt EX here, and then also use an attach for turn with the 1 grass energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. It will be enough to knock out this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Matthew Nixon wins this set 2-0 in a pinch.
Raging Bolt manages to squeeze in 2 wins on the clock to take down Terabox. Matthew Nixon showing us that Raging Bolt, the reason it won the last regional was not a fluke.
Nope.
This deck is still something to be feared for the Portland metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great showing here from Matthew Nixon as well, saying no Latias, no problem, right? We're all set and ready to go. A valiant effort from Dean as well, though. A very interesting way to show how Terabox can be played. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here to show what this match came down to. And it was honestly, Adam, the last 56 seconds that Matthew was able to win this.
And Matthew was very aggressive, right? Early prime catchers in that game, and the Clefairy. This is the big point. A lot of Terabox players will need to study this because you can make early decisions that really come back to haunt you later on in the game. The Clefairy being used and just getting knocked out. The prize trade was such an important piece of the puzzle here, and Terapagos pulls off a Crown Opal, but even that wasn't enough to stop Matthew Nixon's game plan.
Yeah, absolutely, too. I mean, you got to remember that Fan Rotom is a great attacker, especially in the early game, and I felt like it wasn't used to its full potential this game. But regardless, the top deck of the Professor Turo scenario, a card that many top Raging Bolt players have cut, actually came in clutch here for Matthew, allowing him to take the Latias EX out of play and thus get that final prize card for game number 1. And then going on into game number 2, using the Slither Wing with its Burning Turbulence attack to take the knockout and losing it due to burn during Pokemon Checkup. A great showing of what Raging Bolt can do in this format.
The Pikachu EX, the Clefairy EX, the main attackers, the cards that are supposed to give you an advantage in this matchup, Matthew just seemed to disregard them in both of these games.
Absolutely.
It just closes out everything. And one big point as well is just having that Prime Catcher naturally on that turn allowed him to keep 2 Hoots in play and then double Knockdown to just find everything you need to close out. Fantastic showing from Raging Bolt, and there might be another level to this deck that we have not evaluated yet.
It's a fun deck, and I think everyone should play it. But honestly, big shout outs to the group of players that came here with Terrabox too. I think a lot of people were saying like Terrabox, after its initial kind of creation and coming into North America, a lot of people kind of faltered on it. In Atlanta, I want to say, they're like, no, Terrabox not that great. Let's just all play EVs. But now Terrabox is back, and I think it definitely can find its way through that Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond. That should have been your pick.
I mean, we're trying to find a deck that does decently into both Gardevoir and Dragapult, and then we just got Raging Bolt EX in the mix, just throwing a wrench into a lot of game plans, a lot of meta matchups. You have to pick your poison, and with Terrabox, this is an option that I'm not surprised so many players will opt for. Exactly the sort of deck where you can sort of out-macro play your opponent. You've mapped out the matchup, you have some annoying attackers in there, knowing exactly the right moment to use the right attacker. It's, you know, a high-level player's dream, I think, to play a deck of that nature. And we'll have to see if they can continue to outplay or if Bellowing Thunder shuts down all Descent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the single prize Raging Bolt, that's Temporal Forces, Raging Bolt, Baby Bolt, however you want to call it, it is such a key attacker now into every matchup, right? You see its use in something like a Dragapult, a Gardevoir, right? But even in something like Terrabox, where you can just pick up your Latios and say, that Fan Rotom that's been sitting there that entire time, that's going to lose you the game.
And the ability to get off to a slow start, especially because so many decks have been opting for Secret Box, Unfair Stamp, a deck that can still rely on Prime Catcher is so important, and we got a glimpse there, Emily, of how devastating it is to lose your Terra Pokemon, lose your Jewel Seeker, and you have to spend a turn trying to catch up or trying to buy time. And in the Raging Bolt matchup specifically, that's not going to result in victory, certainly.
Well,
put it mildly.
Well, speaking of victory, we do have Chip hanging out with Matthew here. We're going to hear all about Raging Bolt. Take it away, Chip.
Thanks, Lyric and Skarzik. That's right. I'm here in the lounge with Matt Nixon, our winner from the last round, moving now to 4-0 at the Portland Regional Championships with Raging Bolt. Matt, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. The time change different on the West Coast has kind of helped. I'm from the East Coast. So I'm wide awake right now because we're 3 hours ahead on the East Coast. So feeling good. Deck's been running well and ready to keep playing some Pokemon.
That's awesome. Yeah, let's talk about that matchup just a little bit there. You found yourself up against the Terrabox. You're obviously choosing to play Raging Bolt for this event. I guess first talk to us about why you chose this deck for the event and then maybe how you decided to approach that matchup.
Well, it was really, I decided to play Raging Bolt. In the past, I've been playing Goldango. However, I have played Raging Bolt at majors before. So with the quick decision to switch to Raging Bolt, I went with the deck that I was familiar with as opposed to trying something completely new. And then in that matchup, as far as the Terrabox matchup, is really just trying to get those first 2 prize cards, hoping they don't play for Briar. I've seen some that play Briar to where if they do get the first 1 prize knockout, that, you know, they can kind of swing the prize straight with that. And really, that was it. I feel like both games I had really good draws, even though my opponent was able to go first as he wants to in the matchup. But I just seem to have everything when I needed it. So.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that first game.
Okay.
You use your Prime Catcher pretty early. The Professor Turo hits the discard pile. Your opponent goes for the Sob. Did you find yourself getting nervous at any point there?
Yes, because once I completely blanked out about the Wellspring and the Sob. So when I Ultra Ball, I just really kind of I wasn't even thinking about the Sob play. So I was really just trying to thin my hand, thin my deck, and I was expecting another Iono. But once I saw the Sob come down, I was like, oh man, I really need to find my Pal Pad to get it back in the deck before he can even set up the 3, because he had 3 prize cards left, I believe. And had he set it up to where he could Wellspring, knock out, I think I have my Fan Rotom on the field, and then my Raging Bolt was already damaged with 180, so he could have hit the active and my Raging Bolt and took his last 3 prize cards. So I knew before he could do that, I needed to get the Pal Pad and get my Turo back, or else game 1 would have went to him for sure.
Yeah, it definitely became a little bit of a race there at the end.
It did.
Yeah.
I realized my misplay by getting rid of the Turo as soon as I saw it hit the board. I was like, yeah, that's a card in the deck, the Wellspring.
But hey, it works out. You end up finding the Pal Pad. You're able to get back the Turo. You get the win there in game number 1. And then game number 2, you really slowed Dean down a lot by taking out that Pikachu EX, getting rid of the Terra Pokemon. It meant he wasn't able to use Noctowl.
Yeah, exactly. He had 3 Hoots on the board. He didn't put an Ogerpon, any other Terras down, so I knew his hand was pretty much dead because I don't think his second turn, I don't think he played a supporter. So I knew if I took that out, really his hand was relying on using the Jewel Seeker the next turn. And unless he had a great top deck, he was at least for that one turn, he was just going to have to go ahead and attack with his Clefairy again. And so which is what how it worked out.
So I hear that this is a hobby that you get to enjoy with your son, that he's a juniors competitor. You were telling me that he's already locked up an invite to Worlds due to winning the Bogota Special Championships. Talk to us about that, being able to share this hobby with your son, what kind of some of the journeys you guys have been on together.
Oh, it's great. Ever since I played as a kid back in the late 90s, early 2000s, cool. And I kind of stopped when I got into the adulthood, but once my kids got into it, my daughter, she's a junior as well. She started out with the TCG as well, so it was great for all 3 of us to kind of have a hobby that we played together, enjoyed. For me, it reminded me my time as a kid, go and play at Toys R Us, the local leagues they had back then at the time. So now my daughter's transitioned to VG, and now it's me and my son playing TCG, and it's great because it gives me an excuse, to tell my wife, like, hey, I'm taking the kids, and really, I get something out of it as well.
Sure. We'll make sure she's not paying attention to this part, right?
She's not here today, so hopefully she doesn't see it.
Yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, that's very cool. Where are some of the favorite places that you've been able to take your family due to, traveling and competing for Pokemon?
Japan, for sure. So Japan Worlds was our first season. Both of my kids got their invites. So me and my wife had been to Japan and Tokyo on vacation previously. So I love this. One of my favorite places to visit. So being able to take them there and let them experience Japan was awesome. Europe, Brazil, we've gone to EUIC, LAIC. So just really traveling around to different states, different areas we may not normally just take a vacation to. That in the various different countries, and meeting all the great people we've met along the way. So it's been a great time.
I love that. Love to hear that. So you're 4-0 now, starting things off. A really, really strong start. What are kind of your hopes and aspirations for this event?
Just keep it going. I just keep it going. That's another thing with my wife is like, she's like, you need to start doing better. The kids can't be the only ones that do well.
Okay.
I've got to have some strong finishes. I've had a couple of day 2s. Few day 2s and stuff, but no real deep runs, so we'll see.
Maybe this is the one, man.
We'll see.
Best of luck to you. I appreciate your time. Best of luck to you and your family as well. We'll be keeping track of the whole Nixon clan as we move forward through the rest of the season. Wishing you guys all the best.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're gonna get back to the casters, and we'll be back with more Pokemon TCG action soon.
Nothing like a couple of Pokedads hanging out in the lounge talking about some Pokemon. Of course, also just a side note, congratulations to the Ritchie family. Just added a new addition last week as well. But I love when Pokemon runs in the family, Adam.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so cool to hear, you know what, my dad's really good and I'm also really good and my sister's really good too. So it just feels really good to be able to see a family just traveling together, playing some Pokemon cards. And of course, I just got to give a huge shout out to Matt, of course. Professor Turos. I mean, I've been on it. I've always said that it's supposed to be in the deck, and it won a whole game for him. So big shout outs to Matt. Hope he goes all the way, just to say to his wife, you know what, I still got it too.
Yeah, I think that he can certainly make a run, especially with this sort of momentum at his back, and Chip getting a little bit of a glimpse into his future, perhaps. I got to give a shout out too. No, don't forget Wancho. Also playing and competing and topping events with his family. So this is how it all starts, folks. We love to see your participation, going to your local leagues, getting into the hobbies, sharing it with not just your friends, but also your family.
Yeah.
And we do have some tweets, actually, some people who have posted using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on social media to let us know how they're enjoying the event. And look at this, Austin Eggers had the pleasure of meeting Jeremy Jallin at the Portland Regionals. What a nice guy. He's actually helping out here today, folks, over in the coloring corner. They've also got some Pokemon origami over there. So if you're here in the venue, go check that out.
At Atlanta, Jeremy taught me how to make Pikachu out of origami. So if you find yourself in a little bit of downtime, I believe it's at the top of every hour that Jeremy's doing a different Pokemon. So go back at the top of every hour to get a new Pokemon.
Collect them all.
Yeah, collect them all. I believe there's a Vulpix, a Pikachu, a Blastoise even, too.
Origami Blastoise.
Listen,
that seems
you gotta just go and
complicated.
check it out. But big shout outs to Jeremy, of course. He's always down talking to everybody, too. He's always here at these events, so make sure and go say hi, too.
Yeah, what a great guy. Thank you, Austin, for sharing that tweet. We got another one here. Ooh, love the cosplay. Toki's ready for some fiery matches as Team Magma Courtney at Portland Regional. Super dope cosplay.
Yeah, I love the cosplays. Tons of these regionals, you see people going all the way out with their cosplay. And of course, Toki showing what she's got too. It's a great, great cosplay. I know Toki's been playing for quite some time, so great showing. Looks great too.
Yeah, shout out to Team Magma's Bayonet. I mean, we'll work that in somehow, right?
Yeah, sure.
And one more tweet from Maddox.
I know that guy.
Double here. Portland Regionals will always be special to me, he says, since that's where I had my breakthrough as a player. While I'm not there in this year to run it back, best of luck to everyone looking for their breakthrough and securing their spot at World. Shout out to you, Maddox. This was a great interview just out on the floor. You can see how happy he was just to make top 4 with Fusion Strike Mew. That's a throwback. My goodness.
His favorite deck, too. So big shout outs to the Mew players who will never let that deck go in any way. They'll always be reminded. But make sure you guys get your tweets in. We'd love to show them all weekend with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Anything that you find funny, we'll read them up here. But I actually think Kyle has an on-floor interview with somebody from across the Atlantic Ocean who's here competing this weekend. I'll leave it to you guys for a surprise.
All right, hello. Yes, I am with our special guest, Joe Bernard. Many of you may be familiar with him, but for those who may not be familiar, Joe, could you give us a quick intro? Tell us about yourself.
So I've been playing for over 10 years. I also do some YouTube videos on the Pokemon trading card game for a long time, all about the competitive side of things, and I can also be found casting the European side of these tournaments.
Yeah, so it's a treat to see you here in the U.S. for regional championships. What's the experience been like for you so far? I know it's been a bit of a whirlwind trip.
Yeah, I mean, I came in last night, so I'm battling the jet lag, which is good, but hasn't hit me just yet. I've had my coffee and I'm all good. Honestly, it's not too different right now. The scale of it is massive, of course, but it's, you know, Europe's getting there as well. So at any point, I'm just trying to get those wins like any other tournament.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, let's talk about the tournament a bit. I know you're playing, you know, not like a super unusual deck, but a bit unusual compared to some of the top decks. What's driving your choice for this weekend, and how is your tournament going so far?
Yeah, so I'm playing Dragapult with Charizard. So you'd expect Dragapult, of course, but Charizard's there to try and balance the Gardevoir matchup, and it's much greedier than straight Dragapult, which means I just have a lot of threats on the board all the time, which actually means I'm pretty decent into Dragon Mirror, I think. I can just use TM Evolution, get multiple Charmeleon and Drakloak, and even if they're taking out 1 or 2 pieces, I still have acceleration, and I still have threats.
Yeah, sounds good. Why not just mash a couple of good Stage 2 Pokemon together?
Yeah, they're the 2 best cards in the game, I think, so we'll stick them together, and it can't be that bad.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, when you were preparing for this tournament, were there any things on your mind, like, if I play this deck, I definitely don't want to run into this, or are you pretty happy across the board?
I've hit 1 Terrabox, and that was my loss today, so I'm 3-1, and that's, I think, the toughest matchup. I'm playing League Headquarters for a bit of balance, but it's still tough.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Joe, I know we do have the next round starting in a bit, so I do want to give you a chance. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to, anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Shout out to you. I'm going to be battling you tonight, so I'm coming for you. That's the real reason why I'm here, the real battle, round 9 tonight. Shout out to Emily as well, who's working out back as well, so that's the reason I'm here.
All right, thanks so much for your time, Joe. Best of luck to you for the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere.
Chip Ritchie here in the lounge with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and it's a very exciting time right now in the Pokemon TCG. We've got a brand new expansion on the horizon, Destined Rivals, and there's a lot of really exciting cards in there. There's the new Ethan's cards coming out. There's the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that I know players have been waiting for a long time, excited to finally get. But I think the flagship card, the thing that everyone is talking about, is definitely the Team Rockets cards included in the set. Why are Team Rockets cards so special and so beloved by the Pokemon fan base?
I think it's just something unique, right? When they first came out a long, long time ago in the first Team Rocket expansion and introduced Dark Pokemon, it was just a twist on the regular Pokemon you had seen before, and it was just something to get your mind going a little bit. It's like, oh, these are a little different. How can I use these in different ways? And they showed up, you know, a couple different times throughout the years. I think people remember the EX Team Rocket Returns expansion as well that introduced a lot of really strong Dark and Rockets Pokemon, and I think that just stuck with people over the years, and people are just happy to see, oh, Team Rocket's back.
Yeah, and it's 20 years later. 2005 was the release of Team Rocket Returns, and now we are finally seeing Team Rocket's Pokemon come back in Destined Rivals coming out next week. We're going to talk about a few of the cards throughout the course of the weekend. Let's start off by looking at probably one of the most popular cards from each of their respective expansions. Team Rocket Returns, Rocket's Mewtwo EX, and then the new Destined Rivals, Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX.
Yeah, so this has always been a really fascinating card to look at. You know, the original Rocket's Mewtwo card was the first card that had 3 attacks. So when you saw it for the first time, you're like, whoa, no way, a Pokemon that has a 3rd attack. It was just something you'd never seen before. And then the Rocket's Mewtwo EX that came out later was kind of a throwback to that, had pretty similar attacks. Unfortunately, I think both of those cards were not very useful in competitive play for the most part, but you know, you're going to see a lot of cards in this new expansion are throwbacks to what the cards used to be like, but there's also ones that are going to be completely different and updated for the current game. And I think the Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX is a great example of that. It is much different than the original one.
Yeah, the older Rocket's Mewtwo EXs and regular Rocket's Mewtwo, those cards never really saw very much play, were never super good. But I think a lot of people are excited about Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, wouldn't you say?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's a huge basic Pokemon. It's got a ton of HP. It can do a bunch of damage. It just looks like the kind of card that's like, I want to try this out and see if I can make it work. Plus, it's Mewtwo, it's Team Rocket. It's
pretty popular Pokemon.
It's Giovanni on the Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX. Yeah, it's just a cool thing you want to try out.
And there's also the energy cards that players would use to power these Pokemon up. Back in Team Rocket Returns, we had our energy, and coming out now in Destined Rivals, there is going to be the Team Rocket's energy. Talk to us about what those two cards did and how similar they are.
Yeah, so pretty similar. Both of them provide 2 energy. You know, any kind of special energy card that provides like a double energy, I think traditionally has been pretty powerful. The R energy was like a temporary 1-turn boost, right? You had discarded at the end of the turn, but it also gave you a little damage boost, so 10 extra damage. This new one, it does not go away at the end of the turn, and it provides 2 different types, both Psychic and Darkness. So I would say overall, a much more powerful energy compared to the original R energy. Both very important for the strategies that they were used for. And yeah, this new one gives you some flexibility. Obviously works well with the Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, because it can provide Psychic type energy, but can work with some other Team Rocket's Pokemon as well.
We're going to be taking a look at a lot of these cards throughout the course of this weekend, both the old cards and then their new counterparts coming out very soon in Destined Rivals. So stay tuned, you're not going to want to miss it. Let's get back to the Pokemon action for now.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. Ooh, my favorite starter. I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. Gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards, and he was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does, and then started going to like a local league, which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like year and a half after we started, 2009, and then going to Worlds. I mean, sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now. Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top, and it's just like, yeah, like, dang, like it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, just always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. Some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say it's Aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought. But I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, I don't have haters or anything. I just got to prove it to myself.
Oh yeah.
There's a strategy here.
Hasn't sunk in that much yet. It's just playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head. What more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always just want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
One last stop on our regional tour, and it's here in Portland, Oregon, where these competitors are battling it out for those championship points and, of course, the glory of becoming a regional champion. Welcome in, everybody. We're almost halfway through this first day, getting into the back half of the action, and there's still plenty more to come. For myself, Ethan Heggie, joined alongside the wonderful Kyle Sablehouse. What more can we say? Final event of the season, and what a season it's been so far.
It's been unreal. So much great competitive action that we've seen throughout the course of this entire season. Finally culminates here in Portland, but these players have a lot that they're looking forward to as well. We have the North American International Championships, the World Championships. They're thinking about that as they start to collect these championship points.
And then it all starts, of course, with advancing to our second day of competition. Players looking to get themselves at least 16 match points. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss so far. We just watched, of course, those first 2 rounds shown on our broadcast. Round 3 and 4 conclude. Let's see some of our notable matches, hopefully, for this season coming up. These are some of our players, some of our matchups we've got, and wow, this is a huge array here, Kyle, of just talented players and international competition going up against each other.
Exactly. We see Haruki there, Miloslav, Daniel Magda as well, the dog. We got some great players out here. And of course, topping that all off, Piper Lepine, Grant Shen. That will be our notable match as we move forward into this next coming round. And we're going to have some people starting to rise up to that undefeated spot at the 5-0 mark. It starts to get pretty impressive here.
Yeah, of course, cards change, formats, different decks in terms of their standing, but you just see the consistency of so many different players on this list that no matter what the format is, Kyle, they perform. They show up, they bring their best, and they perform, and that just shows the consistency and talent of some of these individuals, especially this younger group of players showcased here.
Yeah, Henry Chow, we've said his name so many times, but for great reason. Callie White as well on a great run this season, and I just expect to see so much more of that as we move forward.
Yeah, and speaking of coming over, right, you mentioned it, Haruki Miwa. He's a player, still looking for a World Championship invitation. That was one of the, small caveat changes that happened this year. Players, in the previous season, if they came over from a region outside of TPCI and won a regional championship, for example, they wouldn't get an invitation to the World Championships. Just did not work that way. However, that's changed here this year. We've already seen this happen in 2 different circumstances. We saw, of course, Yuki Okada win not 1 but 2 majors to get that World Championship invite. And then we've also seen Kato Arai, another player who's come over, win a regional championship. This could be a path line here for Haruki. The system very different in Japan, but an invite is an invite, Kyle, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we'll take as many as we can. It also means that we have a little more representation over from that region as well, too. It's always just great to see some of these Japanese players starting to show off what they're truly made of, because we hear stories of it, but we only get Worlds to really check them out, and now we get to see them in even our regional events.
Yeah, so we're through 4 rounds of Swiss so far. We've got to feature, a nice wide variety of decks. But we saw sort of as we went through the meta percentage, right? Those top 3 decks still. We've got Dragapult EX, Gardevoir EX, Raging Bull. We talked a little bit about in the pre-show, but, now we've got a little bit of insight seeing these first couple of rounds so far. Do you think really any surprises could, top what seems to be just that huge top-heavy graph of just those 3 decks right here?
I mean, certainly there's a lot of talk about the Joltik, the Miraidon Pikachu, also the Eevee Toolbox. A lot of players were inspired when they saw Ian Robb playing that deck and decided to pick that up as well. But it really is going to be those 3 mainstays of the format right now. Raging Bolt, it seemed like it was going to fall off. It has had a great resurgence at this point, and for great reason, behind the back of Christian Lobella.
Yeah, this is probably the most, surprising deck for most if we, compare the first event of this format, Atlanta, to this event right here. Raging Bolt was considered by a lot to not really have the great spread against, some of the original decks. Gardevoir EX was considered to be tough. You had the Terrabox deck, that could definitely be a closer matchup, but I think, a lot of confidence may be given to those Raging Bolt players out there after seeing Christian Lobella put on an absolute class against the multiple Gardevoir players, especially that one feature match from the last regional when he played against Brent Tonneson and was able to take him down.
Yeah, it's not that boomstick 2-prize deck over and over and over again. It now has a little bit of versatility. It is as simple as that baby Raging Bolt, and it adds so much variety. Just being able to target down the bench in a format that does not protect the bench, you've got a great opportunity here.
Yeah, and as you also slightly mentioned here, that Miraidon EX Pikachu deck, it did have a little bit of a resurgence, on paper, great against Dragapult EX. You've got, some leverage against some of the other Toolbox decks, but I really have to wonder, how this rise and surgence of Raging Bolt EX is going to affect that Pikachu Miraidon deck because, on paper, Kyle, speak and say, yeah, you've got Slitherwing, a certain ancient Pokemon's been making its way into several of these lists now.
Yeah, it's 120, pretty good. Burn, uh-oh. That's a problem, Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu, of course, weak to fighting. We've covered some of those details in and out. We've got a clash of 2 great players and 2 excellent decks ready at the stage. Let's go ahead and throw things down and get into this match. We have an absolute treat here, Kyle. 2 of the players in this game, young, great, talented. They're going to put on an excellent match for us today.
Yeah, I feel like it was, only a few years ago that we were mentioning both of these players as just incredible up-and-comers from the senior field. Now, sure enough, we've got regional championships to our name with Piper Lepine, Grant Shen having some incredible performances, I believe even the top 4 at the international stage as well. So just unbelievable from both of these players here.
And it will be, of course, Gardevoir EX up against Dragapult EX. A couple of interesting inclusions in this list. Piper's been a longtime Gardevoir player from several different rotations. And Grant Shen, one of his favorite decks, of course, saw so much success. Top 16 at Worlds, of course, as well as a bunch of top 8s this year with that Regidrago V-Star Phantom Dive in one way or another. Whether you're cheating it out with that Apex Dragon or you're using it tried and true like this, he's been off the back of that card for this entire season.
Yeah, both players not afraid to take it slow. We see the Badoo here for Grant Shen. This is a card that is featured a lot now in this new meta. You're going to play it slow, evolve into these Pokemon, take your time, and we've seen Piper do that so often. We've seen the Bayonet version of Gardevoir. Now it's going to be this more classic approach, but it does include the Technical Machine evolution this time.
So we see the flip, Piper electing to go second in this position. Dragapult up against Gardevoir. Big prize cards, top 2. 2 of those Darkness Energy, and while there is a Screamtail in the prize cards as well, it's not a super crucial card. There is 2 copies in Piper's list, and that is one of the many inclusions and changes that is so special about what she has decided to bring as these 60 cards.
Poor little trick-or-treat Monkey Dory hanging out in the prize cards with all the energy for Grant. He's got 1 copy of the Dreepy, 1 Duskull, counter catcher, but can work with these prize cards.
Both players been put in situations like this very early on. Keep this round number 5, right? 2 top-level talent. This could be a very suitable top 8 or even finals match for a regional. There's only going to be 1 player after this that's going to be at an undefeated record and an even excellent spot to go ahead and make top cut as we are well underway. Let's get into this 5th Swiss round. As Grant will start things off, and great card there off the top of the deck, that Buddy Poffin getting set up and finding all these basic Pokemon.
Yeah, that's where you want to be to start things off. He will have the bad news that 1 piece of the puzzle, that Duskull, is in the prize cards. It's a 2-1-2 line this time around, and we know how important that can be in this matchup. Having the opportunity to sneak in some extra damage counters, remove some of those Curlia, it can really just disrupt your opponent.
So as is common in the Pokemon TCG, on this first deck search, Grant will go ahead and just take a look through the deck, see what Pokemon are prized. You see the Pokemon coming up to the front, energies to the back. Well, as you said, get that news of Duskull being unavailable. but immediately just prioritizing that recon directive ability. It is the backbone and engine. Without, of course, Dragapult EX on itself, super strong. Phantom Dive, incredibly powerful. But you have to wonder, Kyle, without recon directive, how much success would this deck be seeing at all in the standard format?
Yeah, that's the same question we asked of Gardevoir when it lost Kirlia's refinement. And it's definitely slowed the deck down. It's had to take some different approaches, but Dragapult has found an opportunity here where it can play this slow game, set up behind Badoo, and use Recon Directive to go see one card every once in a while that's going to catapult you into a setup.
And a preemptive Ultra Ball here for Grant. It's going to grab Dracloak a turn early. Not a common play you see in the Pokemon TCG, but this is where a certain card, Kyle, really has had players have to adjust how they approach the game and how they approach their opening turns.
Yep, item cards fly very early in these games, and it's for that exact reason. Itchy Pollen on the other side, it is just an energy retreat away from being a big threat. That 10 damage, who cares? But you're worried about losing those items in the opening.
Yeah, and maybe Grant not having knowledge of this Evo engine, right? Most Gardevoir lists are not playing that. And now not only has Grant played an Ultra Ball preemptively, but that Dracloak that was just in the hand now going to be shuffled and put onto the bottom thanks to that Iono supporter. Usually you see this first early turn be combined with that Arven for TM Evo and Pavin. Piper not even needing that piece, but does need to find one more Ralt.
That's technically it. There's Ultra Ball. Earthen Vessel in combination with that too, so you can have that acceleration into the discard pile that so often can be an issue in this opening setup. You see the Badoo on the other side, you know that you're going to have a hard time using these items, and you find the Earthen Vessel with a way to discard as well.
It looks like we're just confirming which cards are on the bottom of the deck, some sort of interaction with Iono, but like you mentioned, none of those Kirlias in the prize cards. There are a couple of those pieces as we mentioned. But you've got double Gardevoir EX in hand as well, so you don't even need to search that out next turn, Kyle, pending there's not something like Iono played. And yeah, despite these bad prize cards, this is pretty much picture perfect here for Piper. Technical Machine Evolution, get these two Ralts evolved. We'll just make sure everything here is, settled and taken care of in terms of what's happening between, this Iono and how this has interacted the game. And it looks like we are now following through Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, get into Kirlias to play. Yeah, Rare Candy can't be used under item lock, but look, I don't even need that card anymore. I've got Kirlias all ready to go.
Manual evolution on the second turn into Gardevoir. Seems pretty good. This is the news that Piper is going to find out here with this Earthen Vessel. A lot of energies. 4 energies in the prize card. Imagine this Earthen Vessel not being in the hand at this point. If you were item locked for maybe, 1-2 turns, and you're not able to find these energies, you're missing attacks for multiple turns.
Yeah, extremely crucial. This strategy of having to load up tons of energy on something like the Drifloon, not a huge present strategy in Piper's list, doesn't play that card, and the Screamtail doesn't even need that much. It's really going to be, the key piece in this deck. Lily's Clefairy EX. Now that we've got our Ralts and Kirlia situation sort of taken care of, that's got to be the next question here for Piper. How can I use this Clefairy and that Fairy Zone ability to the best of my ability to start punishing these Dragon-type Pokemon over on Grant's side?
Yeah, you can set up some really great math. Just take these knockouts, but also start to develop those Monkey Dory. The problem that we have this time around, Dark Energies are going to be very hard to come by.
So Iono played on Grant's side does find Jock. That is an excellent card. The ideal supporter here on turn number 2 for Grant. We'll grab both of these Dracloak, put them to the hand, and now it's going to become a direction, a film even. We'll see cards get taken to the hand, cards be put to the bottom as Grant starts to try and put together how he wants to approach this game, how he wants to approach his attacks, and more importantly, maybe starts to feel the pressure a little bit more quickly than he would maybe expect usually against these typical Gardevoir decks.
Yeah, Piper's over there listening to CDs to get evolutions. Grant's Life's a movie on the other side. He's still got attacks to go along with this, and that opening Recon Directive gives him a peek at a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, of course, Adrenabrain, a very solid ability. Piper, I'm sure, is maybe aware of that card being in this list. This is the Dusknoir version, so Monkey Dory, not a very common inclusion in something like this. It can be kind of slipped in pretty easily thanks to the Luminous energy. We'll see how much use Grant can really make out of that card. As this other Recon Directive finds Pheasantipity, sure, with a knockout that could be useful later on. But it may just have to hope, Itchy Pollen is able to kind of just put things to a little bit more of a halt so that his board can get developed just slightly better.
Yeah, we see the respect here with the energy attachment onto the other Dracloak. You understand that there's a potential here for Screamtail, and you could lose this Pokemon fairly easily on the next turn.
It's kind of a little bit hesitant there. You saw, shaking the hand back and forth on whether or not to bench this Monkey Dory. Does decide to do it, and look at this. Picture perfect turn 2 double Gardevoir EX, and has the Arven as well. Let's not forget, Piper unable to play items thanks to that Itchy Pollen, but can start to just slowly grab pieces out of the deck, and is maybe just okay, taking this turn off, or, Mind Bend can get it there and take a prize, but just because you can take a prize in the Pokemon TCG doesn't necessarily mean it's the best option at this point, especially considering the potential Grant has when he can also use a Flip the Script ability to draw more cards.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that we could see for Grant now, not only with the double Recon Directive, but as you mentioned, Pheasantipity drawing. That's 8 cards when you include the top card drawn here, and that's without a supporter used too. So expect Grant to have a full setup this time around. It's going to be pretty dastardly.
Starting things off with Flip the Script, and wow, look at those 3 cards. Super solid. Finds Counter Catcher. That's an ability now to be used thanks to Piper now having less prize cards than Grant. Just going to wait to play the supporter card. Wants to just see all open options. Does use the second Recon Directive, and now another choice. Counter Catcher already in the hand is instead going to look to grab that Dusclops. So wondering here, how aggressive Grant wants to be in this spot. The big thing to take note of here, 1 Psychic Energy only in the discard pile for Piper. Did take 1 off the prizes, but I have to wonder for Grant, is the potential maybe to try and hope stalling Gardevoir EX buys you a turn? It feels like you've got to find some way to claw back in because you need to start taking prize cards quickly.
And I think you see that understanding from Grant. He can get aggressive. He doesn't have to worry about what his opponent's capable of because it looks like you're going to be capped on the other side at 190. That's not an intimidating number to see just yet, and you haven't seen the Lily's Clefairy on the other side as well. So if you don't give your opponent the resources with a supporter like Iono, maybe they just have to attack in for these weak numbers.
You also have knowledge, right, that Piper just holding on to 1 other card plus the top deck plus the prize card and that Earthen Vessel. So, who knows here for Piper? Maybe he was just expecting, maybe something to get knocked out or another Pokemon to be left in play. And that is the big piece right now that, is certainly unavailable as it stands, is that Lily's Clefairy. Grant understands, got to attack now, got to make something happen. So, not using that A-Spec Unfair Stamp. Of course, the choice very commonly in these Dragapult decks, it's not being used. As Grant goes through the motions, evolving to Dragapult, putting the Psychic Energy, Phantom Dive now online. And yes, you're responding in kind or even bringing this Gardevoir up, but you're also kind of just leaving yourself susceptible to just your opponent taking 2 prize cards back and leaving things in play.
Well, think about it. At this point, there's just the 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. This Gardevoir might be stuck if it weren't for the energy that was drawn off the prizes. So a little bit of a way to move around here. You could incorporate the Monkey Dory as an attacker to slow down, but if Piper doesn't see some good cards now, this could be pretty bad. And I think we saw a little peek there with the Nest Ball.
So options now available for Piper. Earthen Vessel in hand from the Arven, and has the secret box as well. The energy requirements could be a little bit tough, or rather discard requirements. You do have to discard 3 other cards from your hand. And while you can sort of maybe just grab 2 energies to pitch away off Earthen Vessel, you also kind of have to debate if this is a good opportunity to grab that last Darkness energy in the deck, since you've now played your second Earthen Vessel, so you've only got 1 more way to search that card out. It might be the case, though, as we see Stadium, Trainer cards, it might be boxing time here.
Yeah, it lines up fairly well here. Tons of Psychic Energies to throw away. Opportunities to draw even further with your supporter for the turn. Probably that Professor's Research, and cards are flying. This is the one to worry about, though. Lily's Clefairy EX. That does not spell good news for Grant.
Nest Ball discarded just to grab another, valuing getting a supporter card to play this turn. 1 gets discarded, 1 gets put into the hand, but at the end of the day, this board is excellent for Piper. He's got the second Monkey Dory down with those Darkness Energy, and that could be online pending which prize cards are taken. And now the big piece here for Piper. Is there a Darkness Energy on top of this as well? Getting Adrenabrain set up starts to just close your opponent out of the remaining options they have. Big 7 cards here from Research. Don't think it's quite there, but with there now being an additional 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile and Fairy Zone in play, it means no matter which Psychic Pokemon Piper decides to attack with, either this active Gardevoir or the Lily's Clefairy, it will be dealing double damage and able to knock out this Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and the Bravery Charm providing some pretty solid value at this point. Even if you don't have a way to move the damage counters from the 40 damage you'll place with the Psychic Embrace, you still have the ability to withstand the attack from a Dragapult on the other side.
So it looks like he's considering just retreating potentially this Gardevoir to the bench. And that's because, you know, putting an extra damage counter on this Pokemon could spell disaster, right? That 240 damage on it right now means that with something like Hawlucha or even just another counter on it from one more Psychic Embrace ability, that means the benched Phantom Dive damage could allow it to be knocked out. And, you know, this could set up for a potential play down the line where Grant is able to prevent taking prize cards for a little bit and then maybe take just a big turn of taking, you know, 4 or 5 prize cards at once to try and close a game out.
Yeah, so often we see that way of Dragapult just sneaking its way back in, taking those big knockouts. It's a big surprise. And if you can knock out multiple Gardevoirs, I find it pretty hard-pressed to lose from that point.
And even preemptively just putting the Psychic Energy on the Clefairy EX, now that that Gardevoir is heavily damaged, that trapping strategy of, you know, hitting with the Phantom Dive and leaving it in the active spot, no longer an option. Just wants to keep doors open for that Full Moon Rondo to knock out later on in the game, as Piper jumps to a commanding 3-prize lead in game number 1, leaving Grant sort of searching for answers in this spot and finding a way to keep up.
Yeah, and the numbers don't exactly line up here, trying to find ways to take multiple knockouts this turn. It's pretty difficult. You'd like that energy already established on the Monkey Dory, so there's ways to move damage, but you don't have any damage on your board. It's just, it's not working out here just yet.
So as things stand, we see the Dragapult EX could be established this turn as long as there's an evolution in energy, and now with the Dusknoir in play, so very heads-up play there for Piper, preemptively attaching that Psychic Energy, because if Grant wants to this turn, he could remove both Gardevoir EX from play.
Yes, if the Hawlucha's available, then you get to sneak in some additional damage too, and that gets scary quick.
The big downside though, right? Piper at 3 prize cards, if you use that Curse Blast ability, you put her down to just 2, which means a Full Moon Rondo just takes the knockout on Dragapult EX and closes the game out. So I have to wonder here, is there a potential world where you can, you know, maybe instead, you know, Hawlucha this active somehow, then Blood Moon Ursaluna to KO it, making it a little bit more difficult, but it's just a lot of steps here, and I'm not sure the cards and draw engine are available to have Grant just dig through and find everything he needs in this spot.
Well, considering all the options, Artisan to maybe take an additional Pokemon out. He still has the bench space available for the Hawlucha if he's able to find a little help here off of Iono. But he's banking on a hope and a prayer here, and understandably so. Piper is off to an extremely large lead, and it's going to take a little bit of assistance here to get back.
Yeah, I do wonder if that was possible. You know, did already now commit the energy to this Dracloak on the bench, so that's no longer potential. Right? Blood Moon, at this point, cannot attack in this spot. So we're going to have to see, you know, Dragapult EX come in and, you know, attack in this spot. And with that being the case, with 1 energy already on Lily's Clefairy, you can't take care of all the threats is the problem. You know, you can knock out the Clefairy and, you know, maybe knock out the Gardevoir potentially on the bench, but then this active just still has the energies and the Night Stretcher wins, and you see just when Gardevoir jumps to a lead in this matchup, you have to just shut too many doors to keep him out of the game. That's really the problem Grant's facing in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's plans where you get very aggressive. You can use the Dusknoir early, pop that, and then use the Iono, get your opponent on a limited hand. You could remove multiple energies from the board here, and maybe there's just no way to find that additional energy for the Lily's Clefairy on a low hand size. But this is kind of that middle ground here. If you use the Iono, you still have the opportunity to pop the Dusknoir, give up that additional prize, and who knows what you could find here.
Abilities yet to be used. Flip the Script, still available. That's your Cloak's Recon Directive, also an option. Some decent cards to work with. The Night Stretcher could bring back Dragapult EX, which has hit the discard pile. Could, you know, potentially bring back a Duskull if this Dusknoir's ability is to be used. But, you know, priority here for Grant, deciding to not use Curse Blast, is going to wait and save that ability and kind of just understands, you know, if I don't, you know, put a bunch of Pokemon in the player, since my opponent has no Dark Energy in play right now, you know, I'm not really being threatened by my opponent to win the game on the following turn, right? You know, if my Dragapult EX gets knocked out, sure, my opponent goes to 1 prize card and I can't use Cursed Blast, but, you know, I could still attack with that Blood Moon Ursaluna for the last prizes I need.
Yeah, you have that opportunity there instead of making sure your opponent had a one-turn clock next turn. You have a little bit of a window there, an avenue to switch game plans, move to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and try to take the knockouts. But they just all seem to be a little bit short here. And even though there were so many abilities to help build this hand up, it's not what you're looking for. I mean, there were avenues for unfair stamp and a lot of tricky ways to slow down your opponent. Instead, we see Dragapult, Counter Catcher.
So now the question here for Grant is, what do you do with your attack and your damage counters in this spot? Do you bring up this Clefairy, hit it, put it within a couple of counters of being knocked out and hope, you know, another Phantom Dive can do the trick? But that doesn't seem great, since once you lose this Dragapult, how likely are you going to Phantom Dive again? Or do you have to go after this Gardevoir EX? The big thing you really don't want to be doing is excessively putting damage counters on your opponent's board. So it looks like that's why Grant's just going to go after this Lily's Clefairy and damage it. But I have to wonder, you know, if Grant, yet again, you know, prevents himself from taking prize cards, how is he going to be taking 6 on the following turn? That's really going to be the big question.
It is a dangerous spot. You really hope to avoid seeing an energy from the hand from Piper on this side, but was an Iono enough to slow this down? 3 cards, the remaining draw for the turn as well. There's plenty of ways that Piper could find these resources.
So he's now just debating where to put these 6 damage counters on the bench. So Gardevoir does have 70 HP right now, so Knockout is not available since it's at 240. So I wonder, you know, if Grant is going to maybe preemptively put damage to protect against something like Monkey Dory, and that looks like it is potentially the case. 200 to the active. We'll go ahead and put 5 damage counters and then 1 onto this bench Gardevoir EX. And now on Piper's side, essentially been given an extra turn. It does find the 1 copy of Darkness Energy in the deck off Iono, and that means with this Psychic Embrace ability online and now Adrenabrain online, damage counters can be removed out of play and make it even more difficult here for Grant to mount a comeback in this spot.
Yeah, just playing around Blood Moon Ursaluna knockouts, remove the damage from the Gardevoir, try to set up a strategy where it's even more difficult for your opponent to take this big KO here. Still could be done, but you're asking a lot from Grant.
The Blood Moon Ursaluna does attack for 0 energy at this point.
Yep.
Thanks to that seasoned skill ability, Grant is not out of things yet. 1 prize card Iono to 1, there's always a dream, there's always a way. But how much can Blood Moon Ursaluna, how much can this bear carry Grant on his back to the victory line? I'm not sure it's going to be a lot, especially since there's just essentially wasted damage counters on all of these bench Pokemon, because it's going to be really hard to set a Phantom Dive up, and you see him even considering just attaching energies to this Drekloak and hoping that 1 turn is enough for hopefully a Phantom Dive 6 prize turn on the following. That's really what he's got to do in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is that situation again. You have Monkey Dory, but there's never damage counters on your side of the board. You never get to move damage and assist yourself into taking that additional knockout. And we've seen players switch over to using some tool cards to help out in instances like that. Instead, you're just hoping that your opponent will have the damage. It's just not there.
Yeah, and the biggest issue here is Piper just has game on board in this spot, right? We haven't seen a single Screamtail hit the discard pile, and with this Monkey Dory being in play, with there being a Drekloak in play as well, and there also being a Monkey Dory, it means the Screamtail can guaranteed be found out of the deck. Grant obviously, you know, has to maybe hope that Screamtail isn't available, but with it being the case and with there being guaranteed energies to discard, I think Piper pretty much has things locked up no matter what Grant can do this turn.
Yeah, has to be a pretty comfortable spot to see that Artisan there. Grant's still going to continue to play through. He sees some pretty solid resources, finds unfair stamp, but you're just a little too far behind at this point of the game.
So it will be that Blood Moon, 240 damage. All these Pokemon powered up. Doesn't even need the top deck. No Screamtail is there. The retreat plus the energies Adrenabrain, more than enough for Piper Lepine to close out game number 1.
Just lines up so nicely sometimes. That opening 2 turns, I think that really just spelled out how this game was going to go. When you have multiple Kirlia unchecked into double Gardevoir, you don't need a hand to win the game, and she didn't.
Refinement who? Who's she? We don't need Refinement anymore. People really questioned, right, at the beginning of this format, how valuable and impactful is Gardevoir going to be now that Refinement is gone? People always seem to write the deck off, but you can't write off Psychic Embrace, especially with a setup as clean as this. 2 Gardevoir EX in play on turn 2, and the Badoo, yes, you know, it was annoying. It slowed Piper down a little bit, but didn't nearly have the impact that Grant needed it to have in this first game.
Yeah, so often that is going to be the case. You have that Badoo, you slow down the items, your opponent doesn't set up, but when you have the TM evolution right there ready to go, you can have a setup like this, attacking with every Pokemon in the deck essentially, and finding these huge knockouts. Lily's Clefairy taking out the Dragon Pokemon, and then it doesn't take much from here. Screamtail can close out on a bench Pokemon and lead us into game 2.
So with Grant having the opportunity to go second, this game does open up a little bit more options and, you know, more importantly, puts the pressure on Piper immediately. You see on that on going first, or rather going second on your first turn, you just have so many options at your disposal, right? You can use the TM Evo attack, you can play a supporter card, you're not under item block for that first turn where you can do all of this. But when you're going first, you're limited on 2 of those big options, right? Supporter to find and draw cards, and that evolution attack. And I have to wonder, you know, if Piper doesn't have a stellar first turn going first, how much he's going to struggle to, you know, replicate that start from game number 1.
No, you're right on it, and that comes down to some of the choices in the deck list. We see 3 copies of Ralts, but it's also that single one, Buddy Poffin, so often found with Arven. But if you're going first, you don't really have an opportunity to find that Pokemon. Unless you draw this hand.
Yeah, this is, you know, picture perfect. And it doesn't sound like a lot, doesn't look like a lot, but it's all Piper really needs in this spot. Artisan staying in play. Grant does not play any counter stadium. So this is going to stick for the entirety of the game. And that means both players, but more importantly for Piper, no matter what happens, every single turn, Piper can get a non-rule box basic Pokemon from the deck, put it into play, and start developing the board even without items at her disposal.
A little unfortunate. Copy of Night Stretcher, copy of Ralts. If there's pressure on that Pokemon, then you could run into some trouble there. But that just means that Grant has to have a pretty great setup of his own. It has to be the multiple copies of the Duskull really coming into play there and putting a lot of pressure on the lower hit points before they evolve into Gardevoir.
Piper will take note of what cards are unavailable in the prize cards. I think just checking through to see, you know, is there an energy drop this turn? That way, you know, Technical Machine Evolution is an option. Importantly, on a Pokemon that is not this Ralts, since you're going to need both to be on the bench to use that Technical Machine Evolution's attacks effect. So I think that's really the last piece for Piper, but, you know, this is essentially, you know, as good as it gets to a simplistic level. Get your Ralts into play, get that Artisan, which is going to stick for the entirety of the game, and from there, it's just how many cards can you find under item block? How itchy is that pollen?
I mean, there's always some opportunities to slow down your opponent and take away that Ralts, that Badoo. You could attack with Psyshot if you have the energies lined up, but this is not the hand for it. You're just satisfied to see the basic Pokemon at this point.
Yeah, importantly, no energy there for Piper, so, you know, Technical Machine Evolution is only an option on this active Pokemon for the following turn, which means only 1 evolution Pokemon can be found out of the deck. As Grant looks through, you never like to see, you know, that bright pink card in the prizes, that powerful 1 of A-Spec inclusion, unfair stamp, unavailable, and ever so impactful in every matchup, especially this one.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. You know how important that can be. You've been a Gardevoir player so often. When you don't have this refinement now, you can run into some pretty tough hands on the other side, and especially in combination with Counter Catcher, it can get ugly quick, but Grant will not have access to that. Instead, has to just focus on this opening, and Badoo and Duskull isn't great. It's going to need to see a little more from this opening hand.
You're getting the free Pokemon search from the deck thanks to that Artisan. We see a pair of Dreepy in the hand, so Grant will, at the minimum, kind of replicate what Piper started, getting these basic Pokemon into play. Not an issue, as it seems, for both of these opponents. However, the real question for Grant is what else is there to complement this? Supporter cards, drawing cards, finding your cloak, and more importantly, just getting set up as fast as possible to put pressure on as fast as possible. Big name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he was bitten very early in that opening game. He took a chance, played the Ultra Ball, found the Dracloak, and then was instantly punished. We saw the Iono and the Technical Machine Evolution was not going to see Badoo that time around. When you see your opponent struggling to find energies and not searching out Badoo, maybe you feel a little more comfortable this time around.
So we'll just be the attachment Itchy Pollen over to Piper. And look at this double Kirlia. Who needs TM Evo and even has a Professor's Research or Iono to follow things up? Iono means that neither of these research have to be played. This is, again, textbook Gardevoir players' dream to just have all these Pokemon set up. And of course, with no threat being on either of these Kirlia, that means if there's Gardevoirs on the following turn, there's even more options for pressure.
Yep, the preservation of resources. So great to see in this spot here for Piper. Holds on to multiple copies of that Professor's Research. Finds the energy as well here. So valuable. Use Artisan, search out the Badoo, and start the war as slow as it gets.
And this is excellent, not just finding those Pokemon not needing Technical Machine Evolution, but because you now don't need to use that as your attack, you can use essentially a better turn ender. Just not let your opponent play item cards, Itchy Pollen them back, and now keep it so that you can potentially get off to a faster start than your opponent. Things are going excellently for Piper. We'll see how Grant is able to adapt. It looks like does have solid cards at hand. The Jock is there, plus the Dracloak. So at minimum, getting these evolution Pokemon, Piper's not out of the woods yet, still has to find those Gardevoir notably. Otherwise, Cursed Blast plus Phantom Dive is a deadly combo.
Yeah, we are in for a great game here, as it looks like Grant will be able to set up pretty strongly on his side of the board. For Piper, it's just the single copy of Psychic Energy that we see in the discard pile too, so even if Gardevoir is available, the Itchy Pollen is going to slow things down. It's so hard to get the Psychics in the discard pile without the use of item cards.
So we'll see how Grant wants to sequence this. Looks like just wants to use Recon Directive before the Jock in this spot. We'll go ahead and keep the Iono for the following turn, and now plays Jock. So we'll see the second Dracloak get grabbed, and then either that Dragapult EX the next turn, because let's remember, Ultra Ball not an option, or the Dusclops, meaning that the following turn, even something as simple as Energy, Boss's Orders, Dragapult EX could be enough to just take 2 prize cards, and more importantly, wipe both of these Kirlia out, pending there's no evolutions on Piper's side.
Yep, and nothing's promised at this point. You have the Itchy Pollen, you're slowing down your opponent. The hand was okay, it had the Kirlias, but what else is there to work with post-Iono? We're going to find out pretty soon here, and Grant is probably feeling pretty solid about this position.
We'll go ahead and fill the bench up with the Dreepy. Dusclops evolved from the Duskull. And we'll have to see here another big turn for Piper. She's hit checkmark number 1, checkmark number 2. This is now the third test. Can Piper get all these Pokemon evolved? Because as you see, once Gardevoir EX comes into play, the impact of that Curse Blast ability, it really drastically goes down in terms of impact. It's still a great ability, don't get me wrong, but this is going to be big here for Piper. What does she have? A lot of item cards, but those can't be played. Does have the Darkness Energy, but I'm not sure, Kyle, if I see any way to find Gardevoir at this current moment outside of something like a Technical Machine Evolution, which immediately looks like gets queued to the top of the deck.
How tough is it to see the Rare Candy as the only card that you draw for the turn when that was the card that you shuffled back in with the Iono? Yes, there were 2 researches that could have been found, but that's the top deck?
It looks like we're going to see the Darkness Energy just using Adrenabrain to heal this damage off. And there it is now. Piper has hit the third essential perfect turn of setup so far. Double Kirlia into play, double Ralts before, and then double Gardevoir EX. Now Grant in a similar position as game number 1. There's not easy Pokemon to take knockouts on of importance. Gardevoir EX is well established. And now, how do you respond to this? What do you do when your opponent has just gotten essentially perfect turn after perfect turn in this second game?
Well, this is a situation where Itchy Pollen was not used, Counter Catcher is found, and you have an opportunity to use a Curse Blast this turn, and you could set up a spot where you can use Counter Catcher before your opponent has taken a prize with an attack. You have Jacques to search out some of these additional evolution Pokemon, and we could see a pretty aggressive setup here if he chooses.
So choice number 1, immediately the Dracloak. Looks like deciding Dusknoir is of more value at this point. Item cards are back online here for Grant, as Itchy Pollen was not used over on Piper's side the previous turn. So maybe just understanding that off of this last Recon Directive, or since it's already in the hand, I can take my time here, set up that Dusknoir. It's going to have a little bit more value, especially being just the one of inclusion in this deck list.
What was that double Dragapult there?
I think that's the Dragapult EX. To assume there was potentially one already in the hand. And this is now the big question for Grant. Is this go time? Do you just go in and attack with Dragapult EX this turn? Or is there a better time? Do you want to pair it maybe with a better supporter card like Boss's Orders in this spot, Kyle?
Yeah, well, there is the counter catcher. If you want to use the Curse Blast, you could set that up and remove a Gardevoir from play this turn. The problem is you're staring down a second one, but if you place enough damage on it, then maybe there's an avenue to knock it out on a later turn.
And it looks like Grant really just wants to value using a stronger supporter in combination with this Phantom Dive, essentially breaking the item lock in this spot. Just going to Itchy Pollen again, put 10 damage on this Monkey Dory, except, you know, there's a good chance Piper is going to take the first prize card again. But in that case, I'm going to have a little bit of a stronger response. And you see Piper, not eager to take prize cards, says, if you're going to keep using Itchy Pollen, I've got Monkey Dory already set up. You don't. I'm just going to heal. And not only can I take the first prize, but I'm going to item lock you while doing it.
The prize under item lock, the Psychic Energy into the discard pile. These are not small tasks. They are very important to Piper having some longevity in this game. And it makes it so that Grant doesn't have that window. He needs to find Boss's Orders exactly in this spot and keeps finding Counter Catcher.
These are item cards. These are not what we want to find. Energy, sure, that's good. Helps power things up. Halucha, that's okay.
Another.
All the Counter Catchers, get them out of here, Kyle. Get them out.
It seems great. Your opponent just took the prize, and it does nothing.
Absolutely no impact in this spot. Cannot be played under item lock. Grant now has to make a decision if it's even an option. Are you just going to play Iono and accept that you're only going to take one prize card? That doesn't seem great. You're going to tie things up, but your opponent's going to have full disposal to every tool in their book, and Lily's Clefairy will spell immediate disaster for you in terms of the second game. Do you try and take time off again? Do you dig through? Pheasantipity is still an option, right? That could be played down if Grant wants to maybe dig through a little bit more, but valuing either the bench space or the liability that Pheasantipity is, instead going to play Iono, but that means that no Boss's Orders being played means Grant is essentially capped to only taking one prize card unless he uses Curse Blast, which essentially is an even distribution of prizes in this spot.
All right, and you see no evolution there as well, understanding that Lily's Clefairy is just one resource away from taking a big knockout on this Pokemon. 2 prizes seems like a big liability, but is Dragon Headbutt the way to move through this game right now?
It could possibly be. You know, you do still take the one prize card. You don't get the advantage of putting damage counters on your opponent's board, but you have to kind of wonder, you know, what Piper does in response. There's no 2 prizes to take a KO on. You can't play Counter Catcher since you'll both be tied at 5 prize cards, and I mean, you could Scream Tail, but it would require a lot more energy in the discard pile. There's only 2 currently right now, so this could be Grant's answer of, you know, maybe providing a unique situation, a line that, you know, not a lot of Dragapult players would go for. He has the foresight in this situation, is going to try and spice things up a little bit. Dracloak, it can draw cards, but it's getting in here in this spot. There it is, Dragon Headbutt, evening things up. How will Piper respond? Will it be with the help of that Scream Tail, or will it be with something else? Off of this Iono, what a solid 6 cards. We've got the Pheasantipity, Professor's Research, another energy card to pitch away, the Scream Tail. So many options for Piper. Card draws have just been completely on her side throughout this set so far.
Yeah, it's gone very well. It's been pretty calculated as well, but the one thing that's missing is finding some of those additional energies for the discard pile. If we see the Earthen Vessels in combination with this, this is a really great opportunity where the Itchy Pollen's no longer in effect. You could take a big knockout on a Pokemon like Dracloak, remove 2 energies from board, or you could maybe target down one of these really important resources like the Dusknoir if you have those energies.
Big thing as well for Grant, he did bench that Duskull this turn, which is always a little bit of a concern when there's already a Darkness energy down on a Monkey Dory, since double Adrenabrain could take a KO onto the Duskull while also taking a KO here. And with this secret box being found, I think that's going to guarantee Piper can grab an Earthen Vessel, put the second Darkness energy down, and take a 2-prize turn without there being any EX Pokemon in play for Grant.
Yeah, there is an Ultra Ball thrown away, but I believe there was another one there as well. So Earthen Vessel could search out Dark and Psychic, throw away the Psychic energy. You should have enough energies to get this thing rolling. It's wild to think what Monkey Dory is capable of. Just it takes those small windows sometimes to just cash in and steal prize cards.
Doesn't even need to bench Lily's Clefairy, can just avoid putting that liability in play altogether in this spot here for Piper. Just can get the second Darkness energy down into Monkey Dory. 3 Psychic Embrace abilities on the EX will put exactly 6 damage counters on it and put itself into a position where, I mean, this essentially is essentially Piper's game to lose. You're going to be off to a 2-prize lead with clean EX Pokemon in play. and there being no major liabilities on your board, you've got to assume Grant's going to have to do some real fighting in this game to come back and win.
Yep, and you can almost see it in the mannerisms for Grant. This is a brutal turn. That second Dark Energy comes down. There is exactly enough, even more there with that additional energy to get the job done. Pushed over to the Duskull.
Duskull goes down as soon as it entered, right away taken out of play. And it looks like even draws into the Ralts, decides to not bench it. Just going to be a Miracle Force KO. Piper down to, yet again, a commanding lead in this second game, while Grant is just searching for options to come back into this game. Not out of it by any means, but especially with that unfair stamp still in the prize cards, it's going to have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's almost has to be Iono at this point, but even then, the disruption isn't that important. You see multiple Gardevoir in play, the Artisan as well to search out these Pokemon. Multiple Monkey Dory for damage spread. Whenever there's damage counters placed by Dragapult, you almost are always going to walk right back into another disaster.
So Grant, of course, still having plenty of options to take care of this turn. Lots of card draw thanks to Recon Directive. The Pheasantipity EX finally making its appearance in the second game. But it's really that bigger picture, right? Sure, you can Phantom Dive this turn, but if your opponent goes down to one prize card next turn, what do you do in this spot? And it seems like the hope is to maybe a similar line as the previous game. Hope Blood Moon can buy you some time and Phantom Dive later on can win. It may be, however, built off the back of Iono just doing a little bit more than it typically needs to do and just shut Piper down from options. With how she's been drawing, though, I don't know if there's any plot armor that can stop.
Yeah, is there a Clefairy right there in the window? Like
Wow.
that's what I'm expecting here, but we don't see it just yet. There is Arven, so still ways to search that Pokemon out. This could be pretty dangerous here. For Grant, this is what you needed to do. You slow down your opponent, you put fewer cards in their hands to work with, but is this going to be enough?
Yeah, the only thing I can think in my head here, Kyle, is this may be the opportunity where you have to go for Counter Catcher. You have to bring up that other Gardevoir EX in play. Notice there's only one Psychic Energy discard pile, and you have to just hope your opponent does not have Lily's Clefairy plus another energy card to retreat. If that is the case, you can buy yourself back into this game, and that's what Grant exactly does. He's going to give himself the slightest chance. It's not an extremely probable one. Even going to just kind of accept Duskull's coming down.
Hey, there's the cape.
There we go. Powerful Duskull. Here, a Luxurious Cape coming down, so that has a little bit more HP, and this is it here for Piper. If Piper can find this resource, almost all the doors are going to be shut. Phantom Dive, 206. What is the top deck? It just has every option available. Double Arven, Professor's Research. Do you just kind of let it rip here and discard 7, hope to find Energy Clefairy? Do you take the safe route and grab another Earthen Vessel if you have it available? It's kind of a little bit of a predicament here for Piper.
Seems like a research turn to me. You have to find multiple resources. The energy in combination with the basic Pokemon would be enough. And sure enough, top 2, Nest Ball, Earthen Vessel? Are you kidding me?
This is picture perfect, just as you'd write it. An excellent script if Piper is looking to get another regional championship under her belt. The Earthen Vessel finds 2 energy out of the deck, and that Nest Ball means guaranteed Lily's Clefairy EX will hit the bench. That Psychic Zone ability will be in play. Fairy Zone, excuse me. And Piper is just one prize card away from securing a dominant 2-0 in this 5th Swiss round.
And you could see how close it really was. There's the Dusknoir, the Dusklops that's approaching behind. Both those prize cards could be taken. Then you drop your opponent down to 1 card with the Iono, remove both Gardevoir from play. It could have been a disaster if Piper had not found these resources, but this is the exact turn that you need to make this move, and she's got it all.
Yeah, can even just retreat this Gardevoir to the bench. Promote this clean one. There's double Adrenabrain. Can just go ahead and, put damage counters on play. Essentially, put Grant on a clock. Say, look, I don't even need to attack next turn. I can just use 2 Adrenabrain abilities to win the game. Piper goes down to 1 prize card, and it's all but shut here for Grant. What can he do to come back in this second game? Curse Blast no longer an option. There's plenty of energy now in the bin. Trapping is not an option. What is left here for Grant other than a hope and a prayer and maybe one last Iono for good measure?
Yeah, you see the energies in the discard pile, so you don't have that avenue of trying to stall behind. You can't remove both of these Gardevoirs right now. That's just impossible without multiple Curse Blast or even a single one to help out here. You can put some hit points in the active spot, but You're still in trouble with the Screamtail.
Yeah, you have to KO the Screamtail. It's the only way you have a chance in this match. You can't KO both Gardevoir EX. It's just not possible in this position without the help of that Curse Blast ability. So, I mean, is the only game plan just counter catcher up Screamtail, take a KO on it? You can't do that because then Miracle Force just KOs anything you do. So you've got to do it with, what, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is your only potential option? But if you do it with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, you still just lose the game if you don't find a Luminous Energy because double Adrenabrain just KOs the bench Monkey Dory, and that's all she wrote.
I think we're seeing the writing on the wall here, and Grant sees it as well, and it is a swift 2-0 victory here for Piper Lepine in round number 5.
Puts on an absolute class, showcases the power of Gardevoir EX. Even without refinement, if this deck can just get up and running, it is almost unstoppable. Absolute showing here from Piper. Will advance to 5 wins, 0 losses, essentially locking up a spot for day 2, but I'm sure she's got the eye on the prize, looking for another regional championship to add underneath her belt.
Yeah, this is becoming commonplace, and that's a very good thing to hear if you're Piper. Just comfortably 5-0 once more, taking down a great competitor in Grant Shen on the other side, and this is what we come to expect now. Just 2 amazing players, and we'll probably see both of them in day 2 contention. Grant played very well, but just ran into a brick wall on the other side. How do you get through Technical Machine Evolutions and all those Guardies?
This is why Gardevoir, what we just showcased in this set, this is why Gardevoir is one of the most powerful decks, or at least referred to as one of the most powerful decks, because with Psychic Embrace online, with Monkey Dory online, and with the numerous Psychic tools that it has to its disposal, it is almost unstoppable. You want to take one-hit knockouts? Boom, Clefairy gets that done. You want to have the best bench-type Pokemon in the entire format? Screamtail's right here for you. You want to be able to heal damage off your board and put it anywhere you like? Monkey Dory's there too, and with all that combined, and with Grant just not being able to find key combinations he needed, especially just leaving all these damage counters in play, he just was not able to execute his strategy. Piper closed this first game out in pretty conclusive fashion. Really just did not have what he needed to keep things even.
Yeah, I mean, how do you compete against this when you're Iono-proof with a deck that doesn't draw cards? Artisan and energies in the discard pile is enough for Piper to continually find every answer necessary here. And I mean, it was just a masterclass. We see the research. It draws into the perfect cards here. All the resources are lined up. And I mean, Grant was grasping at straws. He's attacking with Dracloak, trying to avoid putting these Pokemon for the Lily's Clefairy. But inevitably, you have to play one, and it's going to go right to the discard pile.
Yeah, we saw no Cursed Blast abilities used that entire set. One of the staple support engines in Grant's deck, just not able to use it because by the time it was online and ready to be used, it just didn't have the impact it needed to. Strongest early in those first couple of turns of the game, Piper just had everything. The evolution on turn 2, evolution on turn 3, even the evolution on turn 1 in game number 1 with evolution. We see that Technical Machine evolution. Sure, it's strong like we saw in that first game on the first turn, but even when Piper noticed an opportunity where Grant could wipe out both of those Kirlia, understood, look, Item Lock is solid in this spot. It's a strong option. But I understand I can just put both of these Gardevoir EX into play, and while my opponent has access to items, they're not going to have access to wiping my board, a much more powerful outcome over on Grant's side.
Yeah, slowly but surely, the 10 damage stacks up on the other side. Badu is just doing its job, and simply enough, you're going to move that damage on your side with Monkey Dory. Your opponent's going to struggle to find that because it's just a little trickier with the Luminous Energy and the one copy.
This has been, you know, the story of this format so far. Gardevoir has won, what, 5 events in this format so far, poised to potentially win a 6th. What can stop Gardevoir EX when it's rolling? I thought this deck, I wrote this deck off. I'm going to be honest. Look, I am a very active Gardevoir player with this. I wrote this deck off to start when Refinement was lost. I thought the deck couldn't function, it couldn't open hands, it couldn't open games. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just, you know, Gardevoir's inevitable plot armor, but something changed about this deck overnight, it seems, and all of a sudden, it just became a powerhouse. It just became respected, and it became successful. It just does everything you need a strong contender in the format to do, and it's doing that on display so far at this tournament.
Yeah, I think it was Lily's Clefairy at this point. Like, that's the one matchup that just did not make sense when we're trying to rack our minds about what could possibly work now. You don't have ways to draw out of these really precarious positions. Instead, you don't care. You just knock out the big guy who has 320 hit points like it's nothing.
Well, she pretty much did it like it was no big deal up against an excellent competitor in Grant. Let's hear from our round 5 winner, Piper Lepine, who's standing with Jim.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan and Kyle. That's right. I'm here in the lounge with Piper Lepine, moving to 5-0 here at the Portland Regional Championships. Piper, congratulations on the impressive start. You've definitely been here plenty of times before, but how does it feel?
Feels great as usual. Still playing Gardevoir somehow, some way. It's pretty fun, and yeah, feels good.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because you've played Gardevoir, through many different formats, many different iterations as well. The Banette getting in the mix in the past. Talk to us about this build of Gardevoir. There's some interesting things in your list.
Yeah.
Maybe some more interesting exclusions as well.
Yeah, so I really don't like the Drifloon card. I didn't play to Vancouver either. Ultimately ended up on second Screamtail just because no Hisuian Heavy Ball, and prizing it in a lot of matchups is really impactful. And the Drifloon, it really doesn't do a ton. It's kind of bait in a lot of matchups, it feels. So the double Screamtail's been really good. I'm playing the Evo version instead of the Brent list with the 4 Research and double Candy. It really just makes the Dragapult matchup super easy. As you saw in like both games, I was able to get my Guard EXs, 2 Guard EXs out pretty easily, which both the 3-3-3 line and the Arvins and Evos contribute to. And once I set the 2 Guard EXs, the game becomes really easy for me because they can't really board wipe, especially with the Nor build, which I definitely was struggling into a bit with the Brent list, which I played something pretty close to at Milwaukee. And yeah, this build feels a lot stronger. I like the feel of it a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw in both of those games, it felt like you just set up these dominant boards that no matter what Grant did, you were going to have some sort of response. That's the general game plan in this matchup.
Yeah, especially with the 4 Arvins, it's super easy to like get your Clefairy off of like an Unfair Stamp or Iono, and you get the Bravery Charm with it, which forces them to pop a Dusclops on it in order to kill it. So overall, like the matchup becomes like really easy once you get set up, and the Arvins also make it so you can find the Evos really easily under Budu Lock. And in game 2, I broke my Budu Lock against Grant to set up the Gardevoir EXs, because the Gardevoir EXs are better than like shutting down your opponent. That's one thing I like in like Pokemon, is always like focusing on my own board rather than like disrupting my opponent, because it's like I'm more in control of what I'm doing than what my opponent can do.
Sure. Well, we do have our casters standing by, Ethan and Kyle. I think they've got a couple questions they want to ask you. I'm sure they had a great time casting that last match. Guys, what are some of the things you want to hear from Piper?
Well, first, Piper, congratulations. Another swift 5-0 with Gardevoir. Is this the wave? Have people been sleeping on this build? Have we been playing it wrong? Is Brent wrong and playing no Evo in his list?
I mean, it won the Brazil regionals last weekend, or the Brazilians won the Santiago regionals last weekend with it. I mean, the Evos feel really good. I feel like I have a lot less dead hands than the Brent 60, so I think it might be better. Everything feels a lot smoother, and you're losing a lot less into Poltnor, and a lot of the good players are playing that deck here, so.
Yeah, it seems like it's lined up very well for you. You talked a little bit about the double Screamtail and how you just want to have that. Do you ever find yourself using both copies, or is it just having the awareness to like not have that one in the prizes?
Yeah, so with the 4 Arvin and 2 TM Evo, you need like a lot of cuts to get there. So one of the cuts was the 4th recovery card. So the second Screamtail also means you get to there's a lot less stress on your recovery cards in the games. So that feels really good. I used both of them against a Guardian Mirror match earlier because Screamtail's just so good in the mirror. Like, prizing it's basically game losing, so that's one of the big reasons that I wanted the second Screamtail as well.
Yeah, that consistency being really, really important. Now, you talked about this matchup being something you felt pretty practiced against, and that was evident in your gameplay as well. What are some of the things that can worry you about how a Dragapult player could potentially approach the matchup? Was there anything you think Grant could have done that would have put you in an awkward spot, or does the matchup just feel that good?
Like maybe game 1 he could have tried to gust my Guardy with like 240 on it for a couple more turns and like set up another Dusknoir, but I don't know if that's ever like a valid strategy. Like it takes so long to do that without the rare candy. I'm assuming he's not playing rare candy with the Monkeys and Luminous, like
can't fit it all.
Yeah, like John cut it for Milwaukee, so I'm assuming they're not playing the candy. So I don't think that was like very feasible because it just gave me too much time to be able to retreat. I don't know, like once I get the 2 Guard EX in play, it just feels so easy. So and it's so hard to stop me because I have the 3-3-3 line, the Evos, like all that. It's super easy to just draw into them. Like I had 2 Raw Curlias in my opening hand game too. Like I definitely drew pretty well, but it's a pretty good matchup overall.
Definitely. Well, that one feels like a good matchup.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're kind of hoping to avoid now that you're 5-0?
Not really. Like, I guess Goldengo is a little bit suspicious now. Zoroark actually doesn't feel that bad. I feel like a lot of the issues with the Brent list is you kind of miss a turn or are too reliant on hitting Candy Guardy, but with the Evos, you don't miss as often. Like, you just have the Curlies in play ready to go. So, I think it's definitely still unfavored, but I don't think a ton of people are playing it. Like, I saw Lucas Zing tied earlier, so that's out of my bracket. So, yeah, feeling pretty good.
Well, off to a great start. And I know you have a lot of people that you work with. Is
Yeah.
there anyone you want to say thank you to before we get you out of here?
Yeah, shout out to Julian, Noah, Ian, Bodie, Andrew, Matt, Paul. There's so many. I think that's everyone. I guess Ryan too. And Mikey. He's not here, but I'm sad he didn't pull up. He has an awesome cube that he won't let me play because he doesn't come to events anymore, but it's okay.
Well, congratulations again, Piper, and shout outs to all those people as well helping you along the way. We'll get you out of here, get you ready for your next Swiss round. Let's get it back to the casters.
Great to hear from Piper, upholding the Gardevoir legacy. This deck is broken, and I'm glad she's putting it on great display. We'll see if this is the new wave or not. Evolution, technical machine. You know, things change, cards rotate, but, you know, at the end of the day, some things are just inevitable.
Yeah, it's terrifying that it's as simple as Arvin and you just win games, but it's so often that's just the case. You just need to find this evolution, get it in play, and not worry about what your opponent's doing. And she did that flawlessly. Just focus on your own setup. Doesn't have to be great. You don't have to have 5 psychic energies to get the ball rolling anymore. Just 2 is enough to just dance around, find some simple attacks, take these little prize cards here and there, and then you can close out games in a heartbeat.
Well, let's take a look back at our caster predictions for this weekend. You know, we're only through 5 Swiss rounds, but we kind of see a little bit of how things are holding up. We saw, you know, one of each of our cards put on some good display, right? That Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain put in a lot of work, and, you know, Gardevoir EX, of course, the whole front of the engine, using that ability, putting energies into play. And, you know, you talked about the Ditto. We saw some transformative start ability. Do you think players are kind of, you know, having this option at their disposal and just unable to use it? Or is it really only those Noctowl decks you think that should be including that Ditto in their deck so far?
Yeah, I mean, we saw this card. It was snuck into a few different variants. We saw Lost Box players that were using it before the rotation, and sure enough, it's just really found a great home with the fan Rotom. I think that's going to be the great way to play that, just searching out these niche Pokemon like the Raging Bolt that you have there. We even saw transformation into Pikachu on the other side when we were playing that really fun game against Raging Bolt. So we've seen just about everything on this list other than Flareon just yet, and there's a couple good representatives out there too. Well, Joltik as well, we have avoided.
We've still got plenty more Pokemon TCG action to come. We'll see how our predictions line up for the rest of the weekend. We've still got the action today, action tomorrow, which will conclude with a champion being crowned on Sunday. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, Chip and Kyle had some discussions to have on some of the new upcoming Rocket Pokemon. Let's take a look at that.
Chip Ritchie back here in the lounge with Kyle Pukasukovic. We're going to continue to look at some of these older Team Rocket cards and Dark cards and how they compare to the upcoming Team Rocket cards coming out soon in Destined Rivals. And I'm excited to talk about this one because it is incredibly similar. The archetype almost we're going to talk about here. Dark Ampharos, Dark Tyranitar, Dark Pupitar as well getting into the mix. All very similar to the upcoming Team Rocket's Ampharos, Tyranitar, and Pupitar. Talk to us about the old versions of these cards and in the competitive scene, you know, how strong they were.
Yeah, for people who are old like me, these really resonate with you as these were some of the iconic cards back in like the mid 2000s. We're talking like 2005, 2006, that era of the Pokemon TCG. The deck was called Rocklock, which was a catchy name, and it was appropriate because you would use the card Ancient Technical Machine Rock to devolve all your opponent's Pokemon, really similar to TM Devolution right now. But yeah, this was like it felt like a lock, right? The Dark Tyranitar has a Pokebody that does damage to your opponent's basic Pokemon between turns, so you would devolve your opponent's Pokemon, they would take some damage, and then the Dark Ampharos had a Pokebody that makes them take damage when they evolve. So if they would get like stuck, where it's like they take damage when they evolve, they take damage when they don't evolve, and eventually you would just get your opponent in this position. And so I think a lot of people were excited to see the new ones do a really similar thing, but we'll see if they stack up to the current cards in the Pokemon TCG standard format.
Things are a little bit overall, we got a higher power level than we did back in 2005 for sure. But yeah, one of the interesting things I think about this is you look at the Dark Ampharos Pokebody, and then you look at the Team Rocket's Ampharos ability. They're the exact same. They have the exact same name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the only difference is it does a couple more damage counters this time to try to scale up for today's game. Yeah, the Duck Tyranitar and the Team Rocket's Tyranitar, technically different. One's sand damage, sand stream. It's basically the same thing. But yeah, it's also interesting to look at the Dark Pupitar versus the Team Rocket's Pupitar. Those have all had similar attacks as well, where they kind of have this explosive evolution where you attack, you get to evolve into the Dark Tyranitar and also do a little bit of damage along the way.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at more of these cards throughout the weekend. Be sure to stay tuned.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website.
It should be all right if you find out time for that. The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. Ooh, my favorite starter. I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. Gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards, and he was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does, and then started going to like a local league, which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like year and a half after we started, 2009, and then going to Worlds. I mean, sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now. Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top, and it's just like, yeah, like, dang, like it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, he's always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. At some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say it's Aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, you know, I don't have haters or anything, I just gotta prove it to myself.
Oh so, yeah,
there's a strategy here.
Hasn't like sunk in that much yet, it's just, playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head, what more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always just want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our Portland Regional Championships, covering our trading card game tournament. Lots of exciting action happening so far this weekend, and we're going to keep following that journey as we eventually crown our trading card game regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, out here on the floor, ready to bring us back into our next Swiss round. I do just want to give a few quick updates, though, on what's been happening out on the tournament floor thus far. Some updates on some of our key players that we're keeping our eye on throughout the weekend. Christian Labella, the Milwaukee Regional Champion, is currently off to another hot 4-1 start with the same deck, Raging Bolt, that he just recently won that tournament with. See if he can go for the back-to-back finish. And someone who has already won multiple regional championships this year, Henry Chow, off to yet just another incredible start, 5-0 here with Gardevoir, I think to absolutely no one's surprise. A few other old school players we're kind of keeping our eye on. Ross Coffin, someone who has gotten an invite to every single World Championships. He's putting himself in a great position to get the World's invite this season. He is currently at 3-1-1, and he is playing Ceruledge EX, a super spicy pick for the weekend. And then David Cohen, the 2011 World Champion, who actually defeated Ross Coffin in that final match all the way back in 2011. He's making a return to the game. He is now 4-1 with Dragapult on the weekend so far. There's a few European players we're watching out for as well. Miloslav Posledny and Daniel Magda, a couple of Czech players who are coming over and really showing what they're worth here at this tournament. Miloslav off to a 5-0 start. Of course, he is the Latin America International Champion from earlier this year. And Daniel Magda, who's having just one of the absolute best freshman seasons. He's a first-year Masters Division player. He's also currently 4-1. Both of those players playing Gardevoir, and they usually do stick to the same 60. Joe Bernard, someone who Puka got to catch up with earlier, he's starting out 4-1 with a Poltzard. And then there's a couple of really unique decks as well that have currently started off at 5-0. Nate Newton has started 5-0 with Hydreigon, and Ray Chen 5-0 with Toedscruel. We got both the Kyles here. We've got both the Kyles here who are standing by to get ready to cast our next round. Gentlemen, how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, thank you, Chip. Yes, that is right. You have not one Kyle, but two Kyles here, and both Kyle S. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, joined by the one and only Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, it's been a while. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay, Kyle. It's been a long time coming, but it's really great to be back casting the game with you. Obviously, you work for Pokemon now. You're so involved in the game that we play, and it's an absolute pleasure to share the desk with you again.
Pleasure to be with you here again. So we have an exciting tournament so far, as Chip laid out for us. We have, like our top players doing well, standard stuff. We just saw Piper with the Gardevoir. We see a lot of Dragapult out there. But yeah, there's some weird stuff going on out here in Portland. Yeah, the Toedscruel, the Hydreigon. We were seeing some other crazy stuff like a Roaring Moon deck that had Walking Wake EX in it and some water energy. What's going on out here today?
You hinted at this at the pre-show. We talked about this. This is your opportunity to play wacky stuff, and they have surprised us, gone above and beyond with the Hydreigon and the Toedscruel calls. I don't know how you can start 5-0 with that. There's a chance that one of these players goes undefeated today.
It could happen. There's only a couple more rounds. Yeah, that'd be wild to see. But yeah, we've played a lot of events in this format, right? It's been a while since we've had new cards introduced. So, at some point the metagame gets kind of stale. There are a lot of different decks you can play in this format, so I don't think it has become stale or anything, but it has become a bit more predictable, I think. And once you get to like a predictable spot, you can start to play some really weird things that only work in very specific scenarios, and that might be some of what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, you'll lose every game at your local because every kid that shows up with the random deck is going to obliterate you, but you might just have the numbers when it comes to the top 4 decks. And we saw the meta breakdown. We're talking, 16%, 13%, and 11%. When those numbers start to build up and they are on the right side of the bracket for you, half the field looks pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Now, of course, we are kind of winding down this season. This is our last North American regional for the season. We've had a lot of great events, and now we're kind of ramping up towards the end. We're heading towards NAIC and then eventually the World Championships. This is kind of players' last chance to get a big victory before we head into, NAIC, which is going to be a massive event. Is there anybody so far that's kind of standing out to you as really stepping up this weekend and maybe has a good shot to win it all?
Yeah, I've been focused on John Ang. He's my player to watch. He's just, I mean, this was his breaking out moment last year as well. So
back to back.
To have that opportunity for him would be great and build on that. He's got to watch all of his friends do well, constantly giving the high fives and saying, great job, Lucas and Isaiah, but maybe it's his turn once more.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, that was his magical run last year. And yeah, back last year, you know, we got to that final game and he had like horrible prizes and it looked like this was going to be, you know, another second place, another fall short, but no, he clutched it out, got the win. Yeah, and I think he's 5-0 once again, right? So he's on track to potentially defend his championship here.
Yeah, he's sitting at the top table. He's going to be playing against Callie White on the other side, who's having another phenomenal run. That's probably another great player to watch out for as well.
Yeah, and I think that's one important thing to point out as this format has gone on. You see a lot of the same people up at these top tables all the time. There are some complicated games that happen here, right? Some of the matchups can be kind of straightforward, but we do see a lot of long, drawn-out games. You know, a lot of that itchy pollen, a lot of monkey dory moving damage all around, planning several turns in ahead. I mean, do you think that really just favors these top players who are well-versed and they know how to play these matchups?
Yeah, definitely. You get that opportunity to show off that skill difference. You can slow the game down and play the clock, play your opponent, and play your deck. And if you have all those three things working for you, you're going to find more ways to take match points where some of the less experienced players aren't going to find that.
For sure. And yeah, you can see how much kind of skill expression there is in the game right now. We see these same players over and over making it into day twos, making it into top eights. So yeah, I mean, it's a great time. You know, if you have the time to put in to practice and learn all these matchups, I mean, you can outplay your opponents in a lot of these matchups. It's, you know, it's a nice time to, you know, just put your head down and, you know, figure out the best way to play these decks. You really can if you just like stick to a deck, practice a bunch. You can learn how these things go, and I mean, anybody can show up here and go on a good run at a regional.
Yeah, it's led to a lot of these players consistently finding those top tables. We're seeing it again here. We've got a couple of the standings as we move forward in this tournament. There are some great names at the top, like you were talking about. We just saw Piper Lepine there, 5-0, and there's plenty of others to go along with her.
Yeah, you see John there at number 16. All these players are 5-0, so they have the same record. The standings don't particularly matter, at least not the order of the standings. But yeah, John, last year's champion. Ray, we just mentioned with that Toadscruel EX. We see Aban Ahmed, who's made top 8 at a recent regional championships as well. I think with that Pidgeot control deck. So another player that's had some consistent results. And then Miloslav, you know, who won LAIC. I feel like it happened so long ago that people kind of forgot that happened, but he is an international champion this season and perhaps making a run at an event late in the season here.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy Star wasn't that long ago, but sure enough, it feels like it. We're in a completely different time now, but he's got an opportunity once again to add another great accomplishment before NAIC. I'm sure we're going to be seeing Miloslav's name along with Daniel Magda at the top tables for a few more years. They've got a lot of time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you see a mix here, right? It's not all just, you know, the top well-known players. There's all sorts of people showing up to these events. Maybe people who are playing their first regional, maybe people who have, you know, tried a couple times but haven't had big success. We see a mix all the time of different people breaking through to the second day, and you know, everybody on this screen, they just need to win one more round and they're going to be playing tomorrow. So this is the best start you can get off to, 5-0. Yeah, you just got to hope to keep the momentum going.
Yep, and it leads to our notable matches that we have going into round 6. Woo. So many great players. We mentioned earlier John Ang versus Callie White. We will be featuring, however, Ray Chen and Miloslav Veslesny. This is a wild one. You mentioned before, we do have a couple players on some wacky 5-0 decks. Ray is one of them.
Yeah, who would win? A Toadscruel or an international champion? We'll find out. This will be a really interesting one. But yeah, we have lots of great matchups across the board, a lot of player names that I recognize. You see Aiden Koos there, who's been on a decent run lately with that Roaring Moon to Dunsparce.
He's the only one.
Yeah, playing the neutralization zone and all of that. Yeah, we'll see if he can go on another run in this event. And yeah, Liam Halliburton, another one that stands out. Won a regional championship not too long ago, right? Where he just played Tord's exact deck list and won the whole tournament.
Thanks, Tord.
Yeah. Of course, was a world champion in the senior division as well. So yeah, lots of great players here and lots of really interesting matchups. But I gotta say, this is the one between Ray and Miloslav that I am very interested. I'll be honest, Kyle, I haven't seen this matchup played before.
You haven't been studying this one. Oh, you're out of practice, old man.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. To be honest, Toadscruel EX is a card I've looked at quite a bit, and I'm like, okay, you could see a spot where this card could come in. The ability is really interesting. We'll get into it more as the match begins, but yeah, it's got the Protective Mycelium ability. Basically, prevents all effects of attacks done to your Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon if they have energy attached. So stuff like Dragapult EX's damage counters from Phantom Dive, it would block that effect. And then you also have the regular Toadscruel with that Slime Mold Colony, prevents your opponent from kind of taking cards from their discard pile back to their hand directly. So this is really good against like the Golden Go EX. You shut down the superior energy retrieval, but it also does stop Night Stretcher. And so we'll see if that comes up at all. The Gardevoir EX deck is known for playing lots of single copies and recurring cards with Night Stretcher. So again, we have no idea what's going to happen.
It certainly seems like it. It's going to be tricky. We talked earlier with Piper about this, so the second inclusion of Screamtail was so important because in certain matchups, you lose this Pokemon, if you can't find it again, you're going to be in trouble, or if it's in the prizes, this is a situation. That card falls early, you don't have access to Night Stretcher. Uh-oh, you could be in for a world of pain.
You see Ray representing the Tabletop Village here at a store here in the Pacific Northwest out of the Seattle area that has truly a village traveling to all these events. And she will be going up against Miloslav, who again is the Latin America International Champion, traveling here from Europe to play in the final North American Regional Championship of this season, and bringing, I'd say, a pretty standard-looking Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, I think we've seen this style, the Cleffa inclusion. This is starting to look a little like what we're used to. 4 copies of Bravery Charm, though.
Yeah, so, I mean, Kyle, I know this is an unusual matchup, but do you have any predictions for how this might go?
I trust the consistency of Gardevoir so often in these spots, but also you never really know what's going to happen. That's a lot of ways to search Pokemon, and Lily's Clefairy in there for the prizes. And wow, a lot of one-ups over on Ray's side.
Yeah. Mew EX, Iron Leaves, Pheasantipity EX. One card we're going to see a lot of is actually that bug catching set. We'll get into it more as these cards get played. But yeah, lots of unusual cards here. I do think this Toadscruel deck will surprise you with how consistent it is as well. You know, you have the Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX. You're just kind of drawn through your deck with that Teal Dance. And I'm excited to get this one going, Kyle.
Yeah. The consistency of 12 grass energy. That's right where I want to be. It's something you really don't see too often, and we've got a great opportunity here.
All right, here we go. Kicking off round 6 here in Portland for the regional championships. Our international champion, Miloslav, will be going first, starting with, I would say, maybe not the ideal starter, but it could be worse. Got the Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you're looking for. You've got an opportunity to build on this board, however. You need to find some basic Pokemon to get the ball rolling, as we saw just last round, and it all starts with our Ralts.
Yeah, now Kyle, if you're going first with this Gardevoir deck, obviously you're hoping to glean some information on what your opponent is playing when they flip over their active Pokemon. You see a Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's a chance you've heard the buzz around the room and you know what Ray is playing, but let's say you're in Miloslav's shoes and you see your opponent starts with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. What's going through your head? How are you going to approach your first turn?
Yeah, I mean, you see Teal Mask on the other side, and you think, well, she's got to be playing a Raging Bolt or something like that. You've seen this card in many different iterations of deck, but you're certainly maybe not expecting the Toadscruel this time around. It could have caught up to you at this point, and then you just consider, well, I got to play my game. I'm going to set up my Gardevoir as quickly as possible. I'm going to find ways to put damage on the board and try to take these knockouts as optimally as I can. It's not always going to be big one-hit knockout left and right.
Yeah, you do love to start with that A-Spec secret box. Discard 3 cards, a hefty cost, but you get to search for basically one of each trainer type, right? You get supporter, item, stadium, and a Pokemon tool. And looks like Miloslav going to make those decisions here. Grabs the Artisan to get a Ralts, and you have to assume step 1 is get more than 1 Ralts in play, and then try to go from there. But looks like, I mean, anytime you go first and start with the secret box, you got to be feeling pretty good, right?
Sign me up, yeah. Holding on to the rare candy, that easily could have been a card like Buddy Buddy Poffin, Nest Ball, something to find additional resources, additional basic Pokemon. So you have to expect that the hand's got a little more juice to it, or at least a guarantee of that Gardevoir on the second turn.
Yeah, it looks like he does have an Ultra Ball and rare candy, doesn't have access to a second Ralts. May just be thinking, you know, at this stage, with how decks are being built right now, the threat of your 1 Ralts getting knocked out is not super high. You know, we could see, you know, if you're going up against like a Raging Bolt, they could Prime Catcher or even like an Iron Bundle could get you here. But looks like Miloslav is just setting up for a turn 2 rare candy Gardevoir. How are you feeling about that? High risk, high reward?
Right. It works out fairly well if you have that information. And as you talked about, you've probably heard the buzz. You see that Ray is playing a very interesting deck, but you do have time playing against this build. It's a little slower to getting set up, but once it does set up, you have this ability to just load all these energies onto the board and take some pretty big knockouts.
Yeah, so Ray, I think she's going to want to just get a couple Toedscool down, and this is not a Pokemon we see very often, so your eyes are not deceiving you. That is a Toedscool. Grass-type Pokemon, and this deck's all about getting a bunch of grass energy in play. It's pretty straightforward. You use Teal Mask Ogerpon EX's Teal Dance ability to attach grass energy to it, and you just try to get energy on all of your Pokemon because Toedscool EX has that Colony Rush, does 40 more damage for each of your bench Pokemon that has any grass energy attached. I do want to point out, Ray does play 4 Energy Switch and Prime Catcher.
Okay.
So that Ralts might not actually be safe.
Yeah, you mentioned it here, and we see the Prime Catcher already there in hand. There's opportunities.
It's all here.
You gotta be kidding me.
Turn 1 Myriad Leaf Shower. Miloslav probably didn't see that one coming.
That's that's not on the bingo card, but it worked out so well here, and this is all before using your supporter for the turn. Has the Professor's Research to follow up, and even another Nest Ball. This is a ridiculous setup here.
All right, kicking things off with a bang. Yeah, both players on their first turn playing their A-Spec cards. Pretty wild to see. And this is going to put Ray at an advantage to start off, right? You know, Ralts needs to be in play for a turn before you can evolve it. And that means Miloslav is not going to be able to get a Gardevoir EX for another turn. And this may be a matchup that Miloslav looks at like, I don't know what is supposed to happen here. And you may get a little bit nervous in this situation.
And you're getting into dangerous territory as well. With each knockout of a Ralts, boss's orders to follow up, take another Ralts knockout, and then you have the addition of a Toedscool with the Slime Mold Colony on the bench. You could potentially just lock out from Night Stretchers any Gardevoir from play.
Yeah, we see 4 energy in play on the first turn, using all these different Teal Mask, Ogerpon, EX abilities, and attachment for the turn. There's 4 Ogerpon in play.
We're not done yet.
This is wild. So yeah, just all grass Pokemon in play. A pure grass board at this point. Not something I expected to see. You know, at a time where we're seeing there's a 5th energy coming into play. At a time where we're seeing like Terra box decks for just like a rainbow of different types of Pokemon. How about just all grass?
Well, you drew 4 extra cards with Teal Mask Ogerpon. You drew 7 with Research and 1 for the turn. I think when you see upwards of 12 additional cards, you're finding knockouts, and it worked out so well here for Ray, jumping into those prize cards and taking a very early lead.
Yeah, now if you're a Miloslav, what's next? Obviously you need to establish another Ralts at least, ideally 2 at this point. But Gardevoir is a deck known for falling behind early, makes big comebacks. Obviously, that is not what you hoped would happen on your opponent's first turn. They just prime catchered your only Ralts and knocked it out. But at this point, are you panicking at all, or are you just kind of sticking to the game plan and hoping that you can, stabilize at some point?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. You expected to have that Gardevoir on this turn. Instead, you're playing this slower approach. You had to search out that Ralts early on and probably have to find a second one here now, too. The hand isn't great. You don't have any Pokemon to really put any pressure on your opponent, and slowing down and going to a Badoo doesn't feel very strong either. Your opponent doesn't need item cards. They're just throwing basic energies on the board and taking knockouts.
Now, one thing to consider is this Toedscruel deck, it is, I would say, kind of linear or straightforward in its game plan, right? You get a bunch of energy in play, you attack the active. It's not a tricky kind of deck like a Dragapult deck where you can set up multiple knockouts. It's not, like Gardevoir where you have like the Monkey Dory to move some damage around, things like that. And your game plan is almost exclusively using Pokemon EX that give up 2 prize cards. So this does feel like a situation where you can jump out to a lead, but then when your opponent starts hitting you with, the Drifloon, the single prize Pokemon, they can start, like trading 2 prizes for 1 and start to make a comeback. So there probably is a little bit of breathing room in this matchup, but I mean, Ray is just going to put on pressure every turn at this point, right? Every turn they're just going to be attack, attack, attack. So Miloslav does feel like he's kind of on the back foot here and has to go for the Cleffa.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense in this spot. You have the double Ralts. You can start to refresh your hand at this point, and sure, you're going to give up that prize card, but you're not worried about losing too many of those 2 prize knockouts at this stage. If your opponent targets Pheasantipity, they're not going to cash in on taking potential Ralts Gardevoir off of the board, and you have potential to use that Pokemon later on in this game. With a damage cap at 280 for the Toedscruel deck, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable using Gardevoir in that mid stage.
And you say that, Kyle, but this deck does play Area 0 Underdepths as well.
Oh, hang on.
You can extend that bench to 8.
Uh-oh.
We can reach for some pretty big numbers with this.
Well, that gets tricky then. You do need the energies. But at this point, you see how Ray has been attaching left and right. There's opportunities with energy switching and whatnot, so just have these energies on the board and maybe have 6 energies on your bench.
So you could see a potential game plan where, you just take a single prize knockout here, and there we do see the regular Toedscruel with that slime mold colony and the Area 0 Underdepths as well. So yeah, this slime mold colony will prevent or basically neutralize any of Miloslav's Night Stretchers for the rest of the game. He plays 4. Those are just 4 cards that don't do anything for the rest of the game. Maybe another thing where you're like, I don't know how this game's going.
Yeah, no, it's starting to feel a little precarious at this spot. Just the knockouts are going to be so simple for Ray, just continuing to just take the active Pokemon. You used Iono, but look at this setup. You have everything that you want so far. If you can just continue to find a few more resources, you will be threatening 2 prize knockouts, and it could just be combinations of boss to close this out with 1 just now added to the hand.
Yeah, exactly. Gardevoir EX has to come out at some point. That's a 2 prize target. The Pheasantipity, another 2 prize target. So you can see a game plan here. It's not going to be easy, right? Your hand's going to get disrupted. And Miloslav has to read the Toedscruel EX. Never a great sign. But I also don't blame him.
Right. Yeah, you're not really prepared for this. You've seen the 1/1 tech of the other Toedscruel with the Golden Goes that were thrown around, but this is its own deck, and it's certainly something you need to be worried about at this stage.
Yes, we're all along for the ride here, and we see another Myriad Leaf Shower from the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. 2nd prize card taken for Ray, and now Miloslav needs to respond soon. Feels like this is a big turn, right? You need to get Gardevoir up and running. Falling behind 2 prize cards, that's doable. 3, not feeling so good.
Yeah, and this is a spot where you really are feeling a lot of that regret from the opening turns. Missing out on that Ralt slowed you down. Finding that 1 of Rare Candy is going to be tricky when you lose access to that secret box. Means you basically just have to use an Arven or find this card off the top.
Yeah, so Earthen Vessel getting those crucial psychic energy into the discard pile. Of course, this deck is fueled by Gardevoir EX's ability. taking Psychic Energy out of the discard pile, attaching them. That's not blocked by the Slime Mold Colony. It only blocks things that put cards back into your hand directly. So you can still use Psychic Embrace. But yeah, there's multiple steps to setting up the Gardevoir deck, of course. You need to get Gardevoir EX in play, but then you also need the energy in the discard pile. So Miloslav working towards that. And we'll see what kind of turn he can piece together. Kyle, what do you think he's aiming for this turn? What's your ideal outcome?
I think he was hoping that Iono was Arvin, because that did not work out for him. He found the wrong supporter, and now he's missing out on the rare candy. I guess he's not even going for that in this
there's
list.
a reason he doesn't have Arvin.
it's just researches, and I guess there was no real fun answer there for you. It's just slow down the pace, bring up that Toad Scroll. You don't feel great about this.
Okay, well, still got the Iono. Put your opponent down to 4 cards. You'll draw 6. There's always a chance you draw Rare Candy and Gardevoir off of these 6 cards. You know that you put 6 non-Rare Candy Gardevoir cards on the bottom, and look at that, first 2 cards, Ultra Ball and Rare Candy, so things are turning around.
Works out so well. We see, looks like at least 1 copy of Psychic Energy, maybe a second one in there as well, so some access to attacking, but taking knockouts in this spot, it's a little trickier.
Yeah, and also attached for the turn already, so we won't get to see any use out of like Monkey Dory, anything like that. But yeah, what kind of turn can you piece together here? We do not have a fully stocked discard pile with those Psychic Energy. Not sure, and there's not any in the hand to discard with the Ultra Ball either. So I don't think there's a relevant attack you can get off with the Balloon Burst from the Drifloon. Now what? You're not taking a knockout this turn, but is there anything you can at least set up and give yourself some progression towards getting back into this game?
Yeah, I mean, the only other Pokemon there would be the Screamtail, but it looks like that's one of the Pokemon you're going to discard now with the Ultra Ball, but it's because you have so many great resources in hand. You have the Dark Energy that you'd love to use in combination with the Monkey Dory, but it's going to have to toss that to the wayside and maybe just attack with Gardevoir itself. Say, I'm pretty happy that your Toad Scroll's stuck in the active, and there's a chance that you just don't find Energy Switch and a decent attack.
Yeah, especially after the Iono putting Ray down to 4 cards. Decent chance, that they won't draw, energy plus Energy Switch. So I think it's a reasonable gambit to take here. And it does have a heavy retreat cost as well, so you really do need to rely on that. And Prime Catcher is gone, so there's no switching ways out of it. So yeah, I mean, when you're behind like this, you just got to take some chances sometimes, right? And hope that it works out.
Seems like it's going to be a pretty solid call here. You see 7 energies already on the board. It's just the 12 copies. So 5 energies to help out in a spot to even try to draw out of this with the Teal Mask, but ultimately just find the energies to attack with the active Pokemon.
All right, and we do see the Miracle Force, 190 damage, not quite enough. But one thing to point out is that the Colony Rush, it needs to check each Pokemon that has a Grass Energy attached. It's not the total amount of Grass Energy you have in play. So right now, they're kind of centralized on the Ogre Pond. There's only 4 benched Pokemon that have Grass Energy attached to them. So to even reach for a knockout on the Gardevoir EX, you would probably need to find a couple Energy Switch to make this work.
Yeah, it'd be all of them at this point because you need an additional one to go to the active.
Yep.
So to find those resources off of an Iono to 4 would be pretty unlikely. This is that card you highlighted earlier, though,
Yeah.
the bug catching set. It is so impactful to finding these grass energies at the right time, sometimes also the grass Pokemon.
This is basically like an earthen vessel that sometimes finds your Pokemon. Look at that. Just got 2 Grass Energy.
What's in the net?
Yeah, obviously this card basically only works in a heavy grass deck, right? You look at the top 7 cards, you can take up to 2 in any combination of grass Pokemon and basic grass energy, so your deck needs a high enough concentration of grass Pokemon and basic grass energy, otherwise this card isn't going to connect enough of the time to be worth it. But when you're playing 12 grass energy and who knows how many grass Pokemon, then yeah, it's a really solid item card that just lets you churn through your deck and find what you need.
And we see that energy to find an additional resource. It is a supporter. It's Iono, though.
There is an energy switch in hand, so at the very least we could see an attack this turn. But I do think Ray needs a second energy switch to move an energy to one of these other Pokemon to Colony Rush for just enough damage for the knockout.
Yeah, with the Psychic Embrace damage that's added into the mix, you're just going to be a little short. There is an opportunity to find that resource with the Iono. Do you feel lucky here, Ray?
One thing you could also consider, if you can stack enough energy on a Teal Mask Ogerpon, you could go for the Myriad Leaf Shower. It does take quite a bit, so I don't think that's going to really add up here. But yeah, that is another strange thing that can happen.
Well, this is where you really regret seeing those prize cards. There's some Pokemon that could be helping. A Mew EX would be fantastic in this spot.
Yeah, I think Ray may not have noticed that while looking through the deck before. May not have access to the Mew EX and discarded the only supporter card in her hand and now might be stuck in an awkward situation. I think the only card left in hand is the Super Rod. So this is going to be not an ideal spot, to say the least.
I mean, with the Super Rod there, you can play that down and potentially see 3 resources there with the Mew. It's not there. You see also that Iron Leaves as a potential Pokemon to bring into the mix.
Oh, yeah, Iron Leaves would have been huge as well. You can Rapid Vernier, move 2 energy to it, and switch in, then retreat back to the Toedscruel, a way to spread out your energy. So both the Mew and the Iron Leaves are prized and take away Ray's opportunity to get a knockout here. Going to be just short with the Colony Rush, and this is the opening that Miloslav needed to get back into this game.
That's desperate as it may be, with 5 different pips of dice on you.
It's 300. It's got 10 HP left.
He's hanging on.
Sorry, 280.
Still
can't do math. But all right. Well, you have to breathe in a sigh of relief after that. At least your Pokemon didn't get knocked out, but. Now what? Your Gardevoir EX is heavily damaged. You got to think that's going to be a target for the rest of the game. And what does Miloslav have? Has he just played down all of his cards?
Yeah, and that's the problem when you don't get knocked out. You almost want to see some prize cards or give some prize cards up to draw with Pheasantipity. You'd probably lose the game because that's your Gardevoir. But he's now in a spot where he's got to find an answer, and it's not great. You can move some damage around, maybe attack with the Monkey Dory, and
here we go.
It's a way to stay in this game.
All right, there is the Mind Bend for the knockout. Miloslav tying this game up at 4 prize cards apiece, and Ray hoping to draw a good card here, and it's another Super Rod. That is not a good card. There's no attack on board for Ray at this point. A very costly Ultra Ball the previous turn, discarding the Iono, has no supporter card. And what was an excellent start now has turned into a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, there's thankfully an attacker available in the Teal Mask Ogerpon with the 3 energies, so you can take a knockout in the spot if you want to find some resources out of your prize cards and stay in this race, but you're also threatening to lose another 2 prizes on the very next turn. But this is kind of what you have to do at this point. Shuffle some grass energy back in, and maybe you can draw out of this thing soon enough.
Yeah. So there were 3 grass energy on that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, so we see yet another Myriad Leaf Shower for a knockout. It's questionable how valuable that knockout will be to progressing towards winning the game. You might just feel like, I need to get a prize. Yeah, I know I have the Mew EX prized. I know I have the Iron Leaves prized. Like maybe there's something good in my prize cards that I can just fish out of there. But now you've given Miloslav access to his Flip the Script on Pheasantipity EX, and things can turn around very quickly.
Yeah, there's Flip the Script, there's Counter Catcher, there's all sorts of avenues if you want to take them to disrupt your opponent even further. Seems likely that the knockout on the active would be pretty beneficial to you at this point. Your opponent's shown you nothing at this stage, and you have a Bravery Charm Drifloon ready to go. It's just, do you have the Psychic energies at this point to get the full attack?
That's what we'll find out shortly. Also, another Bravery Charm. You could potentially see this going on to the Pheasantipity EX. At this stage, not sure how impactful that will be because your opponent is at 3 prize cards. Your Gardevoir EX is heavily damaged, and that's going to be the easier target to take down instead of the Pheasantipity at this point. But if you're going to put your hand on the bottom of your deck, may as well attach that Bravery Charm to something at this point. And here we go. Is there something that Miloslav is hoping to draw off of this, Kyle?
I didn't see what the energy counts were looking like at that point. If you have access to the psychic energies to attack with the Drifloon, you feel great. It's certainly not double Night Stretcher, which we see now.
Yeah, still don't have a way to use those because of the slime mold colony. Yeah, I think you can play them. They just won't do anything. Looks like flip the script coming in. 3 additional cards.
No.
Another Night Stretcher. Again, Toadscruel's slime mold colony does prevent Night Stretcher from returning cards from your discard pile directly to your hand. So neutralizing those cards, but with the Adrenabrain and just attacking with Gardevoir, you can get a knockout on this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It's just a question of whether or not you want to.
Yeah, we see the 2 energies now, so 4 psychic energies to the discard pile. Means that your Drifloon has the potential to now attack for 240, take a knockout here on the active Pokemon. It's right where you want to be. You don't know what else you could potentially run into. Jamming Tower is a card, but we don't see that here in the list. You don't know what you're going to see from the Toadscruel deck.
Yeah, we do see the Adrenabrain moving some damage counters over to the Toadscool on the bench that is 60 HP. So next turn that could be finished off by another Adrenabrain if needed. And yes, here comes Psychic Embrace, the damage counters onto the Drifloon, and it will use the Balloon Blast for the big knockout. And Miloslav is en route to a comeback here. What can Ray do at this point?
Well, I think it starts with supporter or energy here to get out of this mess. You need to find some additional resources. Find a decent attacker in the spot, but once you knock out that Drifloon, which it barely takes a gust of wind to knock it out at this stage, you don't really get to capitalize on the prize race. You're going to go right back to a 2-2 prize race with one of those 2 prize Pokemon in the active spot, more likely than not.
A very close finish here. We do see the Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity EX can flip the script. There's a Professor's Research in hand for Ray, so if she wants to play that as the supporter card for the turn and just try to draw a bunch of cards, that is an option. And looks like that will be the choice. And a high five. There we go. 7 clean cards off of that. And what is Ray looking for here? Probably a way to evolve the Toadscool. It does feel a little bad that you're not able to disrupt your opponent's hand after this, but remember, Miloslav cannot play Night Stretcher to get back the Drifloon, so it is kind of an awkward spot, right? You can knock out this Drifloon, go down to 2 prize cards. Your opponent doesn't have access to Counter Catcher.
Yeah.
And they may not have a way to go after a Pokemon EX. So it'll just depend on what Ray is able to attack with here.
Yep, with avoiding overbenching, you could have maybe play around Lily's Clefairy knockout at this stage. You just have to consider all of these small niche lines to avoid giving your opponent a window.
The betrayal. Now Iron Leaf shows up.
There you are.
So yeah, one of the awkward parts, I don't know if Ray has a non-EX attacker that can finish off this Drifloon here. Most of their Pokemon in play can just be knocked out by, Adrenabrain plus Gardevoir EX attacking. So kind of on board, your EX are getting knocked out and you're going to lose. We do see the evolution into the Toadscruel EX. This is one of the things that can survive.
Yep, Energy Switch was also found, so attacking with this Pokemon now well
there we go.
Board.
So this will force Miloslav to have something this turn. Right now, the way the board looks, there is not a clean knockout onto this Toadscruel EX, but obviously it's very nerve-wracking. There are any number of things that could result in you losing the game on this next turn, but Ray is going to take her best shot here, Colony Rush, and just hope that Miloslav does not have a way to close out the game. I believe Miloslav also Ultra Balled away the Scream Tail earlier in the game. Again, you can't get it back with the Night Stretcher, so a second Monkey Dory with another Darkness Energy. I think that's a way to close out this game, but Ooh, otherwise, what are you doing here?
No, you're spot on. I think that's pretty much the one spot you have.
Clefairy is the other one, yeah.
You got 190 with the
All
the Night Stretcher. The most satisfying discard of your life coming up. But this is the spot where do you trust your deck to find Munkidori Dark Energy here to use the research, or do you burn all of the Night Stretcher and then use Iono to slow your opponent down?
It feels like between the professor's research and flip the script, you have a pretty good shot of finding what you need. But yeah, if you go for it and miss, all your opponent needs is the boss's orders, and then you lose. So this is huge here for Night Stretchers. Go to the discard pile as Miloslav looks for a way to close out this game. Needs to get a knockout this turn. Will he find it?
We see the Dark Energy and the Ultra Ball.
You got to think if there's something there. He's found the cards to get it.
Well, you might as well check Earthen Vessel to see what's going on in there. Lily's Clefairy is in the deck. He's got the Psychic Energies to go along with it.
Earthen Vessel gonna thin out a bit more. Yeah, the Lily Clefairy should do it, right? That Full Moon Rondo is doing a lot.
Yeah, you've got 20 more for every bench Pokemon, 6 on one side, 3 on the other, dealing 200 damage there. So you're close. You just need to add a couple more Pokemon. You have your own Munkidori.
Okay, that does it too.
And yeah, that's the double dark strategy we were thinking about. That's going to do it here.
All right.
And Miloslav finds a way when it looked pretty difficult up against a deck he's probably not seen before.
Yeah, and he still looks a bit confused about what happened in that game. He's happy he won, but that was a bit of a weird one.
That was mental gymnastics for everyone. I'm sure watching as well, just trying to put the pieces together. It is an absolute doozy. For Ray, this is an opportunity now to build on that mistake that we saw in game number 1, losing out on those resources, and show what the deck's made of. There's a potential to win that game fairly outright if you have a hand.
Yeah, there was just that one turn, right? That was the difference in this one. Ray got off to a blazing fast start. She had the Prime Catcher on the first turn. The Myriad Leaf Shower took a quick lead. Miloslav started to claw back, and there was just kind of that one fateful turn where the Iron Leaves EX was prized. Ray discarded the wrong thing off the Ultra Ball in retrospect after looking at the deck, and that was the one turn that Miloslav needed to kind of claw back into the game.
Yep. Of course, we've got great sportsmanship here. Yep. Gotta go for the high five when you're on stream. And it led to a really great showdown here at the end. Miloslav had to find the right resources, burns just about every card in the deck to get the job done. And he's got double Dark Energy Munkidori, can push the damage up and take the big knockout there with the Gardevoir and close things out.
Yeah. Now, Kyle, after we've seen one game of this matchup, what do you think happens here? Who's actually favored here?
You know what? I think Ray's favored because Miloslav just scooped.
Is that right?
that was a quick one. We'll have to get confirmation, but I saw Screamtail and then I saw Miloslav pick up everything.
All right. Well, yes, you are correct. We're going to game 3, Kyle.
You know what? Miloslav's a man after my own heart. This is my go-to patented strategy. I love going for this. When you're playing in 50 minutes and you know that you're playing against a matchup, you might be able to have the lead if you have everything go your way. Why play a bad hand? Why bother?
We promised you something a little strange this round, and we got it. Back and forth, game 1. Followed by a game 2 you didn't even get to see because it's over already. And all right, Kyle, now that we're going into game 3, what do you think's going to happen here? Are we going to get to see a turn played?
You know, I think I like Miloslav's chances.
All right, we'll find out. First things first, a lot of times these days you do choose to go second. What do you think? Is this a matchup where you would want to go second?
Yeah, I mean, the same rules apply. You're playing against a Badoo deck. You want to have an opportunity to use your supporter on the opening turn, find those item cards, burn all of them as fast as you can, maybe even use a Night Stretcher this game.
For sure. All right.
That looks to be the case.
Kicking things off with the bug catching set, and that's a lot of green, Kyle. There are 6 different things to pick from. You can only take 2.
Oh.
But yeah, that'd be a lot better if you could take all of them. But it looks like a strong start. We saw a Teal Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and a Grass Energy. Not sure if you got to take a look at Ray's hand, but I don't know if there's a way to find a Toad School.
Yeah,
anything?
I didn't see it just yet. And obviously, you've got the potential to draw a little bit here if you can thin this hand down. There's the restart on the Mew to see some more resources, but this is an opportunity to set up, see some more cards, and have that turn 2 threat that we saw turn 1 on game 1.
And the card looks like it was Energy Switch. That's not going to do it.
There is Ultra Ball, but it comes at a cost. You're probably losing, well, one of the 2 supporters. There's Iono and Research, but you're going to lose out on some pretty pivotal resources at some point.
Yeah, feels like, you got to play the Ultra Ball. What are you discarding? You probably assume you're going to get hit by Badoo, Itchy Pollen next turn. You might not be able to play item cards. So it seems reasonable to potentially just throw away an Energy Switch and really try to maximize this turn the best you can. Yep. Yeah, when you know that Itchy Pollen is coming, you need to try to play out some item cards. Obviously, the Energy Switch, those are valuable resources as the game progresses, but you also need to be able to do something on your second turn, so there's a middle ground you need to find.
Yeah, I think we saw Energy in the hand as well as a second Energy Switch potentially, so you could play that onto the Toad School, have that Pokemon already set up with 2 energies ready to go for next turn, and maybe even see an additional card with the Mew.
So potentially a painful prize card here. The Squawkabilly EX is in the prize cards this time, so Ray not having great luck so far with that. And the Iron Leaves betraying her once again in the prize cards. Yeah, might have been a situation where you're happy to throw away your hand and Squawk and Seize for a bunch of new cards to try to get as many Ogerpon in play as you can. But that's not going to be an option this time. And we do see the Energy Switch just used. Again, getting ahead of the Itchy Pollen. And one crucial card off the restart.
Not that one.
Another Ultra Ball. You could consider playing it, but it would be very costly.
Yeah, that'd be pretty tough. You see the Prime Catcher in hand. If your opponent does not find a Ralts right here, that'd be painful. It also hurts to throw away that Curlia. Was that a second copy
That's
too?
2 Curlia down,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
It's all right, though. He's got Night Stretchers.
Not
in this hand, though.
we'll see about that.
Might be a race. I mean, you just play Rare Candy as well. So
What if you just evolve into the other one and Badoo lock from here?
I don't know if that strategy would quite work.
Not against Monkey Dory.
Yeah. We could see evolving into the regular Toad's Cruel and using the Mushroom Drain just to get a knockout, to put some pressure on, but also block the Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
Probably not a play I would recommend either, but
anything could happen in game 3.
You got to look at all the options,
Yep. There's a lot of different lines here. We talked about how linear this deck can be, but also you've got potential to surprise your opponent and catch them slacking. They throw away Curlias as they have to do, and sometimes you can take advantage of that.
All right, looks like Cleffa is the choice once again for Miloslav, not the Badoo. And he's just going to go straight away for the Pheasantipity EX. Once again, only 1 Ralts in play. Maybe we'll see a second one come down, but it could be another dangerous scenario. We do know Ray has that Prime Catcher once again, so we'll see what Miloslav has here. I have to assume a second Ralts is coming.
Yeah,
or not.
I mean, this is a hedge play that you have. Is if you expect your opponent to target down the Ralts, you don't think that you're going to have the Rare Candy Gardevoir on the next turn, you play the Pheasantipity, you allow your opponent to take that Ralts, you draw the additional resources, and then find 2 Ralts on the following turn while you have an attacker potentially in that Cleffa or Monkey Dory if you can keep energies around.
Yeah, but he will have to retreat, right? So he won't have a follow-up attacker on the next turn.
Right.
But again, maybe just content falling behind 2 prize cards at the beginning. Worked out for him last game. So yeah, we'll just see the Grasping Draw with Cleffa. Pretty simple attack, but you get to draw till you have 7 cards in your hand. A nice way to refill, and it costs 0 energy to use. So it's a nice emergency Pokemon you can just throw down. You can search it out with Artisan, Nest Ball, things like that. It's just a way to use those ball search cards to convert into drawing more cards and set yourself up for a strong second turn.
Now, Miloslav did find an additional resource by playing down and filling his bench, but it does lead to this situation where you have one Ralts in play, and if it's knocked out, you only have one bench space available. You can play one at a time, and if Ray just consistently has Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, you are not going to be advancing your board state at all.
Well, and especially if, I mean, this is really unlikely to happen, but if all of your Ralts got knocked out and that Toad Scroll with the slime mold colonies out there, you can't get them back.
It's over. Yep. There's no super rod way to bring them back. It is all based on Night Stretcher. You'd have to knock out that Toad Scroll by setting up manual attachments on Pokemon. It's just not going to work.
All right, so we do see the Toad Scroll EX and the Prime Catcher going after the Ralts, and Ray will go down to 0 cards in hand, but she does have the Mew EX to restart up to 3 cards. Not the greatest, but you get another shot with the Teal Dance.
Yep, every energy is a chance. And it worked out so well. Finds the Iono, has the energy attachment for the turn as well, and the board's starting to look a little cleaner. I feel pretty comfortable about this game when you see your opponent has just that one copy of Ralts ready to get knocked out.
Yeah, and all those cards that Miloslav just built up off of the Grasping Draw do go to the bottom of the deck. So, just a minor downgrade from 7 cards to 6, but if there were any important cards in that hand, they will go straight to the bottom. Do you see another Teal Mask Ogrepon EX, another Teal Dance, gets another energy in play, get to draw another card. And there is another one in hand. Looks like Ray does decide to go with it. Get more energy in play and finds the Area 0 Underdepths.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, this is so intimidating at this point. We talked about the potential for the one-hit knockout on an eventual Gardevoir, but at this point, it's just any 2 prizes constantly just to just take away at this prize race and beat up on your opponent with 12 minutes remaining. You could easily see all those energies in play on the next turn to get the job done, but you don't have to worry about the hit points. There's no Ralts at all next turn.
Yeah, there's no Thornton anymore, no weird stuff that can happen. So that will be the first knockout taken of the game. Ray takes down the Ralts once again using a Prime Catcher. And now Miloslav, not in a terrible situation, but you do have to feel a little bit scared. Again, you just left yourself with 1 bench spot. We do see the Night Stretcher being used to get back that Ralts while you can. So heads up play there. And yeah, I mean, you just got to hope one of these turns that the Ralts makes it through and you can find the rare candy and the Gardevoir and kind of go from there.
Yeah, and you can set up energy on Monkey Dory. It's nice to have the dark energy for if damage is ever left on board, but I think it's more important to threaten confusion at this point, just something to slow your opponent down, put an attack in play that might buy you a turn to evolve into this Gardevoir.
Well, unfortunately, that doesn't work because the protective mycelium as well prevents effects of attack, so yeah.
Just ready for everything. How are you doing this?
No mind bends for you.
There's just no answer. It's Toad Scroll.
Miloslav does have the secret box in hand, so potentially this could lead to, finding the rare candy if he has Gardevoir in hand already. But this will be a crucial turn for Ray. We do see the Teal Dance. Will there be a Boss's Orders? Don't see one. Do see the Area 0 Underdepths once again. Expanding the bench up to 8 and benching the Pheasantipity will allow Ray to draw cards off of restart.
2 chances.
Will we see a Boss's Orders?
It's not over yet.
It's a different B card bug catching set. Not quite the same.
They can still find the grass energies. You can play those down with the Teal Dance and maybe find off these next 2 draws a way to that Boss's Orders. If all else fails, you're holding Professor's Research. You feel great about building on that hand and continuing to advance this great board that you have. But if you find that Boss's Orders, that is another completely wasted turn for Miloslav.
One more shot. No. That's not going to do it. I think the question for Ray, there is that regular Toad Scroll in hand. You could evolve. Doesn't seem like you necessarily want to. Oh, we have one more shot off of another Teal Dance, and that one also did not connect. I imagine you want to set up multiple Toad Scroll EX, right? In case this one gets knocked out, you want to be able to have the option for a big attacker. But it looks like the supporter card is Professor's Research. So would have to discard that and a Super Rod. So you may not have access to that slime mold colony if you throw it away here. And she does decide to evolve. Now at this point, I think you have to hope to find a Toad School.
Yep.
Get a backup attacker lined up.
Yep, you have that Super Rod. You can play that and bring that Toad School back into the deck. Maybe find that resource once more with the research. Then try to get some energies onto that Pokemon as a follow-up if anything were to ever happen to this active Toad Scroll EX. But it's going to be that slower approach.
All right, another knockout, another prize card taken. Same as game number 1. Ray Chen takes the first 2 prize cards in this matchup against our reigning LAIC champion, Miloslav Posledny, and he will be looking to make a comeback once again. We saw the flip the script. Did he find a way to get Rare Candy and Gardevoir EX? I see a secret box, but Kyle, where's the other piece to it?
It's not working. It's just not there yet. You could find the Rare Candy. You could find the Ultra Ball. You can't find both.
Uh-oh. Now, this may be a situation where you play the secret box and you put a bunch of cards that you don't want to draw into your hand to maximize your chances of, playing the Iono and drawing into Rare Candy and Gardevoir. So I'm curious to see what Miloslav will do here. He gets, again, to search for one of each kind of trainer card, put them into his hand. Could also just go straight away for the Professor's Research and say, you know what, it's too important to find Rare Candy Gardevoir this turn. I need to maximize the number of cards I'm drawing. Kyle, which one would you go for in this spot?
It's tough. You see the hand, you see double Night Stretcher, but your opponent already played the Toad Scroll. You're going to lose out on the Lily's Clefairy as an attacker from this point for the rest of the game if you go for the Professor's Research. I feel like Iono feels a little bit better, but it's going to be the Earthen Vessel Iono to start things off.
Yeah, it tricked me. I thought he was playing it. It's like, what?
Seems like he's leaning towards the research this time around. You're limited with your attackers for the rest of the game, but there might be enough pieces here.
All right, so again, this is what happened in game 1. Kind of missed finding the Rare Candy Gardevoir, but then played a supporter card and drew both pieces. Will we see the same here? Like Bravery Charm will get attached to boost the HP of that Screamtail, and big Professor's Research, 7 cards looking for Rare Candy and Gardevoir EX for a huge turn. What's it gonna be?
About a third of the deck, and it's the last card. The Rare Candy creeps out in the back of the window. He's got exactly what he needs there to find the Gardevoir. Stay in this game.
Not making it easy for the Toad Scroll EX deck. Ray, probably not happy to see this Ultra Ball. You got to know a Rare Candy is coming with it. And I do think Miloslav has a lot of Psychic Energy in the discard pile at this point. He will be able to charge up pretty much any attack that he wants. Only has access to the 1 Adrenabrain with Monkey Dory. And the question is, what are you going for here?
Yeah.
I don't think you can knock out the active Toad Scroll EX.
No.
You can power up Screamtail. You could go after a benched Pokemon like the Mew EX, potentially the Fezandipity EX if you have enough energy in the discard pile and you want to commit all the energy to the Screamtail. Seems like 2 prize knockout is what you're hoping for here.
Right.
So what would you do in this spot, Kyle?
You have 5 energies. You have access to the knockout with the Screamtail. Like, maybe if you have the Monkey Dory to help out.
I think that knocks out the Mew, right?
Yeah, you'll definitely have the Mew.
Of the Fezandipity knockout?
Yeah, with no damage counters on board, you're going to miss out on the Fezandipity. But, I mean, you just need to stay in the prize race at this point. You can't put the Gardevoir at risk either because that is the one of your 2 copies of Rare Candy. You're already down all your Kirlia.
Yep. Now, one thing you could do is just hit the Fezandipity for 200 and then finish it off later with the Adrenabrain. Prevents your opponent from getting access to flip the script on this turn. So that could be something we see as well. You're not actively taking the prize cards, but you're banking on your opponent not being able to heal the Fezandipity, move it out of play, anything like that, and just setting yourself up for a massive turn. in the next couple turns.
Yeah, all of the cards that would punish that, and you don't really see. There's no counter stadium to remove this Pokemon, but is going to be a knockout there to take it out.
Yep, just going to go for it straight away. Knocks out the Fezandipity EX with the combination of the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, moving the damage away from Gardevoir EX. Puts 2 damage counters on the Fezandipity, and then you do have the Roaring Scream for 200 to knock out the Fezandipity EX. And now this is where the game tightens up. You know, neither player can afford to miss at this point. Ray needs to find some way to close out this game. You got to think 2 prize knockouts are the name of the game. Prime Catcher is down, though. Can you afford to just ignore this Screamtail for a while?
Yeah, it's such a big threat at this point. It can remove that Mew at any point of the game.
Yep.
You want to take a 2-prize knockout. You'd like to go boss and take Gardevoir and Fezandipity, but you still need to find energies to go along with that, along with the boss's orders. You're just missing out on too many resources. You might just have to attack through the active Pokemon a few times and hope that the hit points of Toedscroll keep you in the game.
Yeah, Ray doing a quick count. How many energy do I actually have in play? How many do I even have left? A couple Super Rod being played here. It is up to 3. You know, if you want to play more cards out of your hands, you can restart with Mew EX. It's a clever way to just get more cards out of your hand. Yeah, it is going to be challenging from here on out. Again, Toedscool only has the 60 HP, so if you bench one, it could be a target for Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. Oh, we do see the Iron Leaves coming in here. What is the plan going to be? Looks like it is going to come with some energy cards. What's the plan here?
Well, you get to have an additional energy on a Pokemon on your bench. If you don't choose to attack with it, you still get to retreat, and you have 6 energies on your bench Pokemon. If you find boss's orders, you can take Gardevoir out.
Well, that is a good start.
Is there? Does she have all the pieces though at this point? You have
6 Pokemon with energy on them on the bench.
It'd be 6 at that point. So you're dealing
320.
320. That sounds good to me.
That'll do it. Of course, the looming problem is that there's a Screamtail that's doing 200 anything on the board still.
It's not great. But it does put the pressure back on Miloslav to find the answer, find a Gardevoir, because you won't be able to finish the game with Screamtail. Screamtail will keep you in it. It will find you 2 more prize cards on that Mew. But afterwards, you need to have an answer. You don't have cards like Blood Moon or Ursaluna here. You need to have Gardevoir to set up that final attack.
Tense one here in round 6 at the Portland Regional Championships. Both of these players, if they win this round, will advance to day 2 of the competition. We only have 8 rounds today, so 6-2 record will qualify you to play on Sunday and keep you alive to win the tournament. Of course, both these players have a really strong record, very likely to make it, but you'd love to seal it up here. And there we do see the boss's orders going after the Gardevoir EX. Iron Leaf's going to retreat, and here comes Toedscrool EX with the Colony Rush. Thanks to the Area 0 underdepths. Allows you to have a bunch of Pokemon with Grass Energy attached. Gardevoir EX goes down, and Ray is at 2 prize cards.
And just in time. We are at 15 seconds remaining in this game. Time +3 will be in effect very soon. And for Miloslav and Ray, that means you are running out of opportunities to close out this game and lock up a 6-0.
Let's not forget, 2 Kirlia went to the discard pile early on in this game. There was 1 rare candy played. There's only 2 in the deck, so that means there's only 1 more rare candy to potentially get another Gardevoir EX into play. This could be challenging for Miloslav to find the last way to get knockouts here. This is a very, very tight game. You know, there's very slim margins on who's going to come out on top here, and looks like time was called. It looks like, are both Gardevoir EX in the discard pile?
I don't know if we have confirmation on that yet, but it's if that is the case, that's a big problem. No way to bring this Pokemon back would be devastating. you'd have to make sure that the Screamtail sticks around for multiple turns in order to get that done.
All right, and yeah, time has been called. Miloslav is turn 0. So yeah, +3 turns. Both players will effectively get 2 turns. If there's no definitive winner, this will end in a tie. But Ray will, of course, have an opportunity to win. Just kind of needs a boss's orders to close out this match. Miloslav maybe weighing some options here. You know, am I playing? Oh, there's another Gardevoir.
Wow, with the rare candy as well.
A rare candy and Gardevoir off 4 cards. Looks like they are not both in the discard pile.
No, I didn't want to jump on that yet. It's finding exactly what they need to stay in the game. Has the rare candy Gardevoir now. Whew. Screamtail can take a knockout. Gardevoir can eye up a way to close this thing out. What can you do to further advance this, though? Maybe just any placement of damage on Toadscroll EX would make you feel comfortable, because then you have double Monkey Dory 250 with Gardevoir at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, are you going for the win, or are you going to not lose? Like, what is your plan here at this point? I imagine you're trying to go for the win.
Yeah,
right.
When you've already won a major event this year, and you're probably not cared too much about your points totals, you got to go for victories.
Yep. See both players laughing about Miloslav getting the other rare candy and Gardevoir. This has been, you know, both players throwing, you know, haymakers back and forth at each other. It's been a bumpy ride at times, but when it comes down to it, both players have been able to execute their strategies at crucial moments. And Miloslav, again, trying to figure out, what am I doing here? You can go after the Mew EX.
It's like
just take the 2 prize cards, hope that you can piece together the last knockout on the following turn. He's reading this once again, making sure there's nothing weird that like stops him from hitting Pokemon on the bench. I don't believe so. Screamtail does damage, so it does not prevent that. It's just effects of attacks.
Right.
And oh, we do see
huge.
Look at this. Moving 1 damage counter to set up the Screamtail to get 130 damage on it and hit the Toadscroll EX for 260 plus the 10 from the Adrenabrain, and that Toadscroll EX goes down.
It felt like moonlight math at that point. That's just exactly what you need to do at that point. Play with the damage to a perfect number. Every psychic energy in the deck is on this Pokemon here. And it took exactly that to get the job done.
Oh, wow. All right, so now what is next here? If you're Ray, obviously you can still find some way to win this turn, right? If you get another Toadscroll EX, a Grass Energy, you know, you find your last boss's orders, you can bring up the Gardevoir EX or the Pheasantipity EX and win the game this turn. That is on the table. If not, what can you do?
Yeah, you switch gears, you play for the tie, and you slow down. But
you might go for like Badoo.
Toadscroll Pass. Yeah, there's a
yeah. I mean, you have to knock out the Screamtail, right? It can knock out you can knock out your Mew EX, your Iron Leaves EX. So you have to deal with the Screamtail, or you have to knock out the Gardevoir EX to win.
Right.
If you knock out the Screamtail, you got to think Miloslav has a way to potentially close out the game. You know, the counter catcher would be live at that point. This is going to be tense. We do have Pheasantipity EX, and we do have Mew EX. Ray can restart, draw 2 cards. Let's see where this heads. A bug catching set, okay.
Right. Additional energies to thin the deck out a little bit more as well. Then you have Pheasantipity to draw resources.
Sequencing is key here. Looks like
to see the cards first.
There may be things on the bottom that she knows about. Okay, boss's orders. Energy.
What? That's just it.
Was that everything?
I mean, you have the energies there. You can go for the Pheasantipity. That's just all the cards you need to win the game. Count it out, but I think the resources are there. 4 energies on the 5
that's it.
now. Yeah,
yes,
you got it.
We talk about top deck. How about the perfect 3 cards off the flip the script? And Ray Chen takes takes down Miloslav, our reigning LAIC champion, to advance to 6-0 with Toadscruel EX and advance to day 2 here in Portland. Kyle, we can't make this stuff up.
That's why you don't play the bug catching set. You can't. You can't afford to shuffle right there. They're all waiting for you on the top. That is
just know it's there.
Unbelievable. You actually just needed all of them, and she finds every answer to close out. Destiny is with the Toadscruel.
Just a round of applause.
Honestly.
I mean, that is incredible. What else can you say? We didn't even have a recap for game 2 because it didn't last more than a turn. But I mean, the 2 games we saw were really back and forth. What a crazy ending. You have to flip the script into the 3 exact cards you need. You just casually get all of them.
I mean, yeah, we'll talk about what we have in the replay here. I mean, it was unreal, the match that we just experienced. Piecing together how this matchup can go. Of course it starts with turn 1 knockout on a Ralts. How else would it start when you're a Toadscruel tech? We see the knockouts start flying in this matchup. Miloslav does a fantastic job of getting off to this very aggressive mid-stage of the game, using that Drifloon to his advantage. And Ray is fighting, has the spirit though, and continues to battle on, puts up a great effort, and starts to bring this comeback together, but with almost every card in the deck, the double dark energy is there, and we get to go to game 2, one of my favorite games.
Yeah, let me handle this one, Kyle. On to game 3.
Well done, Buka. Not skipping a beat there as we jump in. But honestly, that game 2 is so impactful, it led to exactly enough time for both these players to have a chance to win this game. Miloslav playing his heart out, trying to find an answer, needs Rare Candy Gardevoir, not in just this spot, but in another spot as well. Finds it both times to get the job done. Ray, not done yet, finds 320 damage for a knockout with Toadscruel, and here it is again.
Yep, and Miloslav, to his credit, does everything he can to put himself in position to win, sets up the Scream Tail play, and then it just comes down to flip the script. What if I needed these 3 exact cards? And you know what, Kyle? Sometimes this is a beautiful game that we get to play and watch, and this is just a masterpiece.
That's everything. That's everything we need. There's no other words to add to it. It's an absolute joy to be a part of. I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy that one. It's going to be one for the ages.
Glad I could share this moment with you.
Right? I wish I knew a little bit more about the matchup. That was a doozy to go through. There's so many things to consider. You've got multiple abilities in play, all these different attacks that sprinkle in. Even though the deck is so linear, it just found ways to surprise you over and over again.
Yeah, and congratulations to Ray. A 6-0 start with a rogue deck. I don't know if anybody saw this one coming. It makes a little bit of sense given the positioning in the metagame.
Yeah.
We'll see. Is this going to be the surprise deck? You know, a lot of people may have thought heading into Portland, maybe the format's a little bit figured out. We know what all of the best decks are, but did you have Toadscruel EX on your bingo card?
Well, we know one person who did. And I bet she put all the chips on herself. Ray is our winner here. She is with Chip now. Let's hear from her and how this all went down.
Thanks a bunch, Kyle and Kyle. Wow, what a game, what a match, and what a winner here. Ray Chen in the lounge, moving to 6-0 with Toadscruel EX. First off, congratulations. I mean, absolutely incredible start, especially there in the last round, defeating the defending Latin American International Champion with the deck you're choosing to play as well. I mean, just what's going through your mind right now?
First of all, thank you so much. And I don't know, I'm just really happy to be here. And when I went into that match, I was thinking like, oh wow, like he's really gonna know what to do against me, and he's really good player. So then it was kind of a fever dream, like games 1 and 3, and even 2. But I mean, apparently he didn't have any basics or anything, so he just, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a wild set to watch play out. First off, I just got to ask about the deck that you've chosen to play, Toadscruel EX. I mean, this is not something that's been on anyone's radar. You know, Miloslav had to pick up and read the Toadscruel when you put it in play. Talk to us about where the idea for this came from and how you landed on playing it for this tournament.
Okay, the idea actually came like pre-rotation when I was thinking of playing it with Hisui and Lilligant. And then once rotation hit, I was like, wait, this thing, like, it stops Pult's second, attack. And then it one-shots Pult. So the gears started turning in my head, you know? And eventually one night I just wrote a list, and then I haven't changed the cards at all, actually, since that. It was about a month ago.
Wow, yeah, that's incredible to hear. I mean, and that non-EX Toadscruel as well, being so strong into the meta, the way people have decided to build their decks. We saw that funny moment in Game 1. Miloslav has to research away all 4 Night Stretchers. I'm sure that's a beneficial change for you in the meta as well, seeing how everyone is leaning on Night Stretcher, right?
Yeah, definitely. I also played against a Goldango earlier today, and that's just funny. Like, it's really hard for them to play the game at all. And then, yeah, so many decks just need to Night Stretcher back Pokemon throughout the game, so it kind of works out.
So Game 1 goes kind of long, and you do end up losing that game. It was really close, you know, had to take that odd prize in there, which messed up your prize map. Miloslav was able to pull ahead. Game number 2, though, didn't really happen. Talk to us about what the conversation was at the table with this moment.
Yeah, so Miloslav looked at his hand after the 7th card, and then he just said, I scoop. And then I was like, wait, what? And then he said, yeah, I scoop. Because apparently his hand had no basics and like nothing else. So I had cards in my hand. I probably was going to be able to take the knockout. And I really appreciate that he scooped so he could actually finish the match, because he didn't want to tie either.
Of course, yeah, that's a heads-up play from a very experienced player for sure, and something I think time management's a very important skill in the Pokemon TCG, and very, very few Pokemon players do it well, especially even the best players. So it was cool to see from Miloslav, and it does end up resulting in you guys having just enough time to finish that 3rd game. And Game 3, I mean, it was extremely close. Talk to us about that end game. You know, the play from Miloslav to use that Monkey Dory, move the damage off the Screamtail, get to that odd number so he could take the KO on your benched Toadscruel, and forcing you to find as much as possible on that last turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible play. To be honest, I did expect it. I didn't expect the counter catcher, but it didn't end up changing anything because I had the Latios. And I was just, in that moment, I knew, like, I gotta find a boss or I'm gonna lose this game. And then after that Fez, I was like, you could see my face on stream. It was not likely. I think I had 1 boss in like 9 cards left. So it was not likely for me to hit, and I was just, yeah.
That was awesome to see. I mean, you play against one of the best players, you play against one of the top archetypes in the meta, and you're able to come away with a 2-1 victory, moving now to 6-0. Now, I did look back and see some of your past tournament results. I did notice that last year at Portland, you played a Greedent Iron Valiant deck. I'd say kind of on a similar level of spice as the Toadscruel. Talk to us about what draws you to these off-the-wall archetypes. You know, what keeps you from playing something like Dragapult that everyone plays?
To be honest, I just have more fun playing those decks, and I wasn't necessarily trying to qualify for Worlds this year because I could only play 2 regionals. So whenever that happens, then I'm just like, I'll just play whatever I think is going to be the most fun, and I'm going to hang out with my friends. It just happens to be working out really well today.
Yeah, extremely well, I would say. 6-0 now. It seems like this deck is built pretty nice into the meta, right? You talked about how the ability of Toadscruel EX is really strong into the Dragapult decks. We saw you were obviously able to take down Gardevoir, though I could see that matchup being very close. Talk to us about kind of the other matchups in the field. Is there anything that you're kind of scared of? Anything you really want to avoid?
Yes, definitely EVBox. It's really bad. They can just 1-2-3 with Briar. So definitely not EVBox. I would love to see more Goldangos. And then everything else is 50-50 or slightly worse for me. So the matchup spread is not exactly the best, but I think the fact that people need to take the time to realize what the deck does actually helps a lot. So
yeah, that's a huge advantage. When your opponent, like Miloslav there, has to pick up and read your cards, you definitely already are feeling like you're in a good spot. Well, congrats, Ray, on the incredible start. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout-outs you want to give before we get you out of here?
Okay, I guess I'll just say thank you to my mom, dad, and my sister for being an amazing family. And then I also want to say thank you to all the tabletop people, which is just a big group of players, and every single one of them, they're really cool. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to see the Tabletop Village crew represented. We could hear quite the crowd out there cheering for you as you were able to close out your game. Congrats, Ray, and good luck in the last couple of Swiss rounds tonight, and we'll be looking forward to seeing what you're able to do tomorrow as you've locked up a Day 2 spot already. Let's get back to the casters and get into more Pokemon TCG action.
Yeah, thank you, Chip, and thanks, Ray, for that great interview. Yeah, they're always cooking up something at that Tabletop Village. Yeah, it's in the Seattle area. I hang out there sometimes. It's a great group of people, and they always bring the weirdest stuff to these tournaments. We've seen like Kobe, Kawasaki, and all these other players. They have an awesome group there, but they are willing to play whatever. I actually did run into Brian, who's the owner of Tabletop Village, and he's like, he was grilling me about like, when are you gonna put the Toad Scroll deck on? we'll get to it.
Yeah,
all right? If
trust
it keeps
me.
winning.
Yeah.
And so, Brian, if you're out there, you're welcome. I followed through on my promise.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's just a consistent trend that we've seen from that area. Just develops some great talent, some great young talent as well. We've seen so many of the younger players, and they're just continue to age up and then just start dominating in the Masters division. It's consistently happening, and they're having a good time doing it. So if you can get the job done and have fun too, you might as well go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what's better than that? You're playing, you know, a deck that you're just having fun with that probably nobody else in the whole room is playing. You're winning. You got to have a very memorable moment on stream. That's a pretty good day.
Yeah, and you know what? It might not be done.
Yeah.
You could go 8-0. You could have another couple games on stream. You could win the event, and it's really as simple as that. When the cards are falling that way for you, when you can surprise your opponents, that's sometimes what it takes to win an event.
Yeah, just imagine the undefeated Toad Scroll deck wins the whole tournament.
Yep. No, I don't think that would work out, but you know, it certainly can. It's wild.
I believe, Kyle.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, it's been an awesome tournament so far. We've had some great matches between some excellent players. It's going to be tough to top that one, but I do believe it's time to look at some things that people are talking about online. We're going to take a look at some things. All right.
Whoa.
It's pre-release time, Kyle.
All right.
You know, the Scarlet and Violet Destined Rivals expansion is coming out soon. Look at your old friend there, Team Rocket's Tyranitar.
Hey,
it's like a throwback to the old Rocklock guy. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it warms my heart. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be sticking around with 180 hit points in this meta, but there's a chance.
Yeah. I think one thing to call out, a lot of people do consider this kind of like the Team Rocket expansion, but it's more than that. There are a lot of other trainers Pokemon getting introduced. You see the Ethans, Typhlosion there. There's some Cynthia's Pokemon and things like that. So a lot of new trainers Pokemon coming out. And I think a big one that will be introduced soon is the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX as well. So that's a deck that's had a lot of success in Japan. So we got a lot of exciting stuff coming that will be legal for the North America International Championships. It'll shake things up a bit. But yeah, congratulations to this player here. 3-0, undefeated at the pre-release with Typhlosion.
That's where it all starts.
Typhlosion.
Yeah, you know how big Heggy's smile was when he found out about Ethan's Pokemon? He's just like, oh, well, I already got my deck built. I'm just going to go with this.
Yeah, all right. Let's see what else we got. Countdown to NAIC. You see all of these, different merchandise here leading into the International Championships. Ogerpon has been the Pokemon representing the International Championships this season. It will be the one to close things out. 3 weeks, Kyle, until NAIC. How does that make you feel?
I'm excited, honestly. It's one of my favorite events of the year. I've got some great memories playing in the event, casting the events. I just know someone's going to do something insane. We're gonna see some off-the-wall builds. We're gonna see some really great talent, and it always leads to some amazing conclusions. We've had $10,000 coin flips in the finals of NAIC. I'm sure we're down for some more wackiness too.
Yeah, and M saying here made M do a teal dance out of excitement. I think a lot of TCG players know Ogerpon for the teal mask version. You really only see the big mask on the card, but on this stuff you get to see the cuter side of Ogerpon. You get to see her face. So I think a lot of TCG players are shocked when they see this stuff for the first time. And like, wait, that's what Ogerpon looks like?
That was me.
Yep.
That was me like a year ago, but yeah, it was still pretty wild for me to figure out what this actually looked like.
Yeah, so if you'll be in New Orleans for the North America International Championships, you can check out that pop-up Pokemon Center and maybe grab some of this stuff for yourself. Yeah, 3 weeks away. And there we go. From Tabletop Village, I know who's posting that one. Ray with the logo on stream Of course, this was the match we just saw. What a match it was, but yeah, this Tabletop Village crew, they're always up to something crazy.
Yeah, it worked out so well this time. Just a really great story from Ray as well. Just, you don't have many opportunities to shine. You're not even going to try to like win the event outright, but you give yourself a chance to have a lot of fun. And sure enough, it can happen. Like, you can just chain together wins, take down international champions, and have an opportunity to be the undefeated player here today.
Yeah, and she could just win and get an invite to Worlds.
Wouldn't that be something, too?
All you have to do is win, Kyle, and you can get an invitation to the World Championships.
Easy.
I mean, she's won 6 matches in a row. You just need, I don't know, what, like 9 more, something like that. That's all it takes.
Yep, and you get to that point, you can ID a few times and pick your poison, load up all the golden goes in there for you, and
yeah, easy.
Easy win.
Yeah. Charizard EX, that's a pretty good matchup too.
Yep, there's a couple out there. She wasn't giving herself credit for. You could run into some good matchups.
Yep. All right. So we do have some events coming up on Twitch this week as well. If you want to tune in to all the different stuff going on from May 26th to June 1st. Kyle, what's some of the stuff that people can check out here?
You know, I'm going to be interested in that special championship series. We've got the tournament in Bologna. It's going to be the final event for the European circuit before a couple of those players get to jump on over and play the North American international events and eventually the World Championships. We've got some fun things going on. We've got the Pokemon series Sun and Moon on Tuesday and Thursday as well. Get to check out the 2024 NAIC rerun, which was an absolute wild event. I was backstage for that one, so I was watching alongside with everybody, but it was an absolute blast to watch.
Yeah, the biggest mind bend flip we've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. And yeah, Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. That's a fun one. Check out Professor Kukui and friends. So yeah, lots of stuff to check out on Twitch. There's always good stuff going on. But yeah, that special championships next weekend is one to look out for. That is going to be kind of the last major event before NAIC and before we get that Destined Rivals expansion into the mix.
Yep, I gotta check out the series, see my role model, Professor Kukui, so I can get my my abs like he does. We're getting there.
Yeah, how you doing?
We're maybe a few weeks out, or years.
All right, we'll check back on you later.
I'll have the cosplay ready for NAIC. We'll see.
I have seen it done before.
And it won't look as great on me, but we'll try.
I believe in you, Kyle. It'll be fine. Yeah, so yeah, lots of fun stuff coming up in the following week, but we're not done here.
Of course not.
That was only round 6. There's 2 more to go. So don't go anywhere, folks. Stay tuned. We'll have more Pokemon TCG action for you in Portland shortly.
Chip Ritchie back here in the lounge with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we're going to be taking a look at Giovanni over the years in the Pokemon TCG. Of course, Destined Rivals is on the horizon. Giovanni and Team Rocket, a huge part of that expansion. Talk to us about the history of Giovanni in the Pokemon TCG, though, Kyle.
Yeah, so Giovanni is one of the most, I think, iconic trainers in the Pokemon world and has a really long history in the Pokemon TCG. You know, in more recent times, you may think of Giovanni was the first one to appear on Boss's Orders because he is kind of the boss of Team Rocket. Of course, there is the Team Rocket's Giovanni card coming up as well that has a similar kind of effect. But yeah, Giovanni's been here for a long time. The first card he showed up on was the Boss's Way. So even all the way back then, he was known as like the boss, and was able to search for like your dark Pokemon. So there's always been a strong association with Team Rocket, right? And one of Giovanni's iconic Pokemon as well is that Persian. So you can see throughout the years many different cards where Giovanni is showing up alongside Persian, or they're kind of working together, or even cards that are just like Giovanni's cards, like the Giovanni's Charisma shows him with Persian. So there's always been a bond between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the interesting things about the Dark Giovanni's and Team Rocket's Persian is that they all have different names, but it all kind of revolves around, you know, that same bond between Giovanni and Persian, all kind of tied into each other. If you look very closely in the Dark Persian, you can even see Giovanni's eye peering behind it.
Yeah, it's like a jump scare when you see it. You might not see it at first, but yeah, when you really look at it like, oh, he's in the background. But yeah, you can see as well, there's the cool new Team Rocket's Meowth that shows Giovanni as well. It's kind of a cuter side that we don't get to see with Giovanni and his Pokemon. But yeah, you've seen throughout the years, this character keeps showing up because, again, he's like the boss, the leader of Team Rocket. And if you know Team Rocket, you know they just keep popping up over and over. You can't get rid of them.
Can't get rid of them. Be sure to keep your eye out for Team Rocket and Giovanni in the upcoming Destined Rivals expansion. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action this weekend.
My introduction to Pokemon was back in around 2011. I started watching the TV show. From there, I picked up the video games and kind of discovered the card game, and then very quickly found the competitive scene for the card game and got welcomed in with open arms. The community is awesome, and I've just been going at it ever since for over half my life now.
Tell me about your love for Pokemon.
I love Pokemon because all the players are nice, and it's just a really fun game to play.
Who is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Goomy, because it's Goomy. Goomy's the best. It's just like...
My earliest memory playing Pokemon's got to be going to my first tournament. It was a city championships, and I had an entirely illegal deck. So many cards that were rotated out, and scrambling right before round one to build a legal deck to play. I didn't do very well in the tournament, but it's definitely a good story to tell now.
Burn and confused, and he's gonna have to hope no mixer, but there it is, and he'll be able to double blaze for the knockout 4 game, and John takes game 1 in pretty decisive fashion.
Honestly, in terms of Pokemon, what keeps me going is the community and like being able to come to tournaments with my friends, like, you know, preparing and building a deck. I just love that whole process, and you know, when I do well or when one of my friends does well, it feels really rewarding, and just being able to do that over and over again is awesome. Something clicked with the card game that made me really want to compete in it. I'm a very competitive person by nature, and ever since my first tournament, I've had the drive to win.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're gonna end this tournament? John will check the deck with his nest ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's
Psychic,
the grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is the moment. John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is. Mirage Gate gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time.
I think the biggest lesson I've learned from playing competitive Pokemon is just to like, if you lose, you can just get back up and go to the next tournament. Like honestly, it's like not the end all be all. There'll always be another one to compete in. Yeah, just taking losses with stride and then keep moving forward.
Does he have the Serena? Yes, he does. Brings up Lugia, and John Eng will advance into top 4.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner. He's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a rivalry. We would compete against each other. When we both aged up into Masters, we started working together, and we've made some really cool decks. We've both seen our own rightful success, and I'm just glad that he's here with me for every step of the way. Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history, for me at least, was going to Japan this past summer for Worlds with all my friends. We got to spend a month out there. You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters. And, you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into this season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win Worlds, or finish the season in #1 in North America.
Hopefully I can get another one.
was the penultimate North American Regional Championship, had thousands in attendance, and it was looking to be one for the history books. Gardevoir EX was the deck to beat. Having taken 4 consecutive major events, would this Psychic Pokemon take a 5th? No, against all odds, it was an all-Dragon finals. We had Christian Labella piloting the dark horse of the tournament, Raging Bolt EX, against Makani Tran with Dragapult EX. Both players were looking for their first regional win and ready to give it their all. In Game 1, Christian set up the non-EX Raging Bolt and was putting on the pressure. Makani countered with an unfair stamp plus counter catcher, hoping Christian missed the retreat, and it worked. But it wasn't enough, as Christian had enough on the board to chain knockouts and closed out an early Game 1. In Game 2, Christian attempted a similar strategy. Raging Bolt continued knocking out every dragon, and Makani was unable to set up, which led to a swift 2-0 victory, crowning Christian Labella the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
He's found it, the Lightning Energy, Professor Sada's Vitality, and that is the game. Christian Labella with his first Regionals win here in Milwaukee.
Don't forget to check out all the Pokemon action at Pokemon.com/compete. And you too could become a Pokemon Master.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and we've had quite an event for you so far. Still just trying to process everything that happened in that last round, with Ray Chen getting the victory with that Toad Scroll EX, going on to 6-0. Of course, it is still a big tournament though. There are 8 players who are currently 6-0 so far with a perfect record. They've already locked their position in for the second day of competition. One of those players is our previous Portland Regional Champion, John Eng, and we'll see if he can go on a run again and go back-to-back here at the Portland Regional Championships. We have a lot of exciting matches left, and a lot of your favorite players are doing well. One we want to follow up on as well is Christian Labella, who just recently won a regional championship, is at 5-1 once again, and we're seeing these players go on consistent runs over and over. It's impressive to see. I do want to bring in our casters for the next round, Adam and Emily. How you both doing?
Yo, what's up everybody? We're in position on the desk and we're just waiting for our players to do the same so we can get down to some more Pokemon action.
The last match was just so exciting. I know all of us screamed in the back after finding our top decks here. I know, Kyle, you were enjoying the match so much too, and I really just want to keep carrying that energy through the rest of day 1.
Yeah, that's the kind of match that just lifts you up and brings the energy up for everybody. And I do think we have an exciting one coming up for our next featured match. Sounds like we're going to have Reagan Retzloff versus Caleb Rogerson. How you feeling about that?
Now this deck, we're still waiting for our players to get into position, get their headsets on so we don't give away too much of the sauce, but we know that these are 2 players that are very well known in the community. I mean, Caleb Rogerson, I just took some quick notes here, recently off a top 16 and top 4 before that, so already got a lot of momentum coming into this regional.
Yeah, absolutely, and honestly, Reagan Retzloff as well, a very classic name in this game as well. Only has 1 day 2 placement so far this season, but of course the season before that he was in 2 top cuts as well and playing a bunch. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to go. But thank you so much, Kyle, for the mid-match report. We'll see you soon. But honestly, Adam, it's time to get into this action here.
I am so excited, Emily, especially off the tail end of that match, seeing that there's still some room for some unaccounted for decks, some rogue ideas to come through and see success here in Portland. Makes me very excited for day 2, certainly, and we just got to close out this one.
This is kind of the part of the tournament where everyone gets a little nervous, right? These win and in scenarios where you're kind of sitting at 5-1, you're like, all right, just one more, right? What could possibly go wrong? But you still have 2 rounds of Pokemon to play, and honestly, anything can happen.
A lot of players will tell you, folks, if you are feeling the nerves, if you don't know what to do, just try to take a deep breath and focus on the match in front of you. Just play as best as you can. If you can look back on your run and recognize that you did play your best, or at the very least, you recognized your mistakes and you know what you can do to improve in the future, then that's going to be a win for you in the long run.
Well, absolutely, Adam. But the stage is ready. I know you and I both are very excited for this one. And with the players both having their headsets on, it's actually going to be a repeat matchup of what we actually had a little bit ago, a couple hours ago. Doesn't even feel like it. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Teal Mask Ogerpon EX going against the Terra Box.
Now, Caleb Rogerson has been playing something a little bit differently in recent tournaments, a lot of Dragapult, right? But now is on the Terra Box. This deck, folks, I have to remind you, very difficult to play optimally. So switching over to this deck means that he's been training a lot and practicing a lot to feel comfortable and confident to bring it to a tournament like this. Meanwhile, Reagan on Raging Bolt, a deck that had a reputation for being a pretty simple and straightforward deck, has added some utility and complexity, and Reagan is looking to make it look really good in Portland.
Yeah, Caleb Rogerson also getting a top 4 finish at Monterey, I believe, last month with Golden Go Dragapult, right? So this hybrid list being able to attack all over the place as the prizes are starting to go down here. The thing is, though, in a meta where we see so much Gardevoir, playing Dragapult, playing Golden Go, not exactly your favorite thing here. Let's take a look at the prizes here. Nothing too detrimental. I think the Pheasantipity for Reagan might not be our favorite thing here. Professor Turo's Scenario might come into play at the end game for Caleb here, but I don't see anything that I'm too concerned about. What about you?
The Slitherwing being prized is the only thing that concerns me. If Caleb opts for an early Pikachu EX, not necessarily to be aggressive, but just to kind of hold the fort and build a setup board, could be trouble to get around that as a Raging Bolt player.
Absolutely. See how it is going to go. Once again, we're seeing a little bit of a spike in Terra Box this tournament in comparison to another similar deck like the Flareon Box, EV Box, whichever one you would like to go with. But I'm excited to see this one. It's always a pleasure to have Reagan on stream, and of course Caleb having a great season as well so far. So we're going to be able to draw, and here we go. It is going to be Caleb starting us off.
All right, already has Ditto in the active spot with Transformative Start. You can look through the deck for a basic Pokemon, put that into play. Oh, and Reagan's got a Ditto as well. Both players are going to get the basic of their choice, and Reagan might actually be a little bit of an advantage. Gets to see what Caleb's going to opt for first, get a little bit more information before sending that Ditto to the discard pile.
Nothing too crazy, though, in Caleb's list from what I can see right now. Our last Terra Box player did not play Briar, but Caleb is playing Briar. And I think when it comes to Raging Bolt taking a singular knockout, sometimes we can actually set ourselves up for something like a Briar play at the bitter end. So sometimes you just got to keep mind of it, but of course the Transformative Start from Ditto is going to lead us into the Fan Rotom. This is a completely safe play. In fact, this is probably the most optimal play, right? We want to get set up with our Hoot Hoots and our Noctowls. We want to be able to go on ahead and guarantee that. We just have to also make sure we have a Terra Pokemon in play because we got a Jewel Seek.
That is correct. And Reagan Retzloff, the one copy of Judge is in the prize cards. Doesn't have to worry about those Noctowls getting shuffled back into the deck. Both players, I think, would love to get set up, not worry too much about disruption. Raging Bolt wants to punch straight through. With so much card draw in the game these days, the Ionos and whatnot, especially in the late game, don't seem to be too detrimental. Goes for triple Hoot Hoot now on the bench after using the Fan Call. And it looks like an Ultra Ball is being expended as well. Needs to get a Terra Pokemon. We know how important this is, Emily.
So this is actually going to be a Nest Ball.
Oh, okay,
we could
good,
also
good.
hold it potentially for next turn, but I don't see why not when we could just go on ahead and grab Teal Mask Ogerpon EX or even this Pikachu. Once again, this Pikachu does have that Resolute Heart ability where it actually can tank a whole hit and just survive on 10 hit points here. But we'll see how it's going to go on over to Reagan. And like we said, Caleb, ideal start for Terra Box.
Yeah, the last time we saw this match on stream, having the Pikachu as your safe Terra Pokemon to guarantee, so to speak, your Jewel Seeker next turn was run off the board with the Prime Catcher and Slitherwing play. But Reagan's not going to have access to that specific punish that we saw before, folks. Just uses Transformative Start and is looking through the deck, going to take stock of the prize cards and see what basic Pokemon is the best to grab. Fan Call also a very clean idea for Reagan's side. Could be Teal Mask, Ogerpon. Definitely depends on what the remaining cards in hand are.
I mean, if I'm Reagan, I'm staring down this board of Caleb's, and I'm a little intimidated, right? That's three 3 Hoot Hoots ready to go for next turn here. It is going to be this Teal Mask Ogerpon, and I do believe in Reagan's hand we do have an Ultra Ball, so we can go on ahead and get our Fan Rotom as well. We can have a very safe start here, but if I was Reagan, I'd want to get this Ogerpon out.
Yeah, get Ogerpon, get some draw. This gives you the backbone of the deck. Not only do you get to see a few cards here and there, you have a nice stash of energy that you can discard later on for Raging Bolt's Bellowing Thunder, which helps not only increase that damage, but keep your Raging Bolts flexible and much easier to power up for subsequent attacks. But after shuffling through the deck, it's going to be Teal Dance. You attach that grass energy directly to the Ogerpon and draw 1 card.
1 card was Mew EX here, so I'm interested to see how Reagan is going to play, especially using that into something like a Terra Box, where there are tons of attackers, right? We could copy Pikachu EX, for example. We can copy Wellspring Ogerpon EX. We can copy Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Mew EX is definitely a very flexible card here, but Reagan has to thin the hand down just a little bit. And we know that's a little bit more less than ideal, right? We want to not throw away all of these options that we can use off of Ultra Ball. Instead, we want to find easy ways to get our Pokemon out of the deck, like Nest Ball.
Definitely a tough decision. These are a lot of resources you'd love to sit on and have options later on down the road, but just decides to take his lumps. Ultra Ball throws away the Energy Switch and Professor Turo scenario just to find 1 more Hoot Hoot and set up for a nice restart to draw maybe 1 or 2 more cards on top of this. The final 2 cards in hand, I believe, are Night Stretcher and Noctowl. So 1 more card off of restart to try to fuel the rest of this turn.
Night Stretcher, not a terrible idea here, too. I'm just trying to think if Reagan is really going to leave this Teal Mask Ogerpon into the active here. I mean, we have to safeguard it. We do have the Night Stretcher, though, but a big restart for 1 right here. Let's see what Reagan finds. It's just a Grass Energy, though.
And looking at the attach return for Mew, Reagan already thinking about those amazing genome hacking plays for down the road and throws it back over to Caleb Rogerson. 3 Hoot Hoots on the bench, plenty of Noctowls available, 1 in the hand right now, and Pikachu EX ensuring that Jewel Seeker is active. Professor's Research currently in the hand as well, and Lily's Clefairy. That is an important attacker in this matchup, but we saw before how if you use it too early and put those easy 2 prizes in the active spot, could come back to bite you. But Caleb evolves into Noctowl and is going to use Jewel Seeker to search the deck for 2 trainer cards of his choice.
I can imagine we might be seeing something along the lines of a Area 0 Underdepth, so we can start expanding the bench just a little bit more here. It's not too crazy. I mean, we could also Full Moon Rondo, but Reagan having a Night Stretcher, it's not too bad. It wouldn't be the craziest option here. Could also go for a Judge. I know that's at the bottom of the deck here, but what I'm seeing, Adam, is I see Area 0 Underdepth's Crispin potentially, you getting ahead a little bit early, and we can safeguard our Pikachu just a little bit more. But I know Caleb, eyeing up the Judge here, knows exactly what Reagan has in hand because that Noctowl was searchable. And here we go. Let's see what we got.
And Caleb sees, just 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon across the board from him, wants to knock this out, maybe try to deny those Noctowls and Jewel Seekers as much as possible. Still a lot to put together, however. If you go for Judge for Disruption, very unlikely you'll be able to attack this turn, but first going to go for Earthen Vessel, get rid of Lily's Clefairy, get some energy, and just reevaluate the situation before committing to a supporter.
Attach for turn onto the Pikachu EX here, and it is just going to be the Judge. I think this format is a big check to players' discipline, right, Adam? I think especially for me, right? Somebody who's always just like, I want to see boss's orders. I want to see Prime Catcher burn turn 1, right? This is all about the setup, right? And just saying, you know what? I can just throw away my hand into the deck. It's completely fine. I get 4 cards, but you get 4 cards as well. Now, that Noctowl has now gone away, so we'll see what exactly is going to come of these 4 cards for both players. But I think this format right now is so setup heavy.
And after drawing 4 cards, there could just be another Noctowl here to keep digging, maybe an Energy. There's Area 0 Underdepths as well. And, if all else fails, maybe Caleb opts for just a nice Assault Landing. But just going to pass it over, as you said, going for a disciplined line.
Honestly, I really like Reagan's hand. We have an Earthen Vessel to discard this Lightning Energy to put into that discard pile so we can draw some energy out of the deck. We have the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn that we can use Teal Dance for. There's also a Professor Sada's Vitality in the hand as well, and a Nest Ball. So
magnificent.
yeah, honestly, you can't ask for anything more here, but the problem is, do we want to start swinging big already is the question, right? We're talking about how this format's a little bit more disciplined, how we have to kind of slow it down. So it's really up to Reagan here to either prioritize getting ahead in the prize cards, or are we going to get ahead in terms of the setup here?
Ideally, off of the Professor Sada's Vitality, you draw into Noctowl, maybe find the Prime Catcher. Unfortunately, everything is either not giving up a prize. In the case of Pikachu, we're only giving up one prize. So it's still very nebulous to put your threat, your attacker, in the active spot and have that get cleaned up on the return stroke.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, right? I mean, we saw it a little bit earlier with the Slitherwing knockout line, right? Where I do see a Pikachu EX, but we can't even go for the Slitherwing line right now because Slitherwing is in the prizes, and then that would knock off the only Terra Pokemon that we would have in play on Caleb's side. We'll see what the Teal Dance brings us. It's another Hoot Hoot, which I would never be upset at, right?
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's pretty okay. I mean, Adam, I see a Fan Rotom in hand. There is a chance we could go on ahead and just potentially find Stadium and just do Assault Landing if we really, really want to. But
Caleb Rogerson did hold back on putting that Area 0 under depths down because it just wasn't the right moment, and also forces his opponent to work a little bit harder if Assault Landing was on the table on that side.
See what's going to go down, but I like what Reagan is eyeing up here, and it is going to be that single prize Raging Bolt. If anything, we have seen how this card benefits so much off of everything that it has to offer, right? No bench barrier. That means we get to just pick and choose a Pokemon that we want to knock out. The fact that we can just turbo to it thanks to Professor Sada's Vitality and draw some more cards just feels very good. The acceleration on this deck is awesome these days, but still, I mean, I wouldn't mind if there was just another pass over. We don't have to play aggressive if we don't want to.
Raging Bolt lets you kind of play it both ways. The longer you wait, the more energy you can attach to it, the more damage the Thunderburst Storm does. And if your opponent plays it very slow, you're absolutely fine with sitting on top of this for a long time. And if you want to be more aggressive, you can start to pick off these Hoot Hoots and weaker Pokemon before they can evolve up and get their effects.
Absolutely, Adam. I like where you're thinking. I mean, we could also do something like a Thunderburst Storm just to take some damage onto Pikachu if we want to.
That's also good.
Essentially activate the Resolute Heart and just at least threaten it just a little bit. Could potentially be it.
Is there still going to be the Noctowl for Prime Catcher? The Pikachu does still get bench barrier technically.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. See what's going to happen right now. Going for it.
Wait, does it work that way?
I'm trying to think about it. Still, though. I mean,
yeah, Noctowl is picked up from Ultra Ball. Caleb Rogerson is just carrying on. I'd have to look at the exact wording of Thunderburst Storm.
I think it's effects of attack. But no, I think you're right, Adam. Yeah, it doesn't exactly work that way, that Thunderburst Storm. So unfortunately, that attack's actually just gonna fizzle there.
I've done the exact same thing before.
We all have, everybody.
So when you look at Pikachu, you look at the Resolute Heart of its ability, but it is a stellar Terra Pokemon, so it does have that classic Terra bench protection.
Wearing the party hat. Sometimes you just miss that your favorite Pokemon are wearing a hat, but it's totally okay here. See what exactly is going to happen here. Now, here's the thing, right, Adam? If we don't take a knockout on this Raging Bolt here, that means that Raging Bolt next turn, with an attach from Thunderburst Storm, can start getting out some of these Hoot Hoots, right? So we'll see how Caleb is going to manage now, but he was moving really quickly the moment it went to his turn.
Yeah, this is actually ironic that Reagan kind of gets this beautiful split threat where you don't mind giving up one prize if your opponent has to use a two-prizer to do it, because then you just swing right back and you're ahead in the prize race. But if Caleb doesn't respond or can't respond, then you can actually start sniping the targets that matter.
Big draws here. I see a Wellspring Ogre Pawn EX and a Counter Catcher here. No prizes have been taken just yet, so that ability or that item doesn't unlock just yet, but we do have Area 0, so we can start at least threatening things like the Wellspring Ogre Pawn. I know that you were a really big fan of this card just a little bit earlier too. but it is just going to be the attack on to our single prize Raging Bolt here using Assault Landing, and because that stadium is in play, it does 70 damage.
And so Caleb Rogerson not taking the bait, using a single prizer as well to match up against Raging Bolt in the active spot. Reagan Retzloff now going to use the Teal Mask. Ogre Pawn to draw one card, gets a Noctowl in the hand too. Has the energy retrieval, still a lot to work with, but no Raging Bolt EX as of yet. If you're Reagan, do you mind leaving this Raging Bolt in the active, letting it go down potentially to a Fan Rotom? Use the Thunderburst Storm perhaps to just knock it out with one more attachment?
I don't even think we look at the Fan Rotom, Adam. I think we just look at that last Hoot Hoot on the bench and we say, you know what, yeah, that's just going to have to go, right? I mean, we're talking about playing to our outs here, and the Noctowl line is quite literally playing to your outs every single time. I think with what we're presented with here, it just seems like the correct play to just Thunderburst Storm and take that out essentially away from Caleb. It truly could go a lot of which ways.
That is true, because Caleb Rogerson just played that Professor's Research and really didn't do too much after the fact. If Hoot Hoot and Noctowl are off the table, the inability to search for those cards means that he might be stuck with a surprisingly dead hand after all those draws.
Problem is, though, Adam, I'm looking a little bit at Caleb's hand, and I know we're jumping a little bit ahead, but I see Crispin Countercatcher in the hand. It's not going to exactly be your favorite thing to go down 2 prizes, but we'll see what Reagan does. Off of the Jewel Seeker here, we are going to be grabbing Nestball and Crispin, so we are going to be powering up a couple more attackers here, but the question is, what do we do?
Nestball at very least grabs Raging Bolt EX. We want to get this thing online. And Crispin, right? You don't have the Professor's Sada to draw 3 cards, but you just like finding the energy and getting those attached directly. And surprisingly, a lot of lines, right, coming out of the Raging Bolt EX, where you can set up the Raging Bolt that you just benched, or just put more energy onto this one in the active spot, start going for some snipes. Taking down the Hoot Hoot seems like the best plan from this position, as you pointed out.
Yeah, and without the knowledge, right, of saying, oh, well, I know my opponent has Countercatcher Crispin in hand, this seems fair, right? A lot of the times we do want to attack with our single prizers, especially a card like Raging Bolt here would be okay here, but it is actually going to be the manual attach onto the Raging Bolt EX. So instead, we're going to just secure energy on board. Now, what I could potentially be seeing from Reagan, maybe we want to just go on ahead and just spread some damage onto the board. Now, granted, we can't put it on that Pikachu EX. And I believe Miloslav earlier admitted that he actually tried to use Screamtail on Pikachu EX during round 1. Listen, we're still waking up in the morning. Everybody does it, right? Even a international champion. So we'll see how exactly it's going to go down. I'm interested to see what exactly this line is going to be, though.
I like that Reagan is also taking use of the Area 0 underdepths, getting another Hoot Hoot in play. Having 2 Hoot Hoots on the bench is so powerful to give you responses to what your opponent is doing. And finally, the Thunderburst Storm finds home. Hoot Hoot goes down, and it's back over to Caleb Rogerson. Has a strong counterplay in hand, but needs to go for Nestball first and get another Hoot Hoot just to keep his momentum up. Pheasantipity EX is being eyed, however, to draw 3.
See what we get off of these 3 here from Pheasantipity, because I also see something like potentially a Nestball for something like Lily's Clefairy, Countercatcher Crispin, taking out that large Raging Bolt EX on the bench here. But here's that Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn as well. And from what I can see, Reagan also playing 1 copy of Professor Taro's Scenario to just keep that in mind for next turn. See how exactly this one's going to go down, Adam.
So with the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn, if Caleb Rogerson is able to pull off Torrential Pump, that will be a 2-prize turn. So that means, 2 prizes right now with Torrential Pump, maybe 2 more prizes with Full Moon Rondo, and then maybe the final 2 prizes come from Unified Beatdown or Topaz Bolt. So the map seems to be there, Emily. It's just a matter of having enough Hoot Hoots and resources to back up everything you're going to need to find these combos and put them together.
Honestly, I think that's what Terrabox is at the end of the day, Adam. It's resource management. How we can't just kind of go springing into action immediately. There's the Lily's Clefairy, because we have to be mindful of all the energy in deck, all the supporters that we have in deck. Using something like a Torrential Pump, we have to remind ourselves that we have to keep that energy kind of in tow here, but we'll see what exactly the line's going to be. We know counter catchers in hand, but will it be the Torrential Pump? Will it just be another something like Assault Landing, keep our single prizers intact?
That's true. That is an option that has been on the table and is staring us in the face, is you can just simply go for an Assault Landing and take a prize. You're taking one and giving Reagan once again the tempo to bring up a 2-prizer and knock it out with Raging Bolt EX.
Lily's Clefairy EX hitting the bench, and honestly, I saw Reagan just kind of nod his head at first here, but it is just going to be the Assault Landing. Once again, one of the most powerful things you can do is just attack with your single prizers, and Fan Rotom is one of the best attackers, or single prize attackers I think we have right now in the game, next to something like our single prize Raging Bolt here, but it will be the Crispin for draw for turn for Reagan. Let's see what he can piece together.
There's going to be a Nest Ball at first to kick things off, looking in the deck, maybe getting another Ogre Pawn to get some card draw. Latias EX also being eyed, just to make sure nothing gets stranded. And what's great about Latias is it lets you keep energy in play. If something like an Ogre Pawn ends up in the active spot, you can just retreat it, still have that grass energy ready to go for Bellowing Thunder.
The thing is, though, in a deck like Raging Bolt EX, it's half the time our opponents aren't really trying to trap something like a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX. We're trying to get rid of that energy attachment for turn, so it's going to be something like a Knock Towel that's usually going to be stuck up there. But it is going to be Nest Ball for a second Raging Bolt here, so we can imagine that we are going to use Professor Sada's Vitality, which will attach to these 2 Raging Bolts, these only 2 ancient Pokemon on the bench here. And we'll see what these 3 cards potentially have to give us. We know we have Prime Catcher in hand, so we could take 2 prizes this turn, Adam.
First, it's going to be Energy Retrieval. Grabs a Grass Energy, still has access to Teal Dance, of course, and a Fighting Energy will be the manual attached for turn. Draws 1 with Teal Dance. Just a Fan Rotom, nothing too crazy. Has Crispin in hand, however. You'd love to see Professor Sada's. No Knocked Owl as yet, but I think as it stands right now, just swinging back on the Fan Rotom is good enough. Prime Catcher still waiting in the hand. Is this the perfect moment to use it?
Might be on that Lily's Clefairy, right? Especially because we're kind of going for a lower hit point 2-prize Pokemon, so we can actually save a lot of the energy here on the board. With no Hoot Hoot down, we can't guarantee that we can get Lily's Clefairy EX back, essentially. I know we have Crispin in hand, but I couldn't see a Night Stretcher just off of my quick glance here, and there's actually only 1 in the deck. So that would be pretty interesting to see what line we see Reagan go for with the Crispin here. We got to attach 1, so it is going to go to our Raging Bolts already with Lightning Energy on it. But we'll see where we put the second energy, and yeah, you can probably guess it's going on that second Raging Bolt.
All right, so beautifully done. Mew EX still chilling in the active spot, can retreat to Raging Bolt EX for the knockout, but it's going to be Prime Catcher, of course, and wants to knock out the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn. This deck, this attacker has a little bit more utility, right, to knock out Hoot Hoots and Knocked Owls, be a little bit more devastating to the bench setup as is, and maybe Reagan is comfortable that the Lily's Clefairy EX is going to struggle down the road in order to get a proper Full Moon Rondo when the time comes.
Like that idea as well, just because our friend Caleb is also playing Briar in the deck. So what a way to get an extra prize card by torrential pumping, essentially, for 3. So we'll see how this one is going to go, but it is going to be Reagan taking another 2 prize cards, going down to 3 prize cards here. We'll see how exactly Caleb is going to respond. Not necessarily the worst hand of cards that you got here. The problem is, how do we even up this prize trade, or even just get a little bit ahead without our Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn?
And Caleb Rogerston with no Hoot Hoots, right? So a little bit less.
Now he does.
Oh, 1 more. Okay, good.
Just came down. It's okay.
Okay, so no Knocked Owl this turn, I mean to say. So it's going to be just what you can draw for turn, flip the script, and a little bit of help elsewhere. Crispin in the hands, also great to threaten with Pikachu EX. But the longer that Caleb Rogerson waits on the back of this Pikachu, the higher the chance that Reagan Retzlaff might be able to respond with Slitherwing. This isn't a guaranteed safe EX Pokemon, a safe Terra Pokemon at that, to keep your Jewel Seekers up and running.
Well, we do have Crispin and Sparkling Crystal that we got off of the Flip the Script here. So see exactly how we want to roll with it. Obviously grabbing the grass here so we can power up Topaz Bolt, the attack on Pikachu. But we got to see what else we have kind of up the sleeve here. I don't know how much energy we're really kind of working with. Once again, this deck is all resource management. I know Caleb is only playing 9 energy here, so we'll see how exactly this one is going to go, but I can totally imagine that we are going to be seeing just a Topaz Bolt from Pikachu attaching that A-Spec Sparkling Crystal that only works on Terra Pokemon here. You're going to be able to swing for that big 300 damage, discarding both of those energies, but that Sparkling Crystal actually still stays on Pikachu EX. That means if we find something like that Super Rod, we can recycle the energy back into the deck and crisp in again for another big 2 prizes.
This is getting a little hairy, especially because if you're Super Rodding for energy, then that's less slots you can use to shuffle Pokemon back in. Maybe Wellspring Mask won't be used at all this game. Still has Lily's Clefairy, and I think that this is the map that Caleb Rogerson wants to go for. Just the Clefairy and the Pikachu threatening to take prize after prize after prize. It's 3-3 right now in the first game of this best of 3, and Regan Retzloff needs to respond to Pikachu EX. However, Slitherwing still in his prize cards.
Not exactly what you want to see either, right? This is the only way that we can take care of Pikachu EX this turn, right? And we have no way of going on ahead and grabbing Slitherwing. This would be kind of the ideal point, but we don't play anything like an Iron Bundle, for example, to move Pikachu, excuse me, out of this active. We really just have to go on ahead, maybe even do something like Fan Rotom, Assault Landing to just soften up the Pikachu just a little bit. This is really a difficult turn for Regan.
Yeah, if you go for the Assault Landing to break the Resolute Heart, you're just setting the tempo back into Caleb Rogerson's court where he can move back onto even prize cards and just threaten 2 prize knockout for game. With this Raging Bolt deck, as we know, doesn't have a lot of potential to take multi-prize turns the way so many other decks in the game can do right now. You have to find your knockout after knockout. Right now, especially since Prime Catcher's already been used, Regan needs to dig deep and try to find Boss's Orders, I believe is a one of in this list.
It is a one of in most Raging Bolt lists, so we could see it, but we don't even have Pheasantipity available to us either, so the complete power of draw power is kind of lost on us here. We're going to try and restart into something for at least 2 here, as we're going to put the Bravery Charm onto the Ogerpon here.
Wow.
I just see 2 Teal Mask Ogerpons and a fighting energy here, Adam. This is looking real tough.
Yeah, and there was the attach for turn onto the Raging Bolt EX, not on Fan Rotom.
This might be a Burst Roar.
Yeah, just trying to see more cards, and Regan's going to take a big gamble here and say, well, you just discarded all of your energy with Topaz Bolt. I don't think you're going to be able to find it and actually get a back-to-back Topaz Bolt.
Unless it is going to be a Bellowing Thunder here, just hitting into Pikachu EX for 140 damage. We know that that Resolute Heart ability keeps Pikachu safe from getting knocked out. Pikachu will just kind of survive at 10 hit points here. We're gonna just have to go on ahead and figure out what we're gonna do from here if we're Regan.
It's just, and does the chip damage matter? Like putting down the Pikachu down to 10 remaining HP because of that ability, does it matter? Or just, you know, discarding 1 energy and dealing 70?
Well, this is what I talked about a little bit earlier here, Adam. That Sparkling Crystal allowing for Caleb Rogerson to just go on ahead and just attack with the Pikachu once more, thanks to Sparkling Crystal, reducing that attack cost just by 1, and 1 is all you need here. I mean, look at the hand. The hand is giving so much, and I believe that is going to be a scoop from Regan Retzloff. He knows what he's fighting against here, and it is going to be Caleb Rogerson taking game 1 with Terrabox.
And because of the back-to-back Pikachu, Regan just not able to keep up. Slitherwing in the prize is so unfortunate. It's such a key answer to remove this, you know, tenacious attacker from the bench. And you can already see the difference by seeing this matchup played once more on stream, how it can be a little bit more in Terrabox's favor if you are getting the leeway to use the proper attacker that you need for the situation.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights for this game number 1 here between 2 fantastic players. But once again, it is going to be this single prize Raging Bolt that does so much of the kind of the early work here, right? We're trying to pick off our outs to getting our key supporters, items, everything, our trainer cards off of Jewel Seeker. But the problem is if our Raging Bolt goes down a little bit early, we kind of just allow for it to kind of go at the wayside, but it is going to be Pikachu EX with that Resolute Heart ability and a Sparkling Crystal that carries the show.
Yeah, if Caleb Rogerson doesn't have Sparkling Crystal or if Reagan has Slitherwing, that matchup looks completely different.
Absolutely.
You have to be able to adapt on the fly as both trainers in this matchup. Do I have my key cards, my key techs I need for this attack? Do I have my Sparkling Crystal? Do I have my Wellspring Mask? I loved the idea that Caleb went for where there was the split threat of the Wellspring Mask and the Clefairy and the Pikachu all ready to go depending on the situation, and Reagan chose to take down the Wellspring Mask, and it still wasn't enough.
See how it is going to go here, but I gotta say, Adam, I got a sneak look at the hands right now. Caleb's isn't giving too much, but honestly, Reagan's is giving a lot here. We have the Ditto already. We have Nest Ball as well. So we can essentially get it going already with our Fan Rotom to start us off.
If Raging Bolt gets too far ahead of you, it does become an uphill battle for sure.
See how it's going to go, though. Here comes Nest Ball down, assuming it's going to be for Fan Rotom. But I can't complain too much if I'm Reagan, right? I have the full line that I would get off a Fan Call already in my hand, right? I see a Hoot Hoot, I see a Noctowl, and I see the Ditto as well. So we can go on ahead, already safely grab something like our Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. We don't even have to put down Fan Rotom, essentially, if we don't want to. But I think we want to go for this maximum bench space possible. We do have Area 0 on under depths as well, so we can extend the bench up to 8. But Adam, from what I can see in these prize cards, nothing's too crazy.
No, this is pretty acceptable. The Ultra Balls aren't really that devastating. You know, you can use it to find an emergency Noctowl, but with the strength of this opening, that doesn't seem to be an issue. But that will be remaining to be seen, folks. Just one Ogerpon in the prizes and a Lightning Energy. So after the Fan Call, it's going to be 2 Hoot Hoots and a Noctowl. Also has Ditto as well. Can free retreat with Mew EX to get that transformative start ready to go. I was just wondering if Reagan is going to put the Area 0 under depths in play right now, or if it's just another card that he wants to hold on to maybe discard to Earthen Vessel and let Caleb be the one to put the Area 0 in play.
The thing is, both of them are playing a Jamming Tower, I believe, too. Another great card. I feel like we've seen so many of our caster picks coming up to bat, because I know Puka really liked the Jamming Tower going into this tournament. We know that Ethan picked the single prize Raging Bolt, and we know that Kyle, Sablehouse, picked the Ditto. So we can see all of this coming into effect right here. Personally, I would put down the Area 0 because I don't see the point of Terra Box even bumping it, if you will. But let's see how it's going to go here. I mean, honestly, if I am Reagan, I'm pretty happy with my opening hand.
Yeah, just stick like this. Have your Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot. Pretty solid overall. Next turn, you do have access to Noctowl, but Caleb is in the driver's seat. This is Reagan's only Terra Pokemon. A lot of hoops need to be jumped through, but maybe there is an early attack to knock this out. Looking at Caleb Rogerson's prizes, however, Ditto is in there, Jamming Tower's in there, and one of the Crispins and a Hoot Hoot. These are some very key pieces, but it is easy to set up around them. Going to be Fan Call, of course, finding Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, and I believe a second Hoot Hoot, just the classic grab from Fan Call, I think, at this point.
Yep. With Ditto in the prizes as well, it's not too bad, especially because we started a Terra Pokemon, right? We started with our, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in play, and we're going to go a little bit more aggressive here. We're going to play Boss's Orders early. We're going to get this Sob Block starting to go really quickly.
That is a really good choice, because now, even if you're drawing cards, even if you are getting attackers set up, if Mew is stranded in the active spot, it doesn't matter, right? Your opponent needs to find the Professor Turos scenario, right? I can't believe the prophecy is being fulfilled once again on the stream.
I really should have picked Professor Turo's scenario, because I had a bunch of people telling me that, hey, like it's not that great. I'm like, are we sure? I saw Maractus locking up everybody last weekend in Europe, and it's still, I mean, the Sob Block as well. It's just showing respect, right? But we'll see how exactly this first Jewel Seeker is going to go. We do have the option to do both this turn, but I think what we want to do is get some energy onto the board, and that's the big point. We do have a Prime Catcher in hand. We could play play more aggressively, but it's really kind of up to Reagan here what he's going to be able to get off of something like a Teal Dance to see all of our potential routes.
If there is Raging Bolt, it gets set up, Prime Catcher. Unfortunately, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon would also get sent to the bench. Ideally, Reagan wants to be able to knock out this Terra Pokemon to deny Jewel Seeker, but it's just going to be Earthen Vessel for now. This does open up the angle to draw one card off of Teal Dance, so still a lot to be seen for this turn alongside Crispin to power up the attacker of choice.
So I'm going to kind of throw out a weird option for us here, Adam. We do have an energy switch in hand, and I know some trainers were thinking about using more energy switch in Raging Bolt to try and power up our single prizer Raging Bolt so we can hit 90 as soon as it hits the bench.
Okay.
But it would be a very interesting line here. Be even more interesting if we potentially get something along the lines of a genome hacking.
Genome hacking,
torrential pump.
Take out 2 Hoot Hoots. Oh, that's diabolical. That's diabolical.
We're not going to see it can't copy the ability or the attack from the bench, so it would just be knocking out 1 Hoot Hoot. But like I said, I'm an aggressive player, so I always see the aggressive line as soon as possible here. But it is going to be the Teal Dance just to get some more energy on the board. But speaking of getting more things on the board, it is going to be finding the Hoot Hoot. And my goodness, Adam, we're actually going for the line.
Okay. With the energy switch, we've got 3 energy now on Mew EX. That's a weird-looking Raging Bolt.
Finding the whole rainbow here of energy in the deck, and it is going to be genome hacking, copying the torrential pump here and taking out 1 of these Hoot Hoot. Granted, all of the energy now goes back into the deck, but this is definitely one way to get on the board if we're Reagan.
Yeah, you're also putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. Once again, Caleb Rogerson has to kind of get up and moving, only has 1 Noctowl now to put together the rest of this turn. Reagan Retzloff, meanwhile, has 2 Hoot Hoots, can keep these string of attacks going.
See the Jewel Seeker here, going to be finding 2 trainer cards. I'm seeing Boss and Nest Ball already. So the Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. We'll see what we can grab here. Do we go for another Saw Block? Potentially on one of these Noctowls, if you will. The problem is, I mean, Reagan has Prime Catcher in hand, and we could see another Torrential Pump if we truly wanted to here. Wouldn't be knockout just yet, but it would be a little bit funny here. But all I'm seeing is a Teal Mask Ogerpon and a Dream here. We got to draw a little bit more sauce here.
Noctowl. Oh, it would have been great if you had a second Hoot Hoot to go along with this. But just has Sparkling Crystal and a Metal Energy. Goes for Boss on Hoot Hoot. Sparkling Crystal plus 1 energy attachment means that Torrential Pump is now online for Caleb Rogerson.
And now we're going to be able to knock out 2 Hoot Hoots, Adam. You're getting a little ahead of yourself, but you are going to be able to use Torrential Pump here to knock out both Hoot Hoots here, and no more energy on the board here either, because Reagan was able to use Torrential Pump himself, but all that energy has gone away. We'll see how exactly he's going to respond. I mean, the Teal Mask Ogerpon, or the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, excuse me, is damaged just a little bit, but we're definitely not going to be able to loop in those pieces without our Noctowls this turn.
This matchup has gotten really bizarre, and it's just facilitated by the fact that both players kind of need to be really aggressive in this matchup.
But Adam, he finds the Nest Ball off of the Teal Dance. He already has Sada in hand as well. So we could be finding a little bit more if we need to. I lost track of how many energies are currently in the discard pile right now, but if we have at least 1, we could start drawing a little bit more. Maybe we can even use something like the Prime Catcher to go after Pheasantipity this turn. I mean, it's a line. It just depends on how many fighting energies we have in the discard because we have Lightning in hand.
And both players operating again with no Hoot Hoots, no Noctowls. It's going to be a lot of draws for turn, a lot of top decks to decide the fate of both of these players. It is still Game 2, 13 minutes left on the clock with Caleb Rogerson up 1-0.
The thing is, Adam, there's no energy in the discard pile, so it does have to be this Pheasantipity. So we have to draw into a way to get this Lightning energy into the discard pile.
And there is 2 Ultra Ball in the prizes, people, so that's even less outs to be able to discard cards from the hand.
Got to draw into Earthen Vessel. It feels like that's our only option at this point here. We also have to just...
Ray Chen left a little bit of good energy in that seat. You got to tap into it, Reagan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flip the script and change your fate, young man.
See what happens here. 3 big cards. We'll see what happens. It's just a couple of energy. There's no way we can actually go on ahead and find a retaliation right now. No energy in the discard. This is a heartbreaker for Reagan because he had a perfect punish, right? If there was just one energy of fighting or lightning inside of this discard pile, it would have been great. Putting down the jamming tower here, though, that sparkling crystal does act as a tool. So we can't torrential pump again thanks to Crispin unless we have a bump, and we actually do have it in the hand. But the jamming tower is a good idea, and I do like how we're just retreating to our single prize Raging Bolt here. We'll see what Caleb has got cooking.
Yeah, if Caleb Rogerson goes back onto odd prizes, it means that you need to keep leaning onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to go for a big 3-prize turn or something to close out the game in a timely fashion. Gets a chance to play Night Stretcher for Hoot Hoot. This is so much pressure for the follow-up turn. Also looking at Energy Switch too, to move this energy from Ogerpon EX, the Teal Mask rather, to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX in the active spot. Still eyeballing that Torrential Pump once more.
I just feel like there's nothing ideal just off of what I'm seeing, right? We can't flip the script for more cards. We can't Jewel Seeker this turn because this Noctowl just hit the bench. I don't really know what I'm kind of looking for here. Just going to be a pass. There's the big Raging Bolt, but there's no way to discard this energy, Adam. This is looking a little bit more brutal. What we could do, though, is manually attach onto the single prize Raging Bolt and just throw some damage around, I guess. I mean, that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is damaged just a little bit, but it is going to be the prime catcher here to bring up that Noctowl, and now we're just going to sit our Pokemon in the active here. There's the Professor Sada's Vitality, though. Actually, we do have an out, and it is going to be the Sada's Vitality. We do have the attach for turn as well, so we can hit for 90 somewhere. I know exactly where that's going, though, Adam. Can you tell me?
I'm taking out a Hoot Hoot.
Yeah,
I'm in this
that's
space
correct.
with Reagan. Keep those Noctowls under control. Make it so your opponent can only work with the cards that are currently in their hand and working with the cards that they draw from the top naturally. Caleb Rogerson will get 3 more cards because of Flip the Script, but I think that that's just a, you got to take that.
Yeah, not exactly ideal, right? We've essentially missed a whole turn of getting our prizes even and leveled up here. We'll see what the Teal Dance has to bring to us as well, but very masterful play from Reagan right now. Finally seeing the single prize Raging Bolt in the active. Will be getting a prize card, but the problem is, Adam, I don't like our odds right now, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing a potential for something along the lines of getting a 2-prize knockout next turn. See what exactly is going to happen, but the writing is definitely on the wall for this turn. It is going to be using that Thunderburst Storm to get that Hoot Hoot off the bench, trying to limit some of what we can do.
So Caleb Rogerson has a pretty big hand right now. Going to get 1 draw for turn and 3 more off of Flip the Script. Finds Professor's Research. You really don't want to get rid of all of these resources with the research, but still a lot to work with. There was an option, of course, folks, where Caleb could have bumped the Jamming Tower, reactivated the Sparkling Crystal, tried to go for some sort of sob, but that still would have been, danced around with the Prime Catcher, right? You can just get that right out of the active spot. So I do like holding back the Area 0 under depths, maybe just saving it specifically for the turn you're going for Lily's Clefairy or something of that nature. But Caleb just going to open with Ultra Ball, gets rid of the Professor's Research altogether and the Noctowl because who had gotten knocked out. And what is the grab from Ultra Balls? Eyeballing the Lily's Clefairy EX. Both benches are quite full. Area 0 is still in the hand, ready to go to increase that bench space even further. But I still don't like putting a 2-prizer in the active spot just to clean up this Raging Bolt.
It's not exactly ideal here, too. I mean, the problem is that this Noctowl is practically going to stay until it is going to be the Professor Turo scenario, benching down 1 more Hoot Hoot, getting the Psychic Energy attached for turn and the Energy Switch here. So we are going to be using that Full Moon Rondo for knockout here. The problem is, though, Adam, Reagan has every tool in his arsenal to respond cleanly.
And there's the draw for turn. We see Noctowl in hand, but no Hoot-Hoots on the bench. Still a lot of resources to be gained and a flip the script to see 3 more. Slitherwing is also in the hand. This is a response to Pikachu EX if Caleb tries to take a defensive turn, trying to retreat and hide behind Resolute Heart.
This is going to be interesting, Adam, because we know that Caleb does play Briar. Now, if Reagan were to take these 2 prize cards, there could be a route if we bench another Hoot-Hoot to find a Torrential Pump for 3 prizes. We alluded to this actually at the start of the match. We have to play very carefully right now. I don't think benching another Hoot-Hoot is essentially safe here. It's going to be a really, really close down to the wire here. We'll see what our Teal Dance brings to us this turn here.
Yeah, I do like the idea of just naturally drawing cards from this point. You've seen so much of the deck. You're using Professor Sada's Vitality. Oh, yeah, right. There's no area 0.
Oh, there's no area. Okay, there it is.
Bump that and then bench the Raging Bolt EX.
Listen, I do that all the time. I know exactly what I'm playing. Sometimes it just, for example, like
just a little bit out of order.
Yeah, but that's okay. We know what you're going for. It's all good.
Fortunately, didn't do anything crazy illegal there. Just quick overbench. And of course, Professor Sada's Vitality. This is energy attachment and card draw. This is what's so strong about Raging Bolt.
Absolutely.
If you have access to Noctowl, you find the cards you need. And if you don't, you're kind of naturally drawing a lot of cards anyway, thanks to Sada.
This is a good play here from Reagan. We know that there is going to be response from Caleb potentially next turn, but without another small Pokemon, another basic Pokemon like a Hoot-Hoot on the bench, we can't Torrential Pump Briar for game. See how exactly it's going to go here. Maybe I like the Bravery Charm here as well, so maybe even if we can't even do something along the lines of a Night Stretcher Crispin, this Raging Bolt might be okay.
290 HP is a lot to get over for a lot of decks in the current metagame. Reagan rounding off the bench with a Nest Ball, looking for one more target in Latias EX potentially.
Latias EX totally okay here. Once again, I think as long as it's not a Hoot-Hoot, we're not Night Stretchering back a Hoot-Hoot to be on the bench, I think we're okay, right? Because that Torrential Pump Briar play is kind of sticking in our face here, just ready to go here. We'll see how exactly it's going to go.
Yeah, because you need to play Briar, which means that you can't, gust something up.
Correct.
So Reagan does seem pretty safe now. There's still so many cards in hand, and even though there's 5 minutes left on the clock, Reagan needs to fight to take this second game and maybe bring things to a tie. Still a lot of work, a lot of homework to be done to get the board in the correct state so that Caleb Rogerson can't win within the next couple turns. It's going to be Ultra Ball 2 as well, getting rid of Noctowl. Reagan is fully committing to not giving any easy prizes, any small basics on the bench alongside this Fan Rotom anymore.
Going to be the grab of the Teal Mask here.
And the deck is incredibly thin. Couple Night Stretchers in there, a Nest Ball, couple Grass Energy. Pretty much everything that Reagan is going to be utilizing is already in the hand. It's just a matter of thinning the deck as much as possible and making sure that you know where all of your resources are.
I would have loved to see a judge this turn. It's just too scary, right? I mean, Caleb has a ton of cards in the hand too, and honestly, and I'm just realizing it now, just a boss on the Noctowl, just because the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon hits pretty heavy in the active. See how it's going to go. That could be your Briar play, or bringing up the Noctowl. That could be your Briar play there too eventually. See, getting close here, but it is going to be the free retreat thanks to Mew. We will be seeing this Bellowing Thunder taking the energy off the board. I can assume we're probably going to just leave at least one on each bolt at this point, and we're just going to use the Ogerpon battery to just get up to 210 damage. We will be seeing the knockout.
And yeah, get rid of the lightning. That way you have fighting and fighting, so Sada can power up either or. So that's 2 prizes given up, and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon comes to the active spot, and there's a draw for turn. We're looking for potentially boss's orders, maybe an energy switch to get the Torrential Pump down.
One counter catcher in deck, that could also do it, Adam, and he finds it.
Counter catcher, Noctowl, no, and there is the Hoot-Hoot on the bench too. I think this is everything.
Wait, it could be an
attached. One energy switch was used earlier.
But there's only one in the deck. Oh no, there's 2 in the deck. So if we're able to Teal Dance, energy switch, counter catcher the Noctowl, and then
Rogerson,
Briar.
I think is seeing the line, double checking the deck, double checking the hand. just to make sure that you don't make a mistake from this point.
Yeah, you only get one of these as well. Could be the Iono as well here too.
So it's a Jewel Seeker for Earthen Vessel and Iono. Has the Sparking Crystal on Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. There's Earthen Vessel to kick things off. Finds 2 Grass Energy. Going to draw first for Teal Dance. And can also get 3 cards from Flip the Script, which I believe was already used.
See how it's going to go. It's so hard to see if he has it in hand because there's so many cards.
I don't think we saw the energy switch yet. Does this need to be the top deck? Ultra Ball.
Finds the Counter Catcher. We know that's what it's going for. Counter Catcher in the hand too. Plays the Briar down. I'm going to read it. Reagan does have 2 prize cards that with Briar, for those of you who may not know, if your opponent
and energy switch, there it is.
Got it. Just because now Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is a Terra Pokemon, it will take the Fan Rotom and use Torrential Pump to knock out 2, but because Briar is in play, you get an extra prize card that is going to be Caleb Rogerson winning in a pinch.
That is a 2-0 as the time was ticking down, and Terra Box able to take it against Raging Bolt. What a fantastic showing, and it really showcased the power of Torrential Pump, the power of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and even Reagan got in on that action with Genome Hacking.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a weird one. This was weird. We're seeing Genome Hacking for Torrential Pump, but I'm glad we caught the Briar for game. I thought it wasn't game, but then I remembered that there's a Noctowl on bench. There's a second Pokemon with not too many hit points. Let's take a look at the replay because, my goodness, Adam, this one was a little weird.
Yeah, having the Ditto start and the Baby Raging Bolt doing a lot of work here. The name of the game was keeping these Hoot-Hoots under control. If you're forcing your opponent to draw cards naturally, it really hurts their ability to respond with the perfect out they need every single time. There's it is, taking down the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon with Raging Bolt EX. Pikachu EX is set up with Sparkling Crystal to get another big knockout with Topaz Bolt, and Reagan had to just grit his teeth and hope there wasn't going to be another response, but it was just Crispin for another Topaz Bolt, and he scoops up game number 1. In game number 2, Reagan had the Slitherwing, but Caleb was in a position where he didn't need to rely on Pikachu.
Right. This one's gonna be, I mean, this was crazy, right? And once again, we really kind of threw Terra Box away from the meta for a little bit, right? We said, not exactly our favorite here. But honestly, we're finding so much mileage out of it, and the lines are endless, Adam. There's tons of plays that you can do between all of these Pokemon that you can power up very easily between Crispin and Sparkling Crystal as well. But it is going to come down to the Briar for game, which we haven't seen in quite some time too. But there it is, the energy switch and the attach return. Reagan just had to read it, had to see it for himself. The counter catcher onto the Fan Rotom, and then the Torrential Pump to 2 Pokemon on the bench, and being able to take another prize card off of that because Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is a Terra Pokemon.
Very well said, and it just goes to show how different this matchup can look if you change the pilots, or if you just change the prize cards a little bit. If you are looking to play either Raging Bolt or Terra Box, it looks like the matchup can be pretty even depending on a lot of factors.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes down to the fact that there's just too many routes. You know, you got Clefairy waiting in the wings, but we don't need Clefairy sometimes when we have the flexibility of these Terra Pokemon in play, and Briar as well. I love the energy switch too. Boathless actually playing an energy switch, but it's really good to see Reagan out here again, still playing extremely well, still, of course, in the tournament as well. You got to win your last one. But of course, Caleb Rogerson making the switch from Golden Go Dragapult over into this Terra Box deck, and it's definitely playing out for him really well.
And so that's going to be Caleb Rogerson moving up to 6-0-1 and locking in that day 2 spot. Very, very solid. Terra Box still hanging in there. It was one of the decks that had the lower percentage of representation in the room, but the players that have decided to bring it to Portland have shown a very vast understanding of the deck, and they have a lot of faith that it is the correct call for this metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. If you know your routes, you know your matchups, I don't see why not, right? Even with the weirdest looking hand in the world starting out, as long as you know what to grab off of Jewel Seeker, you're just going to profit.
It is impressive, especially with the lack of Jewel Seeker generally in that game. When you're up against an opponent that understands that if I can get rid of the threat of Knockdown while finding the perfect cards you need every turn, it is so difficult for that deck to build up the threat potential it truly wants.
Right.
And Caleb beautifully understood in game number 1, putting the Sparkling Crystal and committing to the Pikachu. And in game number 2, just immediately committing that Sparkling Crystal to the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn and riding that train to victory. We've seen some players put the Sparkling Crystal on the wrong Pokemon, use Crispin to put energy on the wrong Pokemon, or attack with the wrong Pokemon at the wrong time, and that can just spell your defeat turns and turns later. And not only is it hard to play in the moment, it might be difficult for some players to evaluate exactly what went wrong in their matchups.
Well, I want to hear a little bit more about how our last match went, and Chip is going to be out on the floor with Caleb. Let's hear it.
Thanks a bunch, Emily and Adam. That's right. Here on the floor with our last round winner, Caleb Rogerson, locking up a spot in day 2 at the 6-0-1 record. Caleb, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. I haven't really played this deck much before, and I'm doing well so far. I only took 1 tie, and other than that, all wins, so hope to keep that going.
Yeah, talk to us about the deck choice for the event, because you've played a lot of Golden Go, Dragapult so far this format. You've had really solid success with that deck as well, top 32, top 16 finishes. Why this switch up whenever it was obviously working pretty well at the previous tournaments?
Yeah, well, I really like Golden Go, and that's the deck that I kind of vibe with the most. However, this tournament I expected a lot of Raging Bolt, which is what I just hit on stream. And Golden Go is really bad against Raging Bolt. You really need to draw really well to win the matchup. And so I was kind of determined to not play Golden Go this time. I was going to go back to Dragapult, which is what I played in Atlanta. However, I felt that Dragapult was being pretty inconsistent in my testing. I think it was still the deck I knew the best, so it was the safe choice, but I decided to go with Terra Box, and it's working out so far.
I would definitely say so. 6-0-1, great spot to be at this point. I mean, quite a big switch up from Golden Go, I'd say. You know, Golden Go, while it is technical and you have to sequence really well with it, you're trying to do the same thing for the most part every single turn, attack with your Golden Go EX. This deck, you've got so many different options, so many ways you could approach every single situation. How do you balance that out and make the right calls?
Yeah, well, I've played some Noctowl decks before. I played Palkia Noctowl, and I played Terapagos Noctowl early in the season, and so I have some experience with the deck. Last time I played the deck, I used Noctowl without a Terra Pokemon on stream, so this time I didn't do that. That was good, but yeah, I think really the deck comes with a lot of puzzles and figuring out which is the best attacker to use, but I do have some experience with that, and usually I just try to pick whatever will win me the game the quickest, and if I can think through all my options, then I'll land on whichever is usually the best one.
And it's not only the Pokemon you attack with, it can be the supporters that you play for your turn. Let's talk about the end of that game number 2, the Briar play. 3 prize cards with the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn EX. You know, how long into that game were you planning that play out?
Yeah, I think that the Briar is huge, and specifically the Raging Bolt matchup, also the Joltik box matchup. And so that game, I was definitely going for the Briar once he just took the single prize the second time to go down to even prizes. If he went for something else, then I obviously could have gone for a different game plan, but really in that matchup, I want to bring in Briar a lot, and that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, and it works out very nicely. Your opponent was a little surprised by the card, it seemed like. Caught him off guard, and it ends up getting you the win. So you're 6-0-1 right now. We got 1 more Swiss round left today, 4 Swiss rounds tomorrow. Does this deck have what it takes to carry you into another top cut?
Well, at the beginning of the tournament, I didn't think so, but I mean, here we are. So like, take it round by round, and hopefully we can get there.
All right, best of luck to you, Caleb. Any shout outs you want to give real quick before we get you out of here?
Yeah, I mean, shout out specifically to Rahul, who had pretty much this list built, and I kind of took the deck from him, and I'm going pretty far with it so far. And shout out to everybody else who I test with and talk with consistently. A bunch of them are doing super well, and I know that some of them also cooked up some other decks that I didn't end up playing. So hopefully we can see some of those decks do well.
Lots of variety in this tournament for sure. Congrats, Caleb. We'll get you out of here, get you some rest before your next Swiss round. Let's get back to the desk.
And welcome back to the desk, everyone. It was great to hear from Caleb, and, you know, great to hear that even the best players that we see on stream still make the same mistakes that I do when I'm trying to test decks as well. Evolving without a Terra Pokemon, trying to use bench snipe damage on a Terra Pokemon. I've done everything those exact same mistakes, and you got to live and learn. And I do have to give a special shout out to him being willing to play a deck that just seemed right based on his testing, not going with the safe pick of Dragapult for this tournament.
Yeah, and who's to say that Dragapult's even safe anymore, right? Especially with all this Terra Box running around. But it's good to know that, listen, playing up there on that stage is really, really scary. You got a bunch of people watching you. You got white noise just blasting into your ears too. It's not easy to play up there in front of a bunch of people, knowing that thousands of people are watching at home too, on Twitch and on YouTube as well. So honestly, good on Caleb. I can't wait to see where he goes. I wonder if Terra Box is going to be able to get the win this weekend.
I mean, 1 or 2 of them in top 8 isn't outside of the realm of possibility, especially here in Portland, where a lot of weird stuff tends to happen, folks. We can take a look now at the regional schedule just to refresh our memories about the events that have gone by and what is coming up.
I feel like Baltimore was just yesterday, Adam, where I was on the desk for the first time, and we're already here at the final regional of the season. But I know in just 3 weeks, can you believe it? 3 weeks time, we're going to be heading to New Orleans again for the North American International Championships. I know I'm going to be down at the tables for that one. That is a no miss for playing. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah. Very, very jam-packed season. If you go all the way back to what the metagame was looking like eons ago, you're still going to find Gardevoir. So if you've been playing Gardevoir this whole season, you've been sitting pretty. And I know that, 3-time regional champion Henry Chow also jamming with the Gardevoir this entire time. But maybe Wellspring is out to give it a run for its money here in Portland.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of day 2 is going to go. Once again, this final regional Portland, this is a big opportunity for a lot of people to get the points that they need. But make sure you guys are following the channels as well on Twitch and on YouTube too. You want to catch all things Pokemon. There are tons of streams going on this weekend as well. So if you want to go over and hang out with our friends in VGC and Pokemon Go, make sure you visit Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
It is great that they have those streams all in one hub for these Pokemon fans to be able to go to any stream that they like and keep up with all the different action here in Portland. This has been just the penultimate Swiss round of day 1. We still got one more coming up, don't we?
Yeah, it's coming down to this. Once again, round 7 and 8 here is where dreams are made and dreams are broken, and a lot of high-intensity matches. I can't wait to see what else we got. I know one of my friends, Dominic Viola, 7-0 right now.
Let's
playing
go.
his hybrid Dragapult list with a Monkey Dory in it. So we'll see. Yeah, that's what I said when I played him yesterday, but there's tons of sauce still looming at the tables. I mean, Toad Scroll EX is doing really well, Adam, so anything can happen here in Portland.
And you don't want to miss any of it. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have one more round of action at the Pokemon Regional Championships here in Portland. So we'll see you soon for that last Swiss round.
Chip Ritchie here in the lounge once again with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we're going to be taking a look at some cards in the upcoming Destined Rivals expansion focused around Team Rocket and compare them to their counterparts from the original Team Rocket expansion all the way back from the year 2000. 25 years ago, Kyle, and it's really interesting to see how similar, if not almost exactly the same, some of these cards are.
Yeah, some of these cards we're going to look at may not have been the most impactful, but it's fun to go back and look and see, oh, these do something really similar to what they did in the original Team Rocket expansion. One that stands out to me is Dark Hypno and Team Rocket's Hypno. When you think of these kind of Team Rocket cards, Hypno probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind, but it did have a really unique attack when it first came out, the bench manipulation. A weird one where it makes your opponent flip coins. And the idea is kind of like your opponent, their Pokemon are getting like hypnotized by Hypno, and it's convincing them to hit their own teammate. It's just this weird concept You could really see back then that I think the designers were looking for like fun new ways to incorporate different concepts. They're like, oh, what would it look like if you made your opponent's Pokemon attack their own teammate? And it's like, how do we make that into a card? So it's really cool to see all these years later, the new Team Rocket's Hypno has the same kind of attack.
Same attack, yeah. A little bit boosted with the damage output, right? Yeah. To try to keep up with today's game. Maybe we'll see a Team Rocket's Hypno at some point, somewhere along the way. You got that new Team Rocket's energy to help boost that energy acceleration there. Another one that I'm really excited about personally from Destined Rivals is the Team Rocket's Golbat. It's got that sneaky bite ability. Of course, there is the Phantom Forces Golbat as well that had that same ability, but you can call all the way back to Dark Golbat from the Team Rocket expansion.
Yeah, this is one of the first cards that had like a kind of powerful effect when you play it from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon. Yeah, you got to put, I think the original card said do 10 damage to something. Nowadays you'd say, oh, you put a damage counter on it. But yeah, the Japanese name for this is actually exactly the same. It is a direct callback to this card. But yeah, it has scaled up a bit as well, right? The original one only did the 1 damage counter. Now it does 2, so a little bit better. But yeah, this concept, like you mentioned, the other Golbat was used quite a bit. So sometimes these cards pop up and they can be pretty powerful.
I'm not going to be surprised to see Team Rocket's Crobat supported deck at some point along the way during that card's standard format legality. And then the last one here we want to talk about is the Team Rocket's Weezing and Dark Weezing. Once again, extremely similar.
Yeah, so the original one had the attack Mass Explosion, which again was kind of like a unique thing. Every Coffin, Weezing, and Dark Weezing in play all kind of do like a mini explosion and do damage to the opponent's Pokemon, but also themselves. And there's a Fortress card that a lot of people know. It has a very unique attack. It's called Everyone Explode Now.
Yes.
And it's actually based on this attack. And so you actually see that Fortress attack name and kind of the old Dark Weezing concept on this new Team Rocket's Weezing. That's how we end up with Explode Together Now.
And that's what you're going to be doing if you're using the Rocket's Weezing. I would love to see some sort of board where someone's got like a Terra Pokemon in play with Area 0. They've got all kinds of Weezing and Dark Weezing. There's Galarian Weezings out there. So many ways you could boost that damage. I would love to see someone try to make something like that happen.
Yeah, so you can get 1 knockout. Yeah.
A lot of effort for sure. Well, appreciate everyone kind of tuning in throughout the course of the weekend into our look ahead at Destined Rivals, our look back at the past Team Rocket cards. It's been a lot of fun, and be sure to check out the new Team Rocket expansion, Destined Rivals, coming soon to a store near you.
Consistency is key. You don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2.
My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's black and white, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in black and white too are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and we are winding down our first day of competition here as we head into Swiss round number 8. I do want to mention, Piper, I agree, cereal before milk. As we head into the last round, we do have 4 players sitting at an undefeated 7-0 record. We have Bulin Zhang, Dominic Viola, Aban Ahmed, and the Toad Scroll hero, Ray Chen, still undefeated at 7-0. Those are our players to keep an eye on so far. We have lots of strong players at 6-0-1 as well. Piper, who we just saw in that interview, Aiden Koos, playing that Roaring Moon deck, and Caleb Rogerson, who we just saw on the stream as well. Lots of strong players at a 6-1 record, just 1 loss so far, including John Eng took his first loss. He is last year's champion here at the Portland Regional Championships. So took his first loss, but hey, still a strong record. Miloslav, who we saw fall to the Toad Scroll deck earlier, rebounded and got a win. So he's sitting at 6-1 as well. And then lots of strong players. We have Callie White, Christian Labella, Liam Halliburton, Makani Tran, Bodie Robinson, all these players at 6 wins. So we have 1 round to go. Lots of Gardevoir, Dragapult, and Raging Bolt at the top. But personally, I think we're all kind of looking at the Toad Scroll deck and how that's going to play out. Kyle, Ethan, what are you guys thinking?
I mean, you kind of summed it up, right? It's sort of a very distinct polar difference, right? You've got the meta decks, the Raging Bolt, the Dragapult, the Gardevoir, and then Toad Scroll out of nowhere. Kyle, look, I know you've seen a lot of things in the history of the Pokemon TCG. Has there ever been a deck on a run like this as obscure as a deck like Toad Scroll EX?
It's pretty wild. Obviously, this is something we didn't expect to see. It makes sense once you see it play, though, and it's working very well. I know me and Puka were very surprised to see that on stream.
Yeah, now I know we have our last round coming up. Lots of players just kind of trying to earn some more match points as they head into tomorrow, but we also have some players on a winning in, and one of them is going to be Ross Coffin, one of the legendary players who's trying to win this last round to advance to the next day of competition. Kyle, what does it mean to you to still see Ross Coffin competing at the high level he is all these years later?
It's great. I mean, for us, the old heads, we love to see one of our own doing well. He's been just a pinnacle of greatness for so long. So he's been so innovative with all of the decks that he plays as well. And it's just like an inspiration for a lot of players to look up and see he can do it with just about anything. And he's doing that again today.
Yeah, well, all right. Kyle, Ethan, please take it away. Carry us home.
Thanks so much, Kyle. I'm here with the other Kyle. Look, you're still as important as Puka. Okay.
I tell myself that in the mirror, too. I don't believe it, but sure.
What else is important is this last Swiss round. Of course, we've got one more round today, and then players with 16 or more match points will carry over into the next day of competition, where they're going to battle it out to become a regional champion. We talked about John Eng. He's trying to defend his title as a regional champion. He's at 6-1. We've got plenty of matches out in the field, but it's going to be that one feature match, and what a feature deck we have. Ross Coffin, he never ceases to amaze how he continues to innovate, even when the pieces are changing.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, continually finding that way to persevere through and take these unique choices, something that he likes to call his own, and just continue to find success where others don't. And it's just one of those things that makes him unique.
Now, of course, as you said, the format for this year so far, you know, we've had some time to reflect. It was a big change coming into this year. We essentially cut our Swiss rounds for day 2 by a third for most of these events, right? We started, you know, the previous years, it would be 8 to 9 rounds of Swiss, followed by 5 to 6 rounds of Swiss the following day. I mean, Kyle, you know, we have a little bit of an opportunity to reflect, think about this system a little bit. What has sort of been your general, you know, consensus, seeing as this format has, you know, shifted and shaped and asymmetric cut? How have you really, you know, reflected and thought about that over the season?
I mean, tournaments are a pressure cooker. Everything that we do now is condensed into that exact constraint that we have of 50 minutes plus 3 turns, along with having less rounds to really have these issues pop up in your deck. You need to have success right then and there. It makes every game that much more important, and we're starting to see the great players continue to rise, and it's always those same names that keep popping up, and it's for good reason. They understand how to play events like this and keep finding success.
The players having success so far through this 7th Swiss round. As we go into round number 8, we can showcase for you all at home viewing the stream. These are our players who have locked up not just a ticket to day 2, but also are looking to cement themselves at a super solid record, get a little bit better sleep, having that security on their back, but knowing that they've still got work to do tomorrow to try and make it to top cut and hopefully beyond that.
Yeah, we saw Puka mention a few of these names already, but this has been a pretty wild exchange. Miloslav taking that loss, but then finds the win right back, as we expect to see now with 18 match points. Some other fantastic names. There are some really unique decks in this field. Aiden Koos is one of one when it comes to that deck. I don't trust anyone else to pilot it.
No, I mean, you know, was a deck not really on a lot of players' radars. It lost a lot of key pieces. Sort of this ancient box-esque package, now relying off of the help of course, still Professor Sada, but a not-so-popular support engine in that Dunsparce runaway draw, looping it over and over again, and really that key MVP card in that deck, Neutralization Zone. You know, it's a powerful A-spec, of course, only having one, not an auto-include when you just have so many more that are deck-specific, but when you can use it in a full one-prize deck, and when that stadium sticks, your opponent is immediately on a clock as soon as that card comes into play.
Yeah, and he continues to find opportunities to do that. We see at the 8th seed there, Abraham playing a very unique deck, a little similar. We've got Roaring Moon EX this time, and it's with the Walking Wake EX sprinkled in there as well. It is not expected.
Was that on your bingo card this weekend?
I mean, we completely missed with our bingo cards because there's a lot of different decks that have just popped up out of nowhere for us, and it's doing fantastic. 6-0-1 with a chance to build on that.
All types of Pokemon want their final little spot in the limelight for this last major event in North America before, like we've mentioned, you know, if you've been following on the stream, Destined Rivals will shake things up. Decks are going to change. It's going to be an exciting tournament for NAIC, but we are here in the present moment now. As we mentioned, Ross Cothwin at 5 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. So he's had an all right day, right? 5 wins, nothing to scoff at all, but he's still got a lot of work to do, and this is going to be a big momentum swing. Even if Ross loses, he'll still make it into day 2, right at 5 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie. But having that extra point means a difference between a chance at making top 8 and a chance at, you know, winning out to make top 32, for example. And it's a huge difference, especially for a player at top caliber such as Ross.
Right, and for Ross, it's just even that much more important as he's trying to continue to carry on that legacy of being the only player who's ever been invited to every single World Championship. This is one of the harder years. He's admitted that on stream in interviews before. This is going to be a doozy, but he's prepared for the challenge, and he's got a chance now to build on that, get those match points, and hopefully bring Sarah Ledge into the top cut.
Not something I think I would have said going into this. Our bingo card is wrong, but I hope your bingo card includes a great 8th round here in Portland. And let's throw it down to the stage without further ado and see who his opponent will be. It's going to be Joaquin Rico out here playing Charizard EX Dusknoir. It's a deck that's fallen out of the spotlight. But look, when it plays, when it gets going, it's still one of the most powerful attacking Pokemon in the entire format. Burning Darkness, just such a strong and powerful attack.
Yep, just a tried and true, very consistent deck. You find these ways to just build the Burning Darkness over and over again with the ability Curse Blast to assist you. Very thick lines, 4-4-2 Dusknoir, along with the 3-3 Charizard line. We're not taking any chances of missing these Pokemon lines.
It's very similar to John Roberts II, who got top 32 at Milwaukee, played sort of this style of a deck. Super thick Dusknoir line, super thick Charizard line, and omitting, importantly, that Pidgeot EX. Just foregoing that and instead just focusing on setting up a bunch of Dusknoir, using Curse Blast, and then just wiping your opponent's board, while also Curse Blast essentially has a built-in pseudo mechanic that says when you use this card, your Charizard does 30 more damage for the rest of the game, and that's pretty good, Kyle.
It works out very well. On the other side, we see Ross Cawthon. He has the Sarah Ledge. He has an ability to flood the discard pile, get all of those energies loaded up so that he can take advantage of a pretty massive attack. But can you deal 330 damage consistently early on? That's going to be the tricky part.
You see that very rarely used support Pokemon, the Revavroom with Rumbling Engine, lets you do kind of achieve two things the deck wants to do. Draw cards, of course, but also discard those energies. It kind of acts as a budget Radiant Greninja in a way, since, you know, that card and its impact no longer present in the standard format.
Yep, we see A-spec choices leaning towards this. All the most supporters that are used in the deck really focused on just burning resources. We've seen this before. We've seen him playing the dark decks. He loves making all of his resources used to his advantage, whether it be in his hand or the discard pile. This is a great chance for him now.
We're going to have to do a lot of math here, Kyle. I got to start counting those energies while he hit the discard pile. It's really going to be, you know, that magic number 15 for Ross. If he can get 15 energy in the bin, that's 300 plus the 30 base. And there is more than 15 energy, but it's not a whole lot more. So that big question, like you mentioned, is the plan for Ross just go full turbo and hope it's enough? Can he afford to do that? Or is he going to have to, you know, maybe just kind of pick around Pokemon until, you know, maybe that last turn where you can just go all in? It's going to be a really interesting strategy to watch. And he's, you know, just sitting back, relaxing, and, you know, why not wait for the match while also getting free cards?
Yeah.
As Joaquin is just taking mulligan after mulligan. It's going to mean Ross has an even stronger start with those extra cards at his advantage.
Yeah, easy to feel confident when you're just handed some additional resources. 2 mulligans now here for Joaquin. He's just giving up free cards, and it's unfortunate when this is how your round is going to start. You need to win this game if you want a chance at having a top 8 run over the course of tomorrow. Be a great opportunity for him taking a win against a player of Ross's caliber. You need a basic, and he's finally got one.
We've got a basic now, so of course we'll see the prize cards come out for both of these players. I'm not mentally prepared for what I'm going to see in Ross's deck. Oh, not what you want to see.
Nope.
Ross is prepared, though. He plays 2 copies of that Squawkabilly EX. He is safe with 1 in the prizes, so this is why you play 2, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes. A couple other key pieces, just some energy cards. You know, those can be valuable towards the end of the game. Charcadet. Over on Joaquin's side, nothing super impactful, so all things considered, Kyle, we're going to have a great set here in round 8.
Yeah, you mentioned the energies that are required. 15 for a knockout, 1 to attack with, 3 in the prizes. That's exactly enough with 19 energies, so there's chances, but it requires a lot of burning through the deck.
Ross is a master of chances and opportunities. He's going to look to make one of this 8th round. So we kick things off. Ross opting to go first. So many aggressive tools at his disposal. In the Pokemon TCG, normally, you know, you can't attack, you can't play a supporter card. That's just the way it works to balance things out. Ross is going to do one of those 2 things, and it's really not going to seem fair how many cards he's ideally going to be able to draw this turn as well.
Yeah, consistently burning through the deck. That is the name of the game for him. You just take that opportunity to see as many cards as you can. And the one thing that this also does, you thin down. You don't draw into these energies at inopportune times. You're burning these cards when you eventually set up the Revavroom. you're just seeing so many different cards, and all of them are going to help you close out and take these unique knockouts.
So as any seasoned player does in the Pokemon TCG, taking the opportunity to check through the deck, will note that Squawkabilly EX is prized. Of course, there is that second copy, as well as a couple of those energy cards. You know, there are some really interesting one-of inclusions, right? The one copy of Metal Energy. Very interesting because it actually fuels for that unique second attack on Ceruledge EX that Raging Amethyst requires not just the fire, but also the Psychic and Metal Energy. So with one of those each, and with the metal in the prize cards, it means Abyssal Flame is going to have to be the heat here for Ross when it comes to putting on attacking pressure. Cannot rely off that second attack.
Yeah, you wonder if that Psychic Energy's ever mind bent before for the Monkey Dory, if the metal's ever used Knock Away for the Revavroom. There's a lot of interesting ways that this deck finds synergy to just have these oddball attacks.
Speaking of Revavroom, Varoom comes down. That's maybe a first for me here on the cast. I don't know if we've had the pleasure of seeing Revavroom really come into action, drive into the scene. It will go ahead and hit the bench with the Nest Ball as Ross prepares to shuffle up the deck. So potentially no more searching cards. We'll have to see if he has that very important and heavily included Carmine supporter. It's the highest count supporter in this deck. However, I don't actually think even with those mulligans, there's a whole lot else going on, but does have the Squawkabilly in hand. A couple resources hitting the discard pile, but it's worth it to draw 6 additional cards and get some of those energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, so nice to see there. You know, you do have some copies of those Night Stretchers, so you can find the Revavroom that was just recently discarded. And it looks like there was an Ultra Ball included with the Carmine. This turn is nowhere close to complete.
Just converts another basic Pokemon or any Pokemon out of the deck. I'm sure we'll see, you know, either another Charcadet or potentially another Vroom come down. There is also the Monkey Dory in this deck. Does use a couple of those Dark Energy. Adrenabrain is a potential option, but I have to wonder in this matchup specifically, Kyle, if it's, you know, even worth prioritizing it with just how Charizard naturally functions as a deck.
Yeah, it's damage doesn't stick around too often, and if it does, it's going to move quickly. And you don't really have time. Your attachments need to go straight to attacking with your Ceruledge, and you need those energies in the discard pile. You don't want to see them sitting on a bench Pokemon too often.
Charcadet's got some swagger. That is probably one of the coolest attack names I've seen. Fiery Fighting Spirit. I did not know Charcadet was like that. So we're going to see the Carmine come down. Has that special, you know, little caveat line of text. It can be played if you go first on your first turn. So Ross discards not just the 6 cards off Squawkabilly, but an additional 5 cards off Carmine, and has a fully functioning, fully powered up board. As Joaquin is going to have to see what he can put together, but an excellent start right away. And we're about to see this combo into motion, and why Precious Trolley is the A-spec choice for Joaquin to make sure he can just play Arven on turn 1 and get his entire board set up, functioning, running, and ready to pressure the opponent.
Yeah, it does not take much to get the ball rolling here. You find that Precious Trolley, you can set up an entire board. If you have the energy to retreat as well, that also includes an item lock with Badoo, and you can buy so much time in a lot of unique matchups. This might not be the one. You're staring down a Fire Energy Charcadet this time.
Technical Machine Evolution, we've seen it showcased so much on the stream. And the first 3 Pokemon come down is just an entire horde of Duskull. It's about to get spooky in here, Kyle.
Ooh. Yeah, we've seen this Pokemon. It's been an absolute problem. And when you have the Fire Energy to go along with this, TM Evolution seems so nice, immediately evolving these Pokemon. It is a very clean way of playing. You just evolve your guys, find answers, and next turn he is threatening a Charizard.
You just foregoing grabbing Dusclops at all, just going to get double Charmeleon in play, essentially saying, you know, no matter what Pokemon you knock out, I'm going to have options. I'm going to be able to get into Charizard EX, start swinging, and maybe Joaquin with a little bit of realization saying, look, I know what your deck is capable of. You get all those energies in the bin, I'm going to have a really hard time kind of, you know, battling back and forth when it comes to one-hit knockouts. But until you do that, you know, if we're trading, you know, 2-hit knockouts back and forth, I feel like I'm going to be at an advantage in this spot. That's probably why we're seeing him, you know, prioritize that, as Ross is just continuing to fire on all cylinders with an Ultra Ball. Can either get this first Ceruledge EX into play, or could consider getting the Revavroom established is going to just go ahead and grab this Cerulege. Having that in hand means a guaranteed first prize for Ross. And from there, Joaquin immediately is going to have to find a way he needs to respond to this Cerulege, continually firing off more and more damage every turn.
Yeah, even that one prize card, it's going to feel nice for Ross. You have a Pokemon with very high hit points. You're not threatened immediately by the pressure of a Charizard EX. It's going to have to take that combination of the Dusclops popping with the Curse Blast as well to feel any of this pressure. And you're starting to build up on these energies. We talked about how difficult it can be to find the knockouts, but there's already 8 energies in the discard pile.
5 cards off Carmine and does find Ultra Ball, and that might be step number 2 here for Ross. Get this engine established. I mean that figuratively and literally here. Revavroom could be a potential option, and you know, with Ross having Ultra Ball plus 3 energies, we could be seeing the perfection using that rumbling engine, drawing 6 cards, and just essentially getting as much value as possible from an uncommonly used support Pokemon that pairs perfectly in this deck.
Yeah, this is max value right here on stream. Turn 2. Feels great to be Ross in this spot. You've already seen so many resources just with this simple inclusion of Carmine, and sure enough now, you have your Pokemon that's going to last you the entirety of this game. It's not likely that your opponent's going to target down this resource for you. You have Pheasantipity to continue drawing. Anytime a prize card is taken, you will see 10 cards likely.
You see the little dice in the bottom left of your screen, 11 energy cards hitting the discard pile. It's been turn 2, and Ross is already close. Just needs 4 more energy in the discard pile, and he's got it. He's got exactly all the energy he needs. That Charcadet number 3 hitting the bench. So now there are multiple Cerulege established. And as the game progresses, we just have to continue to stress, it just gets more and more. Because while you do lose the active Pokemon by being knocked out, that energy goes to the discard pile and essentially fuels as a +20. So in this situation here, you know, Ross off to the top foot. The big thing I have to wonder here, though, with all this good that's happening here for Ross, you do have a couple of major liabilities on the bench. Once this first prize card is taken, Joaquin's going to be at 210 base damage off of that Burning Darkness, which is enough to knock out those 2 bench Pokemon, that Squawkabilly and the Pheasantipity.
Right, those are free prize cards for Joaquin to cash in on at any points. You also can consider even using the Dusclops. If you want to target down Pokemon like the Cerulege, you can start to work on those knockouts too. So taking 2 prize knockouts won't be a problem, but it's about spacing them out as your Joaquin to avoid giving those prize cards to Ross at inopportune times.
So a lot of solid pieces for Joaquin to work with in this spot. Now that the bench is opened up, thanks to a Pokemon being knocked out, can play this Buddy Poffin. Consider what this last Pokemon wants to be. There's 3 Duskull hit the bench already. Does have access to another Charmander. Chiyu is in the deck. Kind of a, you know, uncommonly used Pokemon. Fits well for some of the niches. Not sure we'll see it be used too much in this spot. It will be that Charmander, and now the question for Joaquin is, do you want to play risky or do you want to play safe? And I think it's going to be this safe option. Arvin can guaranteed grab something like the Evo, but more importantly, maybe an Ultra Ball to find Charizard EX, and there's already that counter catcher in the hand. And while Ross is striking first, Joaquin taking the first 2 seems like a little bit more impactful in this matchup specifically.
Right, if you're able to focus down on a Pokemon like Pheasantipity, that's really how you can avoid your opponent finding those 15 energies in the discard pile. It seems so unlikely that they can just make that happen without the additional resources that you find off flipping the script.
And it's so tough because if knocking out this Pheasantipity, you not only take the 2 prizes, but you kind of age against your opponent re-benching Pheasantipity because it's just another easy target for the rest of the game. And Ross maybe just understanding that this is just kind of part of what needs to happen if he wants his deck to function. Yes, the Revavroom helps, but you're not always going to have those perfect rumbling engine for 6 cards. You're going to have to rely on the back, like most decks do, of using Flip the Script. And if the cost is your opponent having an easier route to win, it's a risk you've got to take.
Yep, see, eyed up perfectly. Pheasantipity, the math is going to work out perfectly here. You don't need to do too much else, but has that energy, might as well attach and set up for the following turn and take that knockout, cash in on 2 easy prize cards. One thing that's missing, did not see any Dusclops included on that turn. If you can work in that Dusknoir, you have to think that this game could be close to over soon with a Pokemon like Squawkabilly sitting on the bench.
So this is the big turn for Ross. 11 energy in the discard pile currently. We do know that in the prize cards, there are still 3 energy. So as you mentioned, Kyle, we'll need exactly enough energy cards. However, with that fire energy on the bench, Sarah-Ledge, I have to wonder if that's even possible because of essentially 1 energy being unavailable. And yeah, 3 energy still in the prizes. You can do something kind of quirky and jet energy, the active or the bench, or just manual attach and then hard retreat off. That Sarah-Ledge does have a 2 retreat cost. And maybe, you know, the extent that Ross has to go for here, because if you're not, you know, taking a 2-prize knockout, it feels like you're kind of not really going to be in a situation to close this game out because you're just going to fall way too behind in that prize race.
Yeah, unless damage is ever stuck to your board, dealing 170 and dealing 300 is the same thing. You need to work on it. It's going to be a 2-hit knockout either way. So if you could take the 1-hit knockout, focus all those energies into the discard pile, and cash in on this 1 big turn, you have a great opportunity. It's just, can he find those pieces? Still been missing on that A-spec card, which typically gets the job done.
Yeah, and off this Earthen Vessel, actually no valid targets. The last 3 remaining energy in the deck, Kyle, are 3 jet energy. You know, great cards just to have down. They essentially act as a built-in switch and an energy at the same time, but off of this Carmine that Ross may be relying off of, it may require him to get a little bit lucky. Either, like you mentioned, find that brilliant blender or draw into Ultra Ball plus those energy cards. If not, he's going to be just short, and you have to wonder what difference it makes if it was oh so close or, you know, far to begin with at that point.
Yeah, we might see Ross initiate with the Rever Room, try to draw those resources first, but he's going to take the risk here. Does dump 1 energy, but needs to see at least one of them or the blender right here to keep moving.
Does find a pair of Night Stretcher.
Yeah, I mean, it works, but it's not ideal. That resource is going to be so precious, especially when you're playing into a 15 energy discard pile throughout the rest of the game.
2 options, it seems. You could grab the energy to use the Rumbling Engine, or Pheasantipity is in the discard pile, so that could be a potential, but it looks like he's considering using this Ultra Ball preemptively. May have just kind of wanted to save that for the jet energy, so maybe there's slightly a different strategy involved. There could be, you know, a last-ditch scenario, or rather worst-case scenario, where you draw into both jet energy and the Brilliant Blender, and then you can't discard those jet energy since you can only attach 1. And let's not forget, you know, having all these energy in the discard pile, it's great, Kyle, but if you dump all of them in the discard pile and then you can't recover any of them to use that 1 energy attack, you've got to make sure you're balancing that. Otherwise, you kind of close the doors on yourself Ross's season. So I'm hoping he doesn't make a mistake like that. And I actually feel pretty confident. I think he knows what he needs to burn and what he can afford to not play in this situation.
Yeah, if he does go for the knockout, he could play the hand all the way down, draw all 6, and then have Pal Pad to recover, have 2 cards left in deck to try to close the game out against he has 3 prize cards he needs to take. He can't have any more fumbling at that point, and he'd have to use both Night Stretcher. If he can find a calculation where that makes sense, he'll go for it, but it doesn't look right.
A big key card that I'm thinking in this matchup is the 1 copy of Briar in Ross's deck, right? If you take 2 prize cards this turn, and Joaquin is going to respond going to 2 prize cards himself, then that may be the way that you can afford to just use 2 attacks from this spot to win. You use the 1 Night Stretcher to take the knockout at this point, and then you use another Night Stretcher to bring it back again. It is in the discard pile right now, but like you mentioned, Pal Pad is an option to bring that back. So it looks like, no, instead, not going to take a knockout here, not going to just go in and risk it too much. It's just going to go ahead and hit this active for 270 damage. We'll have to see exactly how things are going to shape out here because, you know, Joaquin is now ahead in prize cards, cannot use Counter Catcher of his own. But we do know there is Boss's Orders, only 1 copy, but this would be the turn right here, Kyle. If you have Boss's Orders, can go down to just 2 prize cards and your opponent's still at 5, what options is Ross really going to have to come back in this game? It looks like no boss, just going to be Iono. Provide a little bit of disruption, and more importantly, draw some cards on Joaquin's side, still just missing any of these Dusclops or Dusknoir.
And this Iono's almost dangerous here, as Ross draws nearly the rest of the deck. He just puts the 2 Night Stretcher down, has 1 remaining card other than those Night Stretchers, and I mean, he knows exactly what he's working with for the remainder of the game to try to get the job done. I think it really does lean on Joaquin to find some more answers, be able to include Pokemon like that Dusclops into the attack, but if you don't have that piece and you just attack in for 210 here, that does not feel ideal.
Not ideal, but, you know, Dusclops/Dusknor could kind of act as a clean-up agent in a way that, you know, if you deal, ideally dealing 240 would be a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
If you deal 240 damage, then a Dusclops KOs it. This 210 is kind of a, you know, a little bit of an awkward spot. You're 10 damage off taking a knockout, but what needs to be done at this spot. It's just going to continue to thin the deck out, grab Fire Energy, understands, hey, most likely, I'm not going to need a third Charizard in this spot. I can grab that piece out of the deck. And now, you know, Joaquin could be in a sort of interesting predicament where he may just kind of be putting unneeded damage on the board. We're actually going to see Charizard come in manual retreat here. Charizard is on the move, flying in and out of the active spot.
Your opponent has not shown that they can get those energies into the discard pile. You might have a read that there's a few too many energies in the prize cards, and you have an opportunity here to cash in on the fact that you have hit points. That is a resource at this stage of the game. Your opponent has 3 cards remaining, and if they can't take knockouts here and now, it will be very difficult to close out the game.
And this is the situation right here. Both Jet Energy in the hand. There is 1 left in those 2 cards, it looks like, remaining in Ross's deck. And this is where it gets awkward, right? You can Brilliant Blender to discard 1. You can attach 1, and I guess if you want to, you could Rumbling Engine to draw the last card and then use Palpad to prevent yourself from decking out while also putting the Briar back. The big issue, though, is it's like you're telegraphing that line. We saw in the previous round, Briar is best used when it essentially comes out of nowhere and surprises your opponent. It's the discard pile, so it's public knowledge, but Dusclops is just able to play around that card so well.
Right. And now for Ross, the decision to be had is, do you want to use the Revel Room now and just draw 1 resource, keep that resource in the deck so you don't have to use the Palpad this very turn, or do you play the Jet Energy, then use the Revel Room, draw the 2 cards, and make sure that your deck is just game-winning supporters?
May come to the same conclusion no matter the sequencing. We'll see Rumbling Engine start things off, draw us into the Night Stretcher, so if information is correct, that last card in deck should be the 3rd Jet Energy, right?
No, I think it's Night Stretcher.
Or Night Stretcher. Oh, Night Stretcher was the draw off of the turn. So we'll check the discard pile here. It looks like 2 Jet Energy in the discard, 1 in the hand, and we know none are prized. So that last card should be a Jet Energy. So we've got 1 Night Stretcher remaining and 1 Jet Energy. We're going to actually play the Palpad first, Kyle, to put these energies back, or rather put these supporters back. Looks like Iono and Briar, the 2 chosen to be put into the deck.
He should have the energies here. He has Jet Energy in hand, so the retreat with the other Serral Edge to get to 15 is available.
Okay, that's correct then. So Jet Energy number 3 being put into play. We'll see a little bit of pivoting action. Sounds counterintuitive on the surface, but it's what's needed to boost this damage up. So we'll see 2 more hit the discard pile, and now is that magic number 15. So Ross will take the prize lead in this spot, using that Abyssal Flames to deal just enough damage to Charizard. However, with Ross still needing to take 3 prize cards, it means that we could even see an onslaught of Dusclops abilities to potentially close something out here. This is a big turn here for Joaquin.
Exactly, and this is really tricky because for Ross, he has to go for this play, but you now have the same board state you've been thinking about since turn 1. You have a Squawk ability. That's an easy knockout. The only benefit here is that Joaquin did not have any setup on any of these 3 Duskull. He does finally have a good supporter here in that Professor's Research, but he needs to find the cards now.
And I feel, you know, from my personal opinion, that if you're not winning the game this turn, I would honestly prefer potentially not even taking a knockout in this spot, you know, potentially figuring out what happens. Big 7 cards here, though, off of Professor's Research. Just a bunch of those supporter cards would have been great in previous turns, but no Dusknor found. And now, you know, for Joaquin, he's got to decide and kind of figure out, is there ever a world where I can, you know, potentially ignore something? Iron Bundle, though. This is going to put Ross in an interesting spot where now he's going to go into the tank here and think about which is the most optimal Pokemon to promote, because Ross doesn't know whether or not Joaquin is sitting on any Dusclops or Dusknor pieces in the hand. This was the only card so far played after this Professor's Research, Kyle.
Right, Dusclops Stretcher, double Dusclops at this point. If you promote any of your EX Pokemon, you would lose the game to that combination of cards. The only way you can stick around at that point would be the Revel Room. And it looks like Ross is going to consider that here.
And this is where having that last jet energy, right? I think it's going to just double check and make sure there's still one more jet energy, because that's a way you can realistically lose the game. Revavroom is a big void, 3 retreat costs, not easy to move. If you leave that Revavroom in the active spot without a way to switch it, and Joaquin sort of has a natural read on you, that's the game number 1 over if you cannot find a way to move this out of the active spot.
Yeah, very limited resources. It is an absolute pressure cooker here, trying to find an answer. And Ross, I think he now sees that too. There is no way to move this Pokemon. You don't have access to that jet. You have to take the chance that your opponent does not have the resources here.
I have to wonder, you know, what the line here is for Joaquin. I think, you know, if there are those 4 jet energy in the discard pile, Kyle, this could potentially be a spot where Badu maybe comes down and locks out Night Stretcher as a potential option. But when you're playing against a deck so unknown like Ceruledge, it's so hard to have exact counts of how many fire energy your opponent's playing, because if you have the wrong read, you almost instantly just lose on the spot for making an incorrect play like that.
Right, and I mean, if you know the counts, you feel comfortable. We know that there's a fire energy in the prize card still remaining.
Wow, it's just going to pass the turn. No attack here. Not even going to just Burning Darkness for any damage, just leaving everything out of play. So now with Ross in this position, he's going to go ahead and check through the deck, see what resources are available. I keep seeing only 3 jet energy in there, so I think there's still 1 available. Also has the Night Stretcher. And this is a big here for Ross. I feel like you maybe can afford to just commit the Night Stretcher to attach the Fire Energy active, because if you take this knockout on Charizard, there can be no more Curse Blast for the rest of the game. And with that boss being still in the deck plus jet, I think you may just have a natural check. Oh, there's no jet.
No jet.
No jet left.
Just saw the deck. It's Iono and a blank. There's not much else to work with. Night Stretcher finding this energy here now as one of potentially the last energies outside of the prize cards and the mist energy here too. You're not taking a 330 knockout at this stage, but you don't need that. You just need to put the pressure on this Charizard. Hopefully on the other side here, as Joaquin, you don't see the comeback with a rare candy, but there are 2 of those in the deck.
Does find metal energy, but not the fire energy off the prize cards. So Joaquin immediately just drawing for turn and instantly playing the Arven, and it's going to be for this counter catcher and brings up the Revavroom. If there's no jet, like we're saying, no energy left essentially, then I'm not sure, you know, if Ross over the course of, you know, 2 or 3 turns even can find a way to get enough energy on this Revavroom. Let's take a look at the hand. There's a metal and a mist energy.
He has 2 energies, so he can actually just manually attach to this Pokemon and wait for the retreat. Joaquin shakes his head thinking, oh, I really hope that's just a bluff and you only have 1.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder. I felt like it had 2, but it's 3. It's actually 2 retreat cost on that Revavroom. Does Joaquin have another way to play a gusting card this turn? Something like another counter catcher. There's a Jock, but that's not really going to cut it.
Yeah, the math just doesn't line up great with this Pokemon. The attack into the Ceruledge was just a bit weak on that previous turn. 10 short of a knockout with a single Dusclops, but even then we're talking about Ross with a prize card remaining. It's just not the time for these Pokemon.
No matter what is in the active spot, it will go down to that Abyssal Flame. There is no hiding it at this spot. I think all Joaquin's got to do is just cross his fingers and hope it's enough. We'll try and, you know, Itchy Pollen to eventually prevent something like Night Stretcher, but it does not matter. 0 damage from Itchy Pollen, but there is that last energy, big time find for Ross off the prize cards. And in a very weird and back and forth game 1, Ross emerges victorious to go up 1-0.
Ceruledge finding ways to win. And isn't it just like Ross to play every single card in the deck to find the win there? It's pretty wild. That, I mean, this is just what the deck does. Burn all of your cards, have a great time, and have just enough resources to close out.
Never really think about the deck out in the Pokemon TCG until it's kind of right in front of you. That was the spot Ross found himself in that first game. It seemed like, you know, it was off to a stellar start. We saw so many cards discarded, such acceleration in terms of the game plan, getting Ceruledge set up. Joaquin responded nicely in kind, right? Counter Catcher, starting to prey on these 2 prize Pokemon, but it was really the lack of being able to find Dusclops and have that as an option that you see kind of Charizard sort of struggle when all you're doing is announcing Burning Darkness. It's good, but unfortunately, sometimes it's just not good enough.
It was pretty unfortunate to think about, too. Like, the counts for Joaquin were all there, but there were multiple turns where he missed out on Dusclops, and the pivotal one for him was if he had the Dusclops on the turn where he attacked into the Ceruledge for just 210. That damage does nothing for him at that point, and he's just left grasping at straws trying to find an answer.
So shuffling up here for game number 2. We'll see if Joaquin wants to go second. I'm sure that will, naturally be the choice for this deck. It kind of feels, an interesting dynamic in this matchup where both players have their very distinct choice on whether they want to go first or second. You see Ross's deck is designed with Carmine in mind to go first, and Joaquin's strategy is super clearly focused towards going second. So when you're both in the position where each deck is kind of doing its own thing, is it a spot where you just respect each other and say, hey, you do your thing, I do my thing, we'll see which deck is better, or do you try and intrude on their normal game plan?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think the fact that you did not see a turn 2 330 out of Ross made you feel a little more comfortable that you'd have an opportunity to establish your game plan. So we could see Joaquin go for that, just try to set up. He knows he was really just one good Dusclops away from having a really good chance in that game.
Looks like mulligans on the side of both players, shuffling up, drawing for game number 2. It was quite a long one here, right? We are in a pretty high stakes match. 6-1-1 is really the spot you want to be at minimum, right? Going into day 2 if you want an excellent spot at making into the top 8. I do have to wonder here, for Ross, is the game plan exactly the same, knowing how kind of close that game could have been if Joaquin was even just a Dusclops or 2 away from winning? Do you adjust your strategy, or do you kind of just hope that things are going to go almost the same way and you're content just kind of running it back?
Yeah, all those answers will come to him as soon as he gets that opening deck search. You have to see how many energies you've prized. If you only prize 2 energies, you have a great opportunity in front of you to just burn these resources. He did not use his A spec last game, and he almost was able to hit for a knockout on turn 2. Like, it's very he has a great opportunity in front of him if the cards line up in his favor. We'll see, because those prize cards tell us a lot.
Action kicked off yet again, and it will be each player kind of just doing their own thing. Ross going first yet again. I don't even know if there's much going on in this hand, Kyle. We may be seeing a complete opposite of this first game of just attach, pass, not what you want when so much of your deck and its strategy is based off of having such an aggro first turn. And on the other end here, Joaquin just has exactly what he wants. Turn 1 Arven, as long as there's an energy or something like a Poffin or Trolley in the hand. Turn 1 Evolution, completely 2 sides of 2 different scales for both of these players.
Yep, we see the prize cards there for Joaquin, not terrible at all. We saw that Iron Bundle's pretty impactful, almost led to a game flipping decision with Ross and slowing down that Rev Room. This time around, should have plenty of resources to establish, especially with this setup against Charcadet with a dark energy.
So this is the big piece, right? So step 1, you got the Arven, technical machine evolution. As long as there's an energy here for Joaquin, I'm curious to see with how slow Ross's start is, do you still go for the double Charmander evolution, or are you kind of content just putting 1 in play, knowing the odds your opponent finds that boss are pretty low, given the circumstances of how slow their first turn was?
Yeah, that's a great point, because, last time we saw that he was bitten. Just missing out on that Dusclops, potential Dusknoir led to him missing out on knockouts, so you had to go for boss's orders and play in a different way that he doesn't really want. This is also pretty big, though. Missed on one of those 7 fire energies, so does not have those evolutions.
We'll keep it in hand for the following turn. Ross is just going to get rid of what was and go ahead and draw 7 fresh new cards from the deck. What are we working with here?
A pile.
My, this is absolutely worst case scenario. Not even a Ceruledge, no more Charcadet. You can retreat and try and protect this Charcadet on the bench, and that may be the only option here for Ross, as he's just kind of considering the very few options he even has in this situation.
Yeah, almost unbelievable the way that he draws into that. He does have 19 energy, but finds 5 of them in this hand. Has the Carmine for next turn, but you're just left protecting this Charcadet. You have to keep this Pokemon around. You can't run into Rare Candy in this spot, passing over the turn with 19 minutes remaining when you need to take the 2 wins here to have a chance in this tournament.
So now an interesting choice here for Joaquin is maybe considering going another turn without using Evo and instead grabbing Chalk. Okay, this is definitely the choice here for Joaquin. You know, it's never a guarantee off something like Iono. You know your opponent's probably not sitting on the best resources. What's the thought process here? Do you think it's worth playing it super safe, or is there going to have to be some sort of risk on Joaquin's side if he wants to force a game number 3?
I mean, it depends. You have an opportunity here to remove the only Charcadet. It doesn't feel great because you're giving up some prize cards. You could just remove this Pokemon. If you have a Charmeleon, maybe you feel safe with that route, and then you move into the Charizard on the following turn. Or you just hold these Pokemon and slow down. Absolutely not.
This is like a negative trade on Dusclops. We're going 2 for 1 here. Go ahead and use 2 Dusclops. So Ross takes 2 prize cards. He's essentially struck first in this match. Joaquin taking just 1, but there were no energies prized. There was essentially no option. Does find Charmeleon, so that is in the hand. So Charizard could potentially be an option the following turn. And yes, you know, there's no threat of Ceruledge next turn, but is it really worth buying that extra turn when Ross wasn't going to put on a lot of attacking pressure anyways in this situation?
I mean, think about it. This is what Charizard is meant to do in this matchup. You need to give up these prize cards early on, and you can't give your opponent that window to build on this discard pile and hit for one-hit knockouts. If you find an opportunity to deal 270 damage and take knockouts on Ceruledge while it's only dealing 200, 250, then you have a chance to win that prize exchange over and over again, regardless of giving up these 2 early prizes.
An interesting choice here for Ross. We'll have to see what he decides to grab from Ultra Ball. 2 main choices, of course, getting Charcadet in play sure is extremely strong, but is there ever a world where Pheasantipede is just so valuable now that your opponent has essentially taken a knockout on their turn to just give you that extra draw? We'll see what Ross prioritizes more in this spot.
Yeah, I think it depends on if he feels comfortable drawing into some of these items that he has. He has plenty of opportunities to see more Charcadet after this. And also, is Carmine the supporter of choice here? Do you want to just go even further to potentially find a research and see even more cards? Takes that consistent approach there in the Charcadet.
Looks like there is another Ultra Ball, so we could do both here if we're Ross, or do we just guaranteed grab the other Charcadet? I think with that Night Stretcher in hand, Pheasantipede seems like a very clear option. You get all these pieces down, and yeah, you're shut off from attacking this turn, but I think you may, at the end of the day, be okay with a positive trade prize-wise going in your favor if it means that next turn things are potentially going to be tied up. And even in the world where Ross could forego benching that Pheasantipede just to guarantee it's going to be 4 prizes to 4 prizes on the following turn.
Yeah, it does avoid some obvious issues that you could run into. Your opponent's already given up those prize cards. Burning Darkness takes knockouts on Pokemon like that Pheasantipede. Your opponent's holding on to a bunch of resources that aren't fire energy, so maybe there is already some supporters hanging in the hand.
This looks like a perfect Carmine for 5 incoming. We are benching all the Charcadets, 3 hitting the bench. So no matter what, essentially, Ross is making sure there will be an option to attack next turn. Does find some solid cards to work with for the following turn. We see Jet Energy. I think it may be time for Charcadet to shine. We see a whole array of different artworks, different versions of Charcadet. Fiery Fighting Spirit will get a fire energy and attach it to this Pokemon. While it only needs that fire to attack, it essentially will just be more energy cards in play that at any point can be discarded to fuel that attack later on.
Yeah, and we're just you're just inching closer and closer to finding the perfect amount of energies at this point. 9 already in the discard pile. This Pokemon is knocked out. You're at 11, and then you're just a blender away from having the perfect response here to a Charizard.
So at this point in the game, I'm not sure Joaquin can use that Technical Machine evolution with the incoming Ceruledge being projected for the following turn. Has just decided to not use Technical Machine evolution, it seems, getting rid of that Town Store and the machine itself to play this Ultra Ball, potentially grab Charizard EX out, and while he can even things up in the prize race, look at this board at this point. We've lost a lot of those Dusclops / Dusknoir pieces. will we have enough later on to really provide the pressure we need as a Charizard Dusknoir deck? That's a big question.
Yeah, it's pretty much the exchange that happened there on that opening turn is you just don't have the window anymore. You have to attack into these single prize Pokemon, take the knockouts that are available, and hopefully Ross does not have the response here to deal 330 damage and take a knockout. We know that there's definitely potential for that. Ross has the ability to burn through a ton of resources here on the next turn, but it's going to mean that he has to take chances. We're going to see some EX Pokemon in play. The Pheasantipity could be thrown in, and that's where Joaquin's window opens back up.
So we'll see Charizard EX come into play thanks to Brock Scouting. Charmeleon evolved. Duskull will just stay its Duskull self, not being evolved into any Dusclops. Burning Darkness ties things up 4 prizes apiece for both of these players. We do see, of course, some of those interesting Dusknoir pieces in the prizes, and that's, again, another big question. Are the resources going to be there for Joaquin? It's now on Ross to see if this is a turn where he can realistically reach for those 15 fire energy, or rather energy in the discard pile. This is actually number 12. It feels like this game has been going slow, but Ross is essentially almost there, especially after this Earthen Vessel. He can bump himself up to the energy he can attach and potentially another energy. Keep in mind, there's still 4 basic energy left in this deck, thanks to there only being 1 prize, and it's just that jet energy.
Yeah, he's really not that far off from finding the answer here. He's got a way to discard these with his supporter for the turn. He's got Professor's Research to follow this up. So you throw away these energies, draw into the fire, and burn 1 more resource, and you have knockout as soon as you play down the Charcadet or the Ceruledge. You'll have everything you need. But it's because he drew so poorly in the beginning of the game. He only saw basic energies, and now he's got, what, 20, 30 cards left in deck, but he's got all the energies in the right place.
Knockout being taken means even Pheasantipity is an option if he needs to just dig a little bit further through the finish line and has that Professor's Research. 2 more hitting the discard pile. We are up to number 12. Almost there. Just needs the fire energy to attach. Or excuse me, 14. Just needs the fire energy to attach. And 1 more energy card to discard. Ross, what did you find here off the 7 cards? Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball. I think that's going to be exactly enough for Ross to get across this line and take a knockout on Charizard EX.
Yeah, he did it all without the Varoom in play. He had no way to continue to draw unless he found the Pheasantipity itself. Way to search that out, but he has enough basic energy here to get the job done. He can search those out, play 1, get the other in the discard pile, and have a perfect knockout on this Charizard. That is not what Joaquin wanted to see.
Ross has fought back after a super slow start. After losing his only Charcadet, he is fired back in this game, gotten a bunch of energy in the discard pile, and this is where Ceruledge shines when Abyssal Flame is just dealing a heap load of damage, and there seems to be no way, especially going down to 2 prizes, that Joaquin can battle back in with an Ultra Ball grabbing another Ceruledge EX potentially to make sure there's no funny business when it comes to Dusknoir, is instead actually just going to grab Pheasantipity as sort of a sense of protection. You draw some cards this turn, but more importantly, you just make sure, flip the script next turn. Otherwise, you're just going to go ahead and just announce Abyssal Flames again and deal another 330. Thank you very much. That's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, it's the same situation. You're going to be looking for a resource either way. You'll need the energy or the Ceruledge, well, and the Ceruledge next turn if you want to take a 2-prize knockout. So give yourself that resource on board to help you find those cards down the line. He's just thinking about everything in this spot, and it's playing out so well for him when that was not an ideal setup on the opening turns.
Not ideal at all. Does draw into 2 of those Night Stretchers, so if there is a Ceruledge in the discard pile, that can be brought back and evolved. I feel like that has to be the only fear for Ross in this spot is, if my opponent rare candies into this Dusknoir, uses Curse Blast to KO my only Charcadet, and then goes ahead and use the Burning Darkness to attack, I may just not have an attacker. And this is sort of a nice middle ground here, though. Just going to grab the last Charcadet, put it into play, so that no matter what, Joaquin cannot win next turn as it stands. But he'll make sure, even if he goes to 1 prize card, that there is still an option for 1 more Abyssal Flames to finish the deal.
He has just about everything you need at this spot. He's even got the Varoom to potentially line up some more draw down the line. Thinking about everything here, you know that it's very likely your opponent will have a decent turn. They can use Iono. They can put you down on a low hand size and avoid a Ceruledge. So what do? You set up every safeguard possible on your bench.
And is preemptively using Night Stretcher. That Varoom did hit the bench this turn, so it's just going to keep that keep that Revavroom as an option, takes the other one off the prize cards, as well as notably that Jet Energy as a sort of last-ditch escape effort if Joaquin wants to try and stall things out again, and this game is flipped upside down. He's going to try and disrupt with the Iono. Both players are going to shuffle in, but Joaquin's only drawing 4 cards, and with the way this deck is built, there's very limited ways to find Charizard EX. If that's not found, the doors are going to start shutting very quickly for Joaquin. Here's his big 4 cards, and it looks like just a couple supporters, but finds the Ultra Ball as the last card. That is what Joaquin needs to give himself a chance in this final game.
That is exactly the last piece required. It just draws all the supporters, but finds that resource. He has the Charizard now. He can find that energy as well with his ability. Burning Darkness lines up for a knockout, and it is all on the draws of Roscoffin to get the job done here. Joaquin, you've done your job. Charizard, you've done your job, but now does he have the resources on the other side?
Charizard fully fired up, dealing 300 damage to this Ceruledge. It means at this point, if there's a 2-prize Pokemon, it will be well within Charizard's range to be knocked out. Ross will get the 2 cards, they'll flip the script. He just needs to find a way to attack with Ceruledge, and 15 energy in the discard pile goes to 16 thanks to 1 more hitting the discard pile, and here we go. Big turn for Ross. Finds the Ceruledge and Carmine. Are you kidding me? Those are an excellent 3 cards and can even use Flip the Script first. There may be a way for Ross to almost, guaranteed find some of the pieces he needs. He's going to have so much draw in this spot, especially if he can find one of those 2 Revavroom in his deck as well.
Yeah, so many resources here that can help him out. He can search out just about anything. If he finds the Brilliant Blender too, he could thin down the deck, get rid of all the garbage, and help him even more. We see that piece added along with the Fire Energy. Why not? It's all there.
That's it. It's just going to go ahead and show that he has the game. Ceruledge shocking the competition, putting on a display. And Ross Cothwin will move into day 2 at 6 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw in a prime spot to have a great day 2 and potentially become a regional champion.
Yeah, and he's been looking forward to having this moment, having this opportunity, playing a unique deck. That's what he's so comfortable doing at this point. He can surprise his opponents and just come up with these great strategies. Who is dealing 330 with a 1 energy attack?
I mean, look, there's one thing that Ceruledge does really well, and it's hit really hard. It takes a little bit to get there, and there's definitely some stumbles on the way. It's not the most consistent deck by all means. We saw that very clearly in that second game. But when it gets going, Kyle, it is an absolute powerhouse, and it is so hard to stop.
Yeah, it worked out so well. We also see that uniqueness that he brings. He finds that draw engine that he relies on and trusts. Playing some supporter cards you don't always see as well. And this deck list just seems so keen to what he's capable of. We see him playing it out here, right here. He had a really great opener in this first game and was so aggressive. Got so many energies thrown away, and he just had to play around some pretty awkward prize cards there in the beginning. Those 3 energies made it pretty difficult to find the answers.
It came in clutch when he needed it. That last 2 prize cards he took this turn, used Burning Darkness and took the Metal Energy. Having 2 guaranteed meant he had a little bit of security, right? Knows regardless, there's going to be that last energy needed to retreat. It was back and forth, so close. Ross had just enough turns to close the game out, win that game number 1, and we went into game 2, and the start was completely the opposite. Essentially nothing going on for Ross, had a dead hand, and this is really the big play here for Joaquin. He used 2 of these Dusclops to knock out the only Ceruledge in play, but I have to wonder, if there was at least a little bit more of a follow-up, like a Burning Darkness, would have won, of course, that turn, but just something more. It felt like it would have had more value, but it kind of just ended up being a net neutral choice, and that wasn't really enough. Ross Cothwin sailed towards victory, won that match, and hey, after this weekend, Kyle, Ceruledge might be on the map. It was a deck kind of towards the end of the last rotation. It had, a lot more cool pieces, right? The Radiant Greninja was a huge card in that deck. It lost that, but I didn't know Revavroom was cool like that. I didn't know Revavroom had a little bit of swagger, could discard some energies. It kind of put on a cool showing of, how it can work in a deck very solely based around plenty of options to use Rumbling Engine. It's not just something you could throw into any deck, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Indiana now. I'm living there. The Indy 500's been going on.
Okay.
We got a lot of people excited and revving the engine, and Ross definitely takes advantage of that opportunity here to play a very unique card and find some success with it. He is 6-1-1 now with this deck. He's got an opportunity to build on this, maybe chain together some wins tomorrow, and we could be seeing this deck in the top 8.
That was a big match for Ross in terms of his World Championship points standing. Ross has not had the greatest opportunity in terms of playing events. Like he mentions, you know, a teacher loves to educate and, you know, talk about his passions. I'm sure he could sit down and speak for hours about the things that he loves. Hasn't had a chance to go and play in a lot of events, but, you know, during this quarter four has, you know, went out to Mexico, had a pretty solid finish, got top 16 at that Monterey Regional Championships, and now is out here in this spot, right? In a situation where he's 6-1-1, and I think a solid finish here, something like a top 64. I'd have to do the math exactly, but something at top 64 or better, I think that's what Ross needs to just secure that invite up, and he will be going to yet another World Championships. I don't say it in like a bad way. Oh my gosh, Ross is qualified for another Worlds, right? God forbid. But no, this is, you know, Ross showing that, you know, as the cards change, as time changes, he is still an excellent, high-class, great player.
Yep, and I'm sure he's going to give a great interview as well. As he's standing by with Chip, let's hear from our winner.
Thanks, gentlemen. I am here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, 6-1-1 now here in Portland, Ross Coffin. Congratulations on yet another successful day one run at a regional championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's nice to be going to day two. It's nice to be doing it, especially with a deck I kind of created myself. Not a lot of Sarah Ledge being played out there. I've been wanting this deck to work since rotation. My friends convinced me to move off of it for the last couple regionals, but I brought it back, made some changes, and I'm thrilled of how well it's doing.
Yeah, it seems like it's working pretty nicely for you at this point. We saw a moment there at the very end of the second game. You took a deep breath, a sigh of relief almost on your face. I mean, what was going through your mind in that moment?
It's just, you know, it's been a long season. I'm like right in the chase for my 21st consecutive World Championship. It's been a hard season. You know, didn't make day two at Milwaukee a couple weeks ago. It's been a long day. I actually was at an astronomy conference in Philadelphia all week. And so flew across the country last night, got into my hotel 12:30 a.m. So it's been a long week. So to do this well, I'm pretty thrilled.
Yeah, absolutely. A great run thus far, and really kind of thin margins, it felt like, at the end of that first game, especially. I feel like it's probably pretty common for your deck, just naturally. You kind of get down to the end of the deck by the end of most games. You're discarding a lot of cards. You're trying to fuel that powerful attack from the Sarah Ledge EX by getting rid of all of your energy cards. Does playing a deck like that take a toll on you throughout a tournament day where the margins are so thin coming down to the last one or two cards?
I actually like this deck more than most of the decks in the format. I like this deck more than like the Noctowl decks where there's literally like 100 different things you could do every turn. And this deck, you're pretty much doing the same thing every turn. There is strategy. Like you said, the end game, you have to manage your resources. Like that first game, I think I technically could have KO'd a Charizard a turn earlier, but I probably would have just run out of energy for the game potentially. So it's a different strategy, but it's very straightforward what you're trying to do every game. And then yeah, the end game is a little tricky, but I think my experience with the deck, I've really navigated the end games well today.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that second game, things looked like they could have been a little sketchy for you. Were you pretty nervous there at the start?
Well, yeah, certainly that turn one, I was like, oh boy. Well, let's see how this goes. And then, you know, when he did the double Dusclops thing, I thought, okay, this, because I didn't know he played Rare Candy. I didn't see Rare Candy. He told me after the game he does play Rare Candy. But I was like, well, if this deck doesn't have Rare Candy, you know, he can't wipe my board. And he's giving me 2 for 1, and I got 2 Ultra Balls. I drew a Stretcher, so I get play. So at that point, I was feeling good. But yeah, that turn one, where I had a research in hand, but yeah, I couldn't play anything turn one. So it was rough, but you know, you never know. It's because he didn't have the energy to do Evolution TM. So, okay, so I'm in this and, you know, play it out, and it worked out.
Right now, you're sitting in the 90s on the championship point leaderboard. You know, you've got over 700 championship points. You've locked up a day 2 spot here. You got your top 8 recently down in Mexico, right?
Top 16.
Top 16 down in Mexico, excuse me. How are you feeling? Like, what would it mean for you to be able to just lock up this invite and secure your 22nd straight? 21st straight World Championship invite?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. It's definitely been one of the hardest years of Pokemon. I mean, you know, there was 1,000+ players in Worlds last year. There's going to be something like half of that. There's more players than ever. I mean, there's like twice as many as there was even a couple years ago. So it's definitely one of the most competitive years of Pokemon. I didn't start the season out too well. I was not in the top 125 until that Mexico run, as you said. So it would really mean a lot if I can make this 21st Worlds. Not sure how many more years I'll keep doing this. This could be my last run. I haven't, fully decided, but yeah, it would mean a lot to get to one more Worlds, especially when the competition's been so tough this year.
You've obviously accomplished so much in the game, and I feel like, in these interviews I've done with you over these last few seasons, I remember a couple of seasons ago, you having almost that same antidote of, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to do this. I don't know if I'll keep coming back. What keeps you coming back?
I really find the game interesting. And, I think Pokemon's great because there's different things different people love about the game, whether it's the community or, traveling. For me, those are all great, but the top thing is just when I see a new set and I see, like, all the combinations of cards, the new, combos of Pokemon, new possible decks, it's just, like, such a puzzle to solve. Maybe it's the scientist in me that's, like, that's the part that's hard to put down. I'm kind of done with the travel after doing 20 years of this. I mean, they're long days, as I just said. I was, doing a conference for work on the other side of the country, so it's a lot. But yeah, the game is still fun. Just the different combinations, trying to come up with something, kind of as I did today. That okay, everyone's kind of overlooked this card. I really think it has the tools to be good, and I finally kind of put it together, and that's finding something that no one else has figured out. That's the #1 draw to me.
Absolutely, and you've done it consistently over the years. It's always fun to watch. Congratulations to you, Ross. I always love seeing you have success at tournaments, and we're gonna get you out of here so you can get some rest after a long tournament day, a long week as well, so you can come back fresh for day 2
Thanks
tomorrow.
very much, Chip. I appreciate it.
Let's get back to the casters, and we'll get in here and wrap up the show.
Pleasure as always to hear from somebody so versed in the game, so much experience and knowledge, and so many great points, especially, the one about coming back every single year, every single, couple of months even, to see the new cards, see the new expansions. For me, as a player who's been playing, half of the time that Ross has been playing, I find that exciting. I can only imagine the level he does when things have just changed so much over such a longer period of time.
I mean, this World Championship would be him going to Worlds as long as you've been alive. So yeah, that's something to put in perspective.
The details are not important, all right? I talk, he plays, it's very different. So what's a year anyways, right?
He's pretty remarkable. It's been so fun to watch. There's so many different decks that he's built over the history of the game that just so nostalgic and so exciting. I've got so many of them built at home, and any opportunity I have to play some of those old decks, I'm all for it.
Well, his Saraledge deck is a great one. It has the promise to do well tomorrow, but I can tell you it is not one of the most popular decks. We can take a look at those that are. I'm telling you, it's not going to be Saraledge. There is a lot of what we expected, and that is no surprise. Dragapult, Raging Bolt, Gardevoir, rounding out the top 3. And this bottom half, this bottom 3 here, has shifted around a lot. Big surgeons still in these last couple events from Maridon Pikachu coming into play. And this Eevee Toolbox deck, now with over 100 representatives, is kind of finally, towards the end of the meta, found its spot as, a solid Tier 1.5, Tier 2 deck. It's not any of the big 3, but it still can contend very solidly against those and the various decks in the format.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of these fringe decks are finding a lot more followers as the season progresses. Starting to see a little more success. I'm very curious to see what the day 2 meta will look like for some of these decks. We do know that the 8-0 player, Dominic Viola, playing the Dragapult. So that is our sole 8-0 representative, taking down Ray Chen's Toad Scroll deck. It will still be 7-1, has a great chance tomorrow. I'm sure we're all going to be looking to see how that goes.
No surprise, Dragapult's on top, but as we've seen throughout this season, and of course the history of the Pokemon TCG, nothing is set in stone. We've seen
8-0 starts to burnouts. We've seen 6-2-1 to international championships. Anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. You're going to want to make sure you're here tomorrow for day 2, where we're going to be covering that and everything that happens within the Pokemon TCG tournament here in Portland.
Yep. It's going to be an excellent day 2 that we have lined up for everyone here. We're so excited to share that action with you guys as we move into the rest of the tournament. But we're not done here yet. We still have a lot of great people here who want to close out the show with you. So we're going to throw it over to Puka and Chip and Lyric. Let's see what they have to say.
Welcome back into the lounge. What a great day it has been here at the Portland Regional Championships. Chip Ritchie here to close things out with Kyle Pukasukovic and Emily Lyric Foreman. What an excellent day.
Yeah, crazy day of action. Always love to see Ross Coffin get the win at the end. You know, he's been around forever, like actually forever. But yeah, it's always a fun quest to follow to see if he's going to continue his streak of invitations to the World Championship. So love to see it.
And honestly, guys, what a myriad of decks that we've seen today. Honestly, nobody saw Toad Squirrel coming. I know I didn't see Ceruledge coming as well. So it's just been a really fun way to kind of close out the season too.
Absolutely. Our last regional championships, and we get to see kind of the best of the game right now. We Dragapult, it's the Gardevoirs, but we also get to see all the different ways that players can continue to push forward and innovate in the TCG. One of the most exciting things for sure. Let's take a look at the list of players who are confirmed for day 2 thus far. This is not everyone, but this is some players who we can be expecting to see tomorrow for sure. John Ang right up there, front and center. Of course, the defending Portland Regional Champion. We'll see if he has what it takes to go for the back-to-back.
Yeah, it would definitely be impressive. I believe Dominic Viola is the only 8-0 player after day 1, so congrats on that. Playing Dragapult Dusknoir. So yeah, huge in handing Ray Chen her first loss.
Yeah, it's very important to note out that I played Dominic Viola yesterday, actually, in just a couple of casual matches. He's also playing a Monkey Dory within his Dragapult list as well. So trying to get a little bit of this interesting math going on with Hawluchas and Phantom Dives and all that stuff going on. So big shout outs to Dominic Viola. Now we're all going to be watching him, but honestly, everybody here too. I mean, Chip, there's players from all around the world just on this graphic.
Yeah, Miloslav Posledny, we've got Daniel Magda, both Czech players coming over to compete in this tournament. Daniel's had one of the best freshman seasons I think we've seen in quite some time. Hasn't quite gotten a tournament victory, but has been in top cut at multiple events over in Europe and at the Latin American International Championships. And speaking of that tournament, Miloslav is the LAIC champion. That's a pretty good showing for sure. And then tons of mainstays on the North American circuit here as well. Aban Ahmed is probably the best player that in the game right now that maybe the people at home aren't quite as familiar with. He's got multiple top cuts so far this season with tons of different decks as well. Caleb Rogerson, you know, he's been having an excellent year. Michael Davidson, Reagan Retzlaff has been just such a great player for the last few seasons. Caleb Gettimer, someone who's been around the game for such a long time. We could talk about each of these players, to be honest. But we're going to be seeing all from them tomorrow during our day 2. So you're going to want to make sure to tune back in. You're not going to want to miss it. We are going to have several rounds of Swiss. We're going to have our top cuts, 8 or more players potentially.
8-ish.
And we'll 8-ish, yeah, I like that.
We can hope.
We can hope, certainly. And then we'll be wrapping up by crowning a Portland Regional Champion.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, the second day is always, you know, that's where champions are made, right? So, you know, it's great if you start off the tournament 8-0, but nothing is guaranteed at that point, right? You still have a whole other day of competition. And, yeah, all you got to do is win out, you know. It's not that hard, right?
Of course. And we are here at our final regional championships of the season in Portland, all the way back to Baltimore to kick things off. Emily, I know you were at that very first tournament. Talk to us about what the journey has been like for yourself, but also our players here mostly. Like, what has it been like to get to this point for players here at the end of the season?
Don't get me tearing up just yet, Chip. I was going to save the tears for tomorrow because Baltimore was the first time I was on the desk, and this season has gone by literally in a snap. We've had regional titles come down to coin flips. You know, who can forget Cal Connor's Tails coin flip for game with the Mew doing the 360 on the table. Such good vibes, but honestly, it's been a magical season. I know for me, I've enjoyed traveling all over, playing at regionals and also casting regionals, but we can't forget what's coming up in 3 weeks, only 3 weeks, NAIC, North America International Champions happening in New Orleans. I know I'm gonna be at the tables for that one. I'm super stoked.
Yeah, can't wait to see what players do with the brand new expansion, of course, but we do still have our tournament here at hand to focus on. The current format is what's most important because someone is going to be our final regional champion of the year. What a great show it's been so far today. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can get all the information for all of our various shows. There's another tournament happening in Europe very soon. We, of course, have an AIC coming up soon, so you'll want to find all that information. Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Follow all of the channels. Be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so we can see your interactions with us. Let us know who you are rooting for and who you hope to see become the Portland Regional Champion. And with that being said, we're going to get out of here. We'll see you back here tomorrow, bright and early, for Day 2 action.
It will be enough to knock out this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Matthew Nixon wins this set.
And it is a swift 2-0 victory here for Piper Lepine.
I mean, let him cook.
How about the perfect 3 cards off the flip the script, and Ray Chen takes down Miloslav.
Will take the Fan Rotom and use Torrential Pump to knock out 2, but because Briar is in play, you get an extra prize card.